going to do enough to actually get through to match point finals. A lot of eyes are going to be on them, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but they have survived task one. Can you now survive the survival stage?
Well, let's see where this end game is going to be taking place. When we take a look at the map, it looks like we're heading down towards draft point. So Humbert Labs still looking like a pretty good POI draft here for Wolves Esports. They're going to have good prio. Over at draft point, it's actually going to be TIE who are going to have the pick of the litter as to where they want to play. VP already on their way towards zone, as are Flat, as are Wolves. Everybody quickly rotating, as you would expect in a lobby like this.
And I don't think you need to be a mathematician to notice there's a 100% cryptos in the lobby. I was going to say 100 cryptos, that would be even worse. So crypto is definitely going to be a ban going into the next one. But as you look around, there are still wraiths popping up, a lot of caustics, as you would expect here on E-District as well, and expect a lot a void passages to change that end game. Just being able to bounce through some of these walls
we're
here or
here.
there. There are a few teams
I'm just looking
at
Gen G, you've got crypto.
It's too early for this.
Game one. So Gen G's plan is to play like Gen G play, which is be very aggressive, look to take those fights and use those M and key aims inside of some of that smoke.
Neo also playing the Mad Maggie. I do think playing Maggie early is quite good because she typically is going to get banned around map 3, you would feel. And Legend bans is another important factor, as looks like VP have lost a player here. I don't know if that's a person off the map, whether that was an accident, but they're going to be able to get Taskmaster back onto his feet, so it's not going to be too much of a problem. But as we are playing every single map today, as we do have 10 matches, remember, Legend bans are going to get increasingly more difficult to try and build around when we get to the latter stages.
Yeah, those games 8, 9, and 10 are going to be interesting when it comes to compositions. We'll have to see if there's a little bit of a reset on some of the Legends, or if we're going to have something a little bit out of the box when we get to those latter games. Just a note there, it was VP we saw getting that respawn. It almost worked out for them. They were one of the quickest teams to actually rotate to zone, and not being able to pick up too much Evo on the way, but having to hit the respawn, they actually managed to get up to Blues pretty easily. So maybe that works out. It's one of those strange quirks that actually, even though you lost a player, you had to get him back. You still got a good spot, and you managed to level up those Evos.
Yeah, VP will have that southwest side, which will be frustrating for some of the teams that want to go for a late rotation. You often see a far western rotation to try and get in behind a lot of the northern teams because they can make it very difficult to find yourself in. Still quite a lot of teams who have not moved early to zone, it is worth saying. We have seen this quite consistently on E-District throughout this tournament. Some teams are more happy to play Edge because there is a lot more to do in these early games when we see E-District.
PXX taking a longer route. They're going to have to pick up some Evo on their way forward. You can see they've only managed to get up to, well, they haven't managed to get up at all when it comes to armors. Still on the thinnest of armors with the white armor. And a long way to go for them. DCG on our screen right now. Speaking of Evo, speaking of harvesters, they're finding one down by their feet as they land.
Mia,
So
welcome back to 105.
That's going to be the plan for them here as they move towards City Hall.
Elsewhere, a lot of fans of VK Gaming, the reigning EWC champions, in the building as well. Can they live up to expectations and get a chance to defend their title in the match point finals? They did find at least a comfortable route here through to the survival stage, but they have not looked like champions thus far. Maybe they can change that here today.
Interesting game number one, actual end zone. The fact that E-District, we always talk about how end zones in general have a lot of playable space, and that is similar to what we're seeing in this particular end zone, but there's a lot of different layers of buildings. We're going to see a lot of cohabited buildings, a lot of noisy neighbors, shall we say, when we get towards that end game. And you can already see here, VP, who had to reset early here, have already got some noisy neighbors.
This was the southwest building I was talking about. It can be a bit of a choke point. You can hold people out. That being said, because you do have multiple levels and people are playing caustics, you can kind of hold them out and you can share the building as well.
There we go.
And that's exactly what you're seeing at the moment. Neo get forced away a little bit as Virtus Pro. They play the height quite successfully.
There we go. Okay.
And now Aurora are starting to arrive to the party here. They're coming from the southwest.
Koshi was taking a hot second to actually kick in. Alright. We're locked.
Hayaka and Noirain separated ever so slightly from Effect. This is where you're going to see Alta really come into play. Effect is trying to be that Alta. Trying to take some angles. Trying to see if he can flush out that first frag. That's what he does best, and that thermite is going to tick, tick, tick away.
Ooh.
The R9 not quite connecting in the way that we're used to seeing it from Effect there, but good damage done anyway.
Neo frustrating Aurora a little bit. They are sporadically spread out. They are not making it easy for them at all, and other teams are going to be in the area. Virtus Pro starting to take a look closer towards this one as well. So Aurora just have to be careful they don't go chasing shadows.
It's actually going to be Neo who lose one here, and VP Looking to overextend in third party. You can see they do have the Void Nexus down in that building, but you've got to get to it. And Prestis is going to be hoped to be dragged. He's going to get that knockdown shield working and just about manages to avoid the final bullets. VP will survive and go back to the building they were holding, but it worked out for them. They managed to pick up a KP.
Those darn knockdown shields, they always get in the way. Got to have that sensitivity high so you can spin around.
There we go. Okay.
I love seeing this early on here from Aurora. They don't want to let Prestis get comfortable. They don't want to let VP get an easy reset here. They want to push the advantage that they have, and even though it's a slight risk...
All right, now it should be good.
I like the intention that's coming in. However, Oirain has gone down and been finished, so that's the one thing that's a worry.
Can't hear you because you're at the venue. Why the fuck are you watching this stream? I mean, thank you for saying hi.
I like this. Make sure you get the job done right here, right now. As Effect now can utilize that Altar's Void Passage and get away and get on the other side of these buildings.
Hey, Bluebell, I can't hear you because I'm watching EVE.EXE live. Like, all right, bro. Insane flex. Insane flex. Oh my god, the pause already.
Right down on that southern side start off.
It is so funny, isn't it? These teams that just notice these battles are happening and they think they can maybe get involved. And then you see that it's actually already 3 teams fighting. You're like, okay, we'll have a look, but we're probably going to back off away from this one. We're in a better position. We'll just see what happens and watch this one comfortably from our sofas.
It's interesting as well, you know, you look at that play, I can guarantee in a scrim lobby, Aurora probably get that. It's a little bit isolated.
Good day, baby.
But the fact there's so many teams already in zone, it becomes a little bit more complicated. Effective,
Is
a good
it
job
early
actually
to be
to
locked?
hit that
I'm
respawn
so
nice and
unlocked
quickly
right now.
while VP
I need
was
you
still
guys to
trying reset
understand.
themselves. A
I'm
couple of teams were getting involved, like
so
Dinos, for
unlocked
example,
right now.
which means that essentially everyone survived. No one is out of the lobby as yet. Zipline Mafia, I think, lost one, but outside of that, there's been a few scuffles, but no team has fallen.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion and Zipline were going toe-to-toe. I think Gen.G and DCG also were looking at each other on the map as well. So there is potential for a few engagements when we do unpause here.
We are here today to watch some good old-fashioned EVE.EXE Legends. We're currently watching the knockout stages, survival stages.
I think it was Dinos in the end who put a couple of bullets towards Aurora and VTuber. They got involved in that fight because they had some long-range weapons to do so.
30 repeater peeking and doing the damage required. There's VK Gaming, looking pretty chill about today. I think coming into today, you've got to come into it with that kind of an attitude. I think if you put pressure on your shoulders from the moment that you get into these games, you're really going to struggle. A reminder to everyone who's watching as well, not just here in Paris, but everybody at home as well. 10 games is the series today. We are in for a marathon.
10 games. We're doing 10 games today. Holy.
It's going to be a few tired faces when we get to those final moments.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the mathematicians who are trying to work out what the cutoff's going to be during match 1. But when we start to get towards the latter stages, we can start to think about those numbers and just how tight it's going to be. I was thinking about yesterday. It was tight when we were in one of the group stage games. You know, we had the 3-way tie, 3 teams on 61 points. Sadly, Elite didn't get that turkey they were looking for 3 group match 1. But then you look at the other side when qualification for match point finals, we had 3 teams I think tied, and we had another tiebreaker. It's just been such a closely contested tournament so far, and it's been brilliant to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Kinder on the way in today from EVE.EXE, and I mentioned to him, I was like, I can't believe you left me having to look at 199 all night. Can you just got 200? He was like, dude, I know. Like, I saw it as well when we died in that final game, and I was just as annoyed, but hey, you'll take first place. It doesn't matter what the points tally is. We're back in the game. The game is unpaused, and we're focused on Dinos, who are involved in that little scuffle we saw on that southwest building.
Dinos will be happy to go back to where they came from. Pre-extinction is now, the zone is going to continue to move a little bit further south, but away really from the buildings that Virtus.pro and Aurora are currently hovering around. Now this is an engagement I was talking about. Shopify Rebellion had taken down 1 from Zipline Mafia, but now Zipline will not use the zipline to get away, but they will have a portal.
Yeah, the Void Nexus down. They're going to escape for now. Should be able to reset. Okay, here we go again. Effect is straight back in the building. Effect seems to have a chip on his shoulder today. I think he woke up baying for blood. He wants kills.
Wow.
He's a dangerous man to play against when he is at his very best, that's for sure. And on the altar, he can manipulate the map to try and give the team an advantage here and maybe catch Virtus.pro off guard.
I think he's just waiting for his teammates to engage, or maybe he's just looking for a peek. If someone jumps up onto that roof, the Yaka on the drone going to be able to scan and let him know exactly where Virtus Pro are. Here comes the climb. He's just going to wait for another scan, I think, before he decides whose first victim may become.
Yeah, they've just got to be careful. They're well aware of dinos. They know there are other teams that could get involved in this fight, but they are certainly planning an attack at the moment.
That Wraith cosplay is amazing.
That keyboard's amazing as well. I'm just going to put it out there. As there's the EMP as effect now. Might just decide to take charge.
EMP's exchange between the two teams. Taskmaster playing that corner, watching that void passage, making sure that effect cannot get that free pick. VP are holding extremely well here.
Yeah, the frustrating thing about trying to take any building off a caustic is it's stinky. It is not enjoyable, and it's very difficult to do so. And Virtus Pro are utilizing those barrels to their best ability to make this uncomfortable.
I think over here I'm not blocking anything important. Maybe over here. There we go.
Usually just paying so much attention to your shields in those fights that when the caustic barrels are activating and it's chipping away at your health, you kind of almost don't realize it. When the shields get broken, all of a sudden you've only got 50 HP or so when it comes to health. And you find yourself on your back, so you've got to be aware in the kill feed.
Damn, the bots are already coming out. Good lord.
Has secured their first point of the game.
Still plenty of time for both of these teams. There's not a panic immediately. This zone is going to be very comfortable.
See a fuse ult here, maybe?
Boy, do they want it here, Aurora. And this has been isolated for quite some time. No one from the center of zone feels like they need to join this. Even dinos have decided, you know, this isn't worth it. We'll think
I realize I'm blocking their health.
Here's the MP again. And Effect is looking to move in and get that first knock once more. Huge damage coming out of Effect, and it is going to be the fuse ult, the motherload from onto Prestis from Oirain that gives Aurora that first knock. They waited for those abilities to be available, but Oirain is down. It's a 2v2 inside this building.
2v2, but look how weak they are, and now Dino's starting to get involved. DJ Killer up to the top and says, maybe I'll have a little look here. We could pick up the pieces, and Aurora have to be careful.
DJ Killer causing some problems. Aurora down to 1, down to 0.
Aurora's gone.
VP's still alive somehow, but for how long? Not very long by the looks of things, because Dinos have been waiting for their opportunity to strike.
How's the audio, by the way? Is it loud enough?
Was it necessary? It's probably the question that both Virtus Pro and Aurora are going to be asking themselves here, especially considering, like 5 minutes ago, that same thing happened where Aurora push in, and then Dinos are able to come in and get a couple of knocks. Frustrating, I'm sure, for both teams involved, but Dinos will be all smiles. The new boys on LAN, they get the kills in their favor, and they'll be first in the lobby at the moment. 5 points on board, and they have the southwest side.
And let me tell you, Dinos, as you say, new to the LAN experience, new to the live event experience. I love the confidence they play with. So many teams would have watched that happen and gone, well, we are safe in zone. We don't need to get involved. But Dinos showing no fear. And you have to do that when the opportunity presents itself in these kind of lobbies. In the kill feed, though, Cinetic has just got a knock onto Shopify Rebellion Zach. As we jump over to DCG now.
I want it a little louder.
Zone, kind of hovering in and out of zone. Dusan's going to go into the drone to see if he can spot out some of these players coming from Neo. Maybe scare him away a little bit by getting some of those scans. But the drone is destroyed, and now Neo might think about pushing.
It's not obvious. I'm still waking up if it's not obvious. Hey guys, good morning.
DCG, I don't think will want to force this
one
too much. If they can cohabit, they can kind of hold the northwest a little bit here.
I know coffee. I'm fucking brush my teeth. Yeah, I just rolled out of bed and started raw dogging the stream. I'm excited. Let's go ahead and cheer on all of our friends who are in survival. I know Sentinels made it to finals, right? But I know there's a handful of other friends that I want to.
Now Gen G, they might be having their game taken away from them. They're going to get slid on here.
There's a couple of other people that I also want to cheer on too.
Dexter is that final player. Gen G for
FDN is in survival. Oh no.
Back over to Neo,
yeah,
though.
hopefully.
For DCG, it looks like they really do want to take this fight. And it's going to be DCG who get this first knock. So Xiao Che who gets it.
Great patience from DCG initially, though. They do get the full wipe. Neo will be eliminated, but they
how does survival work here? It's essentially knockout. I think you just have to like do well in the points.
And then unnoticed.
And there is Roy, the baby-faced assassin. He looks so.
Does anyone know how it works? Is it like top 10?
Stage.
Top 10 end up joining finals? Or
They
is
get
it
their
top
first
8?
points on the board here. VKG,
Because I know it's top 12
already
past
found
the
one kill
finals.
in the lobby. Well, he's doubled it up by the looks of things. He's now got 2, and he's looking to hit the Void Nexus. Can't quite execute. Cassa's sat on that Void Nexus on the other side, though. Can they keep the knockdown shields up long enough to get back to the safety of Cassa here for the res?
Gets one.
Oh.
Doesn't get the second, though. So VKG are
going
to be down to just the 2.
Come on,
JDG
floating!
now starting to join the action here. And that's
top 6 make it to tomorrow. Yeah, so top 6 after 10 matches, right?
All eyeing each other up. I'm curious to see whether anyone's going to try and rotate a little bit down to the southern side. I think TIE have been the biggest winners of this zone pool right now.
Top 6, my god.
Well, VKG have managed to get the reset.
I think it'd be top 8 because I thought it was top 12 qualified to grand finals.
That's going to be a little bit of a lonely landing. Split away from the 2 teammates.
Can't
see it on the screen right now, Chappie.
Floating managed to get a knock on
inside of the toilet, but it might get a little bit
1X.
explosive in there. We've all been there before.
BB Watchparty over B
stream. Cassa has managed to.
That's just because they're extra B. Yeah, bro. The extra B is for good luck. That's why.
Onto KNC inside of this building. Here's QQ not quite connecting with the R9. Excuse me, it's Cassa. QQ is connected on the downs. And Wolves will be eliminated.
You can always spot out a mouse and keyboard player with the R9, I feel, as Wolves going down now leaves us with 14.
14 teams
still a couple more engagements happening on the north. PXX are trying to force their way in at the moment, but they're being held out by DCG and Zipline Mafia.
PXX
still have a solo that is away from the rest of the team, just looking to try and apply a little bit of extra damage as DCG and Roy trying to clean up the rest of PXX.
Yeah, one player still stuck behind that knockdown shield. NForce 36 were eliminated, as well as Kinotrope Club.
Ooh.
So 8 teams out of the lobby already. Something to highlight here, by the way, as we look at DCG. TIE, who dropped over at draft point, are still bang center of zone, away from all of this action. They have called zone perfectly. And now with Roy down, it's down to DCG. Xiaoche looking to clutch for his team, but Senetic will peak before Fun Esports and get that knock. Shopify Rebellion will go down as well. Lusan now in a 1v1. Jumps into the drone, but I don't think he meant to. There's an armor swap. Has it cost him? No, it hasn't. Ninjas in pajamas will fall.
How is he alive?
We'll finish off the final remaining member of Relove DCG.
Into the drone, bamboozled him a little bit, I think, but For Fun have been quietly going about their business on the northwest.
Oh my god,
but
how
did
he live that?
Of course, they were very close to making it to match point finals yesterday. Sadly, with a poor match 6, they couldn't quite get over that finish line.
Ooh,
they are definitely
nice
a team who
shots
can
down.
thrive in this lobby.
I'll tell you what, this
Come on, floating.
Might be followed by some
Come
very
on,
big
floating.
numbers. Shubi! With the banger, with the frag grenade, get flattened.
5 kills
Is that
now
floating or
for
Shubi?
and 5 kills that are going to help JDG send themselves up a little bit further in this
I know
leaderboard.
we're
And I like this
watching.
position that they currently take as well. You were speaking about TIE holding the middle, well, JDG might try and contest them.
First real challenge for TIE. With EMPs going off, JDG thinking, is it right to push here? Or do we think about playing for some placement points? They
Yeah, that
will be
was-
safe
that
inside
was,
this zone. Threading the
also
needle,
we were
Champ
watching.
finds out that Naughty don't miss too many bullets with that wingman.
Sadly, TIE go down. Couldn't quite fortify that middle spot, which potentially was a game-winning spot, and maybe they give the opportunity to JDG now as we check in with Zipline Mafia, who are being very resilient in this game, but they are being very focused down here in this choke point.
Team below is getting fucked. What is it?
Luthstar.
It's getting eaten up.
We're going to have to see here if Excusey can use it in the way that he needs to.
BB is awake early. I am reduced to my basal instincts.
Now they do have the Void Passage on the Ultra available to get back up to that high ground if they need to. So the low ground can actually be very beneficial to play from if you can avoid the attention of the teams above.
Worth noting as well, JDG, the only team running a Watson alive in this lobby at the moment. And
I'm alive.
The fact they are controlling the high ground really helps having those
point.
fences compared to the gas that you're going to see from the caustics. And
You
yes,
guys can
there will be
enjoy my
cryptos, but are people
freshly.
willing to waste those crypto ults?
Well, here's floated. Needs to hit that. Just about manages to get back to his teammates. He's influencing fights.
You guys can enjoy Morning Voice BB for a good day.
In the blink of an eye. First win on land as IGL yesterday for Naughty. And you can see what it meant to him. JDG are dominating the lobby right now. 8 kills for this man.
Come on, JDG. Come on, floating.
And now he's living up to that.
Zipline Mafia are going to take that Void Nexus below JD Gaming, so perhaps that will turn attention to 4Fun on their rotation in. It's really going to depend where Zipline Mafia go for how this fight
It sure is morning,
huh? There is an option for Zipline Mafia to try and stay as low and quiet as possible.
Konberu flip. Thank you for the help.
They don't have the same kind of coverage that 4Fun and JD currently have.
I'm so sleepy, but I'm here to watch me.
Find a space that's safe. The Void passes through, that staircase will help them. But now, you can see how easy these shots should be to hit here for floating. Zipline Mafia in the open. We've seen one banger nade. Will this be the next? Yes, it will. WeQ down.
Nice.
And floating is taking this game over. He's already
Oh my god.
Now they have to start thinking about 4Fun, though. I know they haven't quite eliminated Zipline, but Floating still has eyes on the prize. Now it's a straight 3v3.
Floating hitting shots already.
Now it's going down.
However,
wait, no!
It's Cinetic who takes down Naughty. Shubi falls as well. It's all up to Floating. He can't clutch.
No!
It's for fun esports.
Oh,
no! Game #1 here on E-District.
Nax says, keep it calm, keep it calm. It is just match 1, but it is a very important match 1 to get under your belt.
Huge first place, second place out of them, because I think they had like what, double-digit KP kill points,
even though they
right?
just missed out, they are now one of the favorites here in this survival stage.
Now it's a long way to go. If this is a 6-game series, I'd be saying 4Fun, that win, fantastic. You were almost taking all the pressure off your shoulders, saying, hey, we might have done enough if we just have a good game here or there in the rest of the series. But the fact that this is a 10-game series, that's not going to be enough. One big game here. You're going to have to continue to perform at a high level. Now, JDG, let's talk about them. And let's talk about floating, because the guy...
Oh my god, floating is here. Let's go!
The nade as well, utilizing the frag as he saw the Arcstar was coming his way. Just being able to use any utility he can to try and favor himself in that fight. Sadly, for Zipline Mafia, they were never really going to survive from that spot. But the fact they got to top 3, if you take yourself back to when we were in like the last 8, they were already being focused, they were already backed into a corner, but they just survived long enough. And sometimes that survival can pick up big points for you, and they do, in the end, pick up 11 points total, which placement-wise was brilliant for them and allows them to stay in the top 4.
Yeah, we saw TIE getting into the top 7, I
think 9.
It was, dropping over at draft point, playing center zone for the majority of the game. But the floating show, I'll tell you what, buy your tickets now while the prices are a little bit lower, because in a year's time, this guy's going to be a headliner. Floating, just picking off player after player. He looked a little bit shaky yesterday in some moments, but it looks like today he is feeling like his old self.
And honestly, the survival stage isn't the worst place to be. You get 10 extra matches before you go into the match finals if you qualify for them, right? That extra time on land, that extra practice is going to do wonders for those 6 teams that do go into match point finals.
And you can see the reaction of both teams, both happy. Even though JDG came out the wrong side of the final fight, the fact that they picked up a huge amount of points kind of just makes that feel a little bit better, knowing that you let the final moment slip through your fingers. I think everyone was expecting JDG to play well coming into this tournament. They're starting to find that momentum, and like you say, maybe it's games under the belt here. A new IGL on land for the first time. Things are starting to click.
Another team that also was able to pick up big points was Dinos in the end. They got 10 kills. After that initial fight that they joined in where they denied Aurora on their push, they went on to actually finish 3rd place in that game in theory, just off points alone, just because the amount of KP.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from them when it comes to those fights. And I love seeing that as well. I mentioned it at the start of that game. So many teams we see a little bit nervy when it's their first experience on land, but they were pushing fights and advantages when they presented themselves. Great stuff coming in from Dinos to pick up those KP. This is what it looks like at the end, though. 10 KP alongside the 12 for 4Fun. Esports means 22 points on the board.
11 kill points.
With 11 kills, they put 20
9 placement points. So they pick up 20 points in the first game. That's not bad.
That's not bad. That we've already mentioned.
That's pretty good for them.
NIP weren't able to put up those points either.
The boys at Dinos can make it to
You are
tomorrow. I'll be
already
happy.
starting to be on the chase now. You already have that seed of doubt planted in your mind of, all right, are we going to fall too behind here?
So many teams that are trying to keep up with.
5 points on the board at least through KP, and I can't stress enough how important it is. If you do not have a game where you are going to place highly through placements,
Good morning, how goes the games? We just
keep
finished
these
the first
averages
game.
high so that you can stay with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's what do you make out of the games where the zone is across the map, right? We talk about that a lot. When zones coming your way, you expect to be putting double digits on the board. However, if you have to travel a long, long way, if you can pick up a team fight or two and you win those, all of a sudden that 5-6 points when we get to the end of a 10-game series can make all of the difference. So Shopify Rebellion picking up those kills, so important for them.
Very impressed though with JDG, not only with how they played, not only with the grenades, but considering this was their worst map coming into today, they had to make use of this map. They had to turn that around. Otherwise, they might have gone into games 4 and 5. You could be 40, 50 points behind some of the lobby leaders. They have clearly put work in from the previous days, and it's paying off.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from those top two teams. 21 and 20 points. You'll take that every single day for first and second. And you can see, like I said, why JDG weren't too disappointed with that second place. We'll have to see what's going to happen in game at number 2 in just a few short moments. We'll be back with game 2 here at the LGS Split 1 playoffs.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
whoa, holy
it becomes
lag.
our power.
Okay, it is a stream. I was like,
Now imagine an entire city
Alright, babe.
being built to supercharge it.
I just want to brush my
Powered
teeth.
by Play.
I'll be right back, okay?
Together. I mean, what is it like being back with Phony on the same team?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely reminds me of the SSG days, like our comms back then, you know, like it may seem like from an outside perspective that it's hectic, and I know it is, especially with like the way our dynamic worked with Koi compared to Zap, but like we went and talked about it, and I think today, like no matter what happens, like I think we're gonna do great. Like,
yeah,
it's like there's not too much pressure, you know, at the end of the day, we're here for Koi now, and like we're all here to prove something, you know?
How is Koi doing?
He's doing better. He won't be playing, but other than that, you know, we're hoping he just speedy recovery.
Let me ask you a question. Did you anticipate getting to this position, being in survival stage? Did you guys think it would go a little bit smoother? And if so, kind of what changed and what's changing now for you in terms of your strategy going into this?
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks because, I mean, as we saw that last group, we literally won the last game. We were feeling great coming into the next group, and no hate towards Phony, but, you know, at the end of the day, we don't.
No, we can hate on Phony, man.
we don't have our teammate, and, you know, it does kind of suck, but, I mean, Phony's the GOAT for being here. I appreciate it, and we're just gonna show up, you know, like,
yeah.
No, I feel like there's not much pressure.
Thank you, man. Phony, I gotta say, last time I talked to you, you were focused on getting a gluten-free croissant. Now you need to win in survival stage. It's survival day. Just any comments on what it's like going into this moment again?
I mean, I'm not really stressed at all. I've been in this stage too many times. We're survival stage, losers bracket. It's really no pressure for me. Obviously, it's no pressure for Zainu. We've been in the same stage before together. We're just gonna look to show up and show out for Koi. That's literally all it is at the end of the day.
I love it, guys. Well, congratulations on getting here, and good luck today. I know we're gonna be excited. A lot of people will be rooting for you to succeed. Phony, Zainu, Shopify Rebellion. We'll let them get going. Get ready for survival stage on survival day.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Survivor stage here at the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs at EVE.EXE 2026, where For Fun just took our first game on E-District with some double-digit KP. But you look on the other side, Ted, you look at a team who has struggled on E-District before, go out swinging, floating from JD Gaming, really made a statement with some interesting decision-making by the very end, which actually allowed For Fun to walk up and get the dub.
Yeah, it was a really interesting end game for sure, but of course you have to be happy with the double-digit kills. The fact that Floating was able to grab 9 kills alone in the first map of E-District coming into this series, starting off on E-District, is probably not what JD Gaming wanted to do, or maybe it is, because they are one of the worst performing teams on E-District. They had 18 total points on the group stage from E-District alone. They picked it, Uptown, 50th pick, but you're coming out immediately grabbing 20 points, which means you've bested your entire E-District series from the past week in one game. That's a start I'm talking about.
I mean, is that the momentum that they need? Sure, they didn't get the dub, they didn't convert into it, but when you start off strong like that, as I hear the crowd behind me, the super fans giving them energy, here in Paris, guys. Game number 2. We move back over onto E-District. We say goodbye to Crypto. And if we follow suit with the way that these pick and bans have really worked out for these different maps here, especially on the E-District, it's probably going to be Seer going away for game number 2.
You're 100% accurate in that assumption. Seer with 18 total picks in our lobby, Alter with a close 17 just behind it. You imagine that these teams are going to be hyper aggro as you look at where we're kind of starting, right? Tyler FPS locking in the Watson. They'll have access to those ring consoles, but you think about kind of, do they have that at their POI, and will they be able to grab that information in a neighboring area? For City Hall, for them, they do have a survey beacon, and a ring console, if I'm not mistaken, so they'll know that we are heading right back down south. Street Market with WGR Neo is going to feel really nicely as soon as they see that information that they have offered. Virtus Pro, yet again from Viaduct, hitting a quick evac tower and trying to set up shop. Yes, they went out earlier in map number 1, so they need a bit of retribution here, but they set up shop so nicely, and I'm curious to see which building they're going to look to lock down. They do come off the caustic and grab Watson since there are no cryptos in the lobby, which I think is going to be much better to hold those buildings.
Yeah, and it's kind of to deal with the altars too, right? We were talking about how much space caustic controls, and you know, when it comes to having that side by side with those barrels set down and then having to deal with the EMP, sure, it could delete all your hard work, but now that crypto's not in the lobby, you bring forth the Watson to deal with all these pesky teleporting altars all up in your face when it comes to dealing with the void passage and how you're going to be able to find the positioning and timing to take some of these fights when it comes to the high to low ground that Street Market provides. Obviously, since Neo will have that POI advantage, they'll have that ring console, the survey beacon, and with another southern zone. And imagine here with teams like Shopify that have to go all the way out from the north side of where Resort is, they're already rotating themselves. Other teams like Flat 2 are now making their move out of Viaduct. I do believe Wolves Esports are taking to the skies. Yeah, right on top of them. You can see the pressure already. But they're just going to be wrapping around them and going in from the southern side of Viaduct because there is that southern choke rotation that would lead you into market.
They immediately, you're right, anchor down on the south side. Now Wolves, of course, coming in as the #1 seed from APAC South. This team are one of the best performers when it comes to E-District. So the fact that they were not able to lock down a good score in map #1, starting from Humbert Labs, which has one of the highest average points per game, right? They were able to achieve it with a 22nd pick. That's what we need, though. I was looking at it, Vicky, I'm thinking like 8 points per game across 10 games should get you there. So PXX, we're already about 5 to 10 points shy of that.
I mean, when you got to be in the top 6, this is why it's called the Survivor stage, and it gets brutal at the start for a lot of our teams who want to soak up those points early. That's why you saw the likes of even JD Gaming coming in swinging. Dinos, who also had a pretty strong start themselves, aside from our Game 1 winners like For Fun, who once again had that 10 KP. Aurora, everybody was gasping right there, and Aurora was taking a lot of these risky fights in the middle where these zones are pooling. Next to question how that's going to work out for them. You can see the page, you can see how they're going to be able to rotate now deeper in, and it's going to be against BACKSEATING, DCG, also to their north side, but it's the fight for the info. As there is that ring console right on top of the building.
1 second.
So curious to see what Aurora do here across Deep Cross Gaming, considering it has definitely been a major underperformance for that team over there, right? It was a really slow start in the groups. They went 33, 18, 19 points across the board. So I'm saying if you're getting 19 points in a 6-game series and we got map 1 with a 0, you're gonna have to have an explosive game to turn it around. And Deep Cross Gaming, we got a couple of points on that map. They are definitely gonna hold this ultimate height on Aurora well.
It's just so crazy to me to see how our heavy hitters in Pro League are struggling out here. Aurora still trying to find their footing. VKG, our former EWC champions too, finding themselves with 9 total points, looking up at the team right above them in Viaduct, which is still flat. They have not moved from this position. It's going to be hard for them to do so, considering that NIP are to themselves as well as Wolves Esports. But with the amount of
imagine actually drinking
expect,
coffee
right?
in the morning, like
here.
actual morning.
Have to be careful with
That's
the way that
crazy.
these teams try to push onto you with that void passage, easily being able to be the elevator to put you up on the high ground.
Crazy. Couldn't be me. could not be me.
This is gonna be so interesting because I love the pace of our play, right? The survival
BB staying
stage,
up
it's
for
all
this?
about our
No,
smart
absolutely
engagements
not.
and making sure that you
just
don't
had a
fall
really
too
hard
early.
time
You saw
falling
just
asleep
yesterday in our final matches
yesterday.
of the series and stuff, everything was so much more amplified. Teams were going out faster.
I was struggling to fall asleep
would that start
yesterday.
off the same? Would teams int
Or
and take
last
these
night, I
aggressive
should say.
pushes that actually don't make sense
So
because
I'm
they
running
just
on
feel
like
like
a
they
solid
can take it?
5,
But NIP,
6
a
hours
team
of
that I
sleep
feel is
probably.
very momentum based. At least they started warming
I'm
up
doing
in
okay
that last game of the
otherwise.
series
Hope
to
you guys
find
have been
themselves
well.
here. And all the
Coffee in the
Nessies.
morning?
Hiding
Yeah,
around, please don't fall in
exactly.
there.
I usually have
Please don't fall
coffee
in there. Not the crusher, please.
a little bit after I
He's got a
wake up,
mustache.
and usually I
Looks like
wake
he
up
actually
like
does one
2,
door.
3 p.m.
Bonjour, mon ami.
2 p.m.
I love it. The amount of Nessies here in the arena. Trying to alleviate
Oh,
the
so now I
pressure
got
here,
a knock
but it's a
on
lot
this
with a lot
team.
of these teams too, stuck on the north side, like E36. We get to see
Cyril
information
going
onto
out
Neon
on
Square.
the
Neo,
other
who will
building
be trailing up
across.
behind them. Aurora still against DCG, but it's a huge pileup over by Viaduct. Where Flat are holding their ground. King of the Hill, VK Gaming still playing on that
Yeah.
low ground here. As the
It's like,
exhibit is
hold
called
on.
in. The knock from the
This
low
is 3
ground here.
teams.
Victor is holding the high ground for the rest of VP. Preston now following up and with a quick cleanup at that. Peanut cannot run away. Good luck with that. As TIE is the first team out of this lobby for game number 2.
And this is a great fight for VP in particular because we know where
TI
they start on that
eliminated.
south side. And they immediately want to take some of those pressures off their location. They are in the center of zone.
Oh,
in
Dino's
particular
DJ
right now.
Killa
But just in map
and
number 1 alone, they had so
J-Future.
many teams that were
Okay.
fighting for their building. As we pull up the map, you can see they are just below 4Fun and Dinos, which honestly, I wouldn't really want to be set up that close to Dinos. They are actually, honestly, I said they were playing like ranged in map. They were just pushing everything. They were incredibly confident with their fights, which you have to be in survival. But look up on the screen toward the top right side of things. Gen G
like
Esports are
one
coming
of these
out
rings.
of Galleria, and they did get access to that.
There's
survey
also a
beacon,
ring that
likely
pulls
saw
down
Zipline
here,
Mafia
but
and
it's not
Shopify
off
Rebellion
of
as they're
the
carving
thing
through
yet,
Energy
so I think
Bank.
it probably
It's a
pulls
rather
like
open
here.
POI that you don't
That's
wanna
why there's
find
like
yourself in,
3, 4
especially too
teams
long,
trying to
'cause some people
get
are running
the
longbows,
spots in
30,
there.
30s, those triple takes, they're hurting. But Neo looking for some points.
You can expect it too.
I hate having to play this area early though. It's so annoying. Oh, so you have like a controller legend, so lock it down for you. Everyone and their mom and their mama's mom is just gonna be like pushing your building.
As Chaos is going to be able to get the follow-up now. Only one left for Neo. If they could stay alive here, Jackson was going to be able to try to run away, being on the Seer himself. But Dino, you mentioned it earlier, Tiff. This team was on a rampage for game number 1. They themselves, they may have not gotten the placement points, but they still got the double-digit KP the way that they opened up the game for E-District.
I mean, 16 points is a strong start, considering in one of their entire group series of 6 games, it was 24
Comedy
points and 20
Kraken.
respectively. So we're already
Comedy
putting ourselves
Kraken.
that much further ahead in a 10-game series. I told you they're being aggressive, and they came in feeling confident. A team that needs to do that is on your screen. Enter Force 36, hailing from APAC North. They've been fighting a little disjointed.
Also, don't quote me on
lately,
this.
with
I
Oakley
think I
joining
ended
them
up
back in
signing
March
up for
after
another
their strong
tournament.
performance and chance. We know
With me
Synapse is
and
the
Air
IGL there,
happening
but
today.
I fear with Oakley kind of counter-calling, maybe we're
I don't think I'll be
hesitating just
streaming
a
it.
bit too much on
I'm just
starting
gonna send
those
you guys
fights.
over to Nia's stream, okay? Whenever we're done.
Having to
here.
clean that up, hopefully, especially when we're going to be saying goodbye to our 7th to 20th
like,
place
remember
teams
that
at
they
the
were
end of
talking
the
about
day over the
playing
course of these
something.
10 games. 9 left to go. Shopify Rebellion.
Or,
Got to hear a little bit from Zainu and
I don't
Phony.
think it's a. Actually, it might
Love
not. It
getting
might
their
not be a
thoughts
tournament. It
thanks
might
to
be
Rain Day.
scrims.
And before they start rotating together, they are isolated for the meantime. Coming out of the north side, they will eventually rotate into Kinotrope. If they commit going through the choke, that leads into draft point. But if they do want to clear their backs, teams like Gen G, Zipline, as Aurora do have that Void Nexus out just in case. They're playing on the edge of zone. They're looking to their backs to ensure that PXX do not wrap on them.
And I'm immediately looking to the altar players on our teams, because with everything ending towards Street Market, you're going to have a lot of these like covered small areas that teams are going to set up with their Watsons, right? And those portal plays are going to have to be so massive to open it up. You're going to have to destroy the pylon and then lay siege with nades, especially with Crypto being out of the lobby. So I love where Aurora is on that outside. You will need to defend, and with PXX starting to kind of lay some ground, get some information on what their setup looks like, we have to be hyper aware. And you see Hiarka immediately calling that out.
It's kind of like the rock, paper, scissors too, because while Aurora's looking to their backs, essentially PXS are doing something similar, because a rotate from Viaduct.
Hey man, I'm just saying, $20, $20.
And that could be a 3P.
That's a chicken nugget meal for me, okay?
As long as the southern
Times
side
are
of
tough.
the zone is clear, we'll be able to have a way easier rotate. But it also depends on how that zone pulls.
Real true, get that back. Thank you, brother.
Closer to
Throw it up, soup.
by that hilltop as Genji. In some trouble still.
Hello everyone. If you said hi to me, I didn't say hi yet. Please forgive me. I'm raw dogging this shit.
Genji are gonna have to take their time. At least
I'm like 4 or 5 hours of
with the
sleep.
altars too, it provides that easier rotation. We just saw it right there from
EVE.EXE is probably going to be around for a hot second. Not going to lie.
And the fact that there are no teams waiting for them on the outskirts of market on this rotate is great for them.
Get that bag, the nuggies back.
They do not have
yeah.
an exhibit. Why can't I even say
exhibit? You know what fixed me right now?
They don't have an exhibit available for their next fight.
Actually, no, a 30-piece Chick-fil-A nugget deal.
It gets me every time. But for real, though, at least they do have Chew charges on the
Oh my god, they have
there.
Kraber.
Genji Esports likely just going to pop some information up in Neon Square before they decide which area feels rather safe to go do it. Why is my intrusive thoughts wanting the crazy Kraber shots?
Because we've been seeing so much of that action, man. It's been crazy. I mean, imagine with the way that Floating's also playing. I don't know what he was cooking with the way he was trying to take these flanking angles. It works a lot. Actually. It works. The way he plays aggressively, it's beautiful. I mean, that's what you need from entry fragger.
Well, here's the deal, guys. I'm having trouble speaking, so let's get into a JDG Gaming listen-in.
What are you doing listening?
Just keep following me. We have the third party for like this, bro. I don't think we evac. I think it's just an all in.
Alright, can we try to 3, 2, 1 a team?
Yeah, wait, we're gonna peek together. I'm gonna maybe queue up the bridge first. No. Yeah, bridge. Ready? Sure. Peek this way. Come here, peeking. Ready? Peek this building on the left. Walk. Peeking. I have a Kraber, okay? Let me shoot first.
Blue there.
Ready? On the roof. I'm sliding and peeking.
They're sliding?
Ready?
Shoot. Shooting.
I went. Sliding up, guys.
He's anchoring now.
He is, yeah, he is. It's fine. Just you're fine. I'm burnating.
Oh.
Walk forward. They're back there.
Okay, got it. Hold on.
Oh.
Q, shoot me. Whatever you have Q.
I don't have Q. I'm on scan.
Alter 100.
I just died, bro. I kill one.
All you.
Thirst.
Yeah, thirst.
Down you, Ben. Runs. Thirst. Nice.
Okay.
Get to it, Mike.
No.
Going down. I like the way that Naughty tried to calm that, the 3-2-1, but all for naught when they tried to engage in a fight that the other team was waiting on the other side. Genji capitalized after being stuck in zone for so long, have now wrapped on 2 of our teams. JDG out, Shopify Rebellion to meet their doom back into the lobby, and Genji have come from the north side. VK Gaming, though, inching in from the other side of the choke that would neighbor Genji, but a lot of these teams, if you see where the zone is pulling, Tiff, is going to be pulling towards RRQ.
Look, RRQ have been so good at calling these zones, especially with them being the best team on EVE.
That was unlucky, but at least they managed to secure some of their KP.
Neo, though, the
I
majority
know
of
that they probably don't want to slack too much after their big first game,
Ninjas
but
in pajamas, after they heated up, decided to
I don't know. I don't think, unfortunately, there's just another team that wrapped on them and was just ready for the third.
And still 3 teams on this side and a long
I don't know if Naughty shot into his teammates' back or if that was a no-reg. Holy fuck. Oh.
It's like they're inking themselves, man. Like, you literally can't even
I
saw him. I'm surprised he actually committed to trying to pull it off. Unless,
like, nah, bro, I got it.
Literally by a corner, and then, oh my gosh, I actually almost got beaten from that when he tried to delay the tactical there.
out.
Off the Void Passage. I mean, this is a huge mess. BACKSEATING do get eliminated. NIP now down to a duo. We're current going down, but the fight's not over yet. Dancing around the shield with the wingman, the melee hit.
Wolves out.
All he needs as Wolves are the next to go down, and you get the Death Box res. This is nice for NIP. Zip are within the vicinity though, but for now, they have some respite to get this reset.
Not bad.
That was insane.
They have to hold that down.
Just a few seconds on the board, the ring will be at their back as they full send to the most populated side.
Yeah, I don't know if Naughty no-regged or if he just
VK
shot into
Gaming,
someone's
double-digit
armor
points for
instead.
them. A lot of teams over on this side need their points from E-District because this is where they find them. Enter Force 36, VK Gaming. Ninjas in Pajamas do actually slide through into that next side of the circle. But wow, we see where they go. To the top of Zipline Mafia they've chosen.
Where is NIT planning on going?
Yeah, this is going to be at least.
Ew, 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 ew.
Looking down at
Ew.
trying to rotate. You see the Watson fences painting the floor, blocking them off. That's Kesa with the nade. And E36 though. Get eliminated thanks to that nade, but they're feeling so much pressure. I mean, dude, look at this. Tactical after tactical. You literally can't catch a break. This is why series bans after this game. There's so many scans. You have the slowdowns. You can't catch a break.
I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful that we're finally playing a seer, a powerful seer where bans are active.
NIP through the portal.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine how much mental would be chunked having to play 10 full games of seer?
He finally just comes back. And now the rest of ninjas get deleted in 13, 12 squads.
Thank God his ass is gonna be banned after this game, bro. This is, oh my God.
To keep up this momentum, but they gotta deal with Dino and Jay Future swinging that by himself, by the way. Could have been the demise.
Yeah, can you imagine 10 games this year, Alter Crypto? Like,
where are you going? He wanna get the reset. No way he's doing that in space. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I know. Are we, guys,
We're
what
gonna
are we
have to
doing?
talk about
Hello?
that one later because that was a little bit of a breakdown.
Why
For
did
WGR Neo, they will take every point they can get, especially like that. Rotating towards the north side, their biggest area is going to be that team RRQ
Gonna be a
holding
suicide? Yeah,
that
bro.
zone.
Actually,
Gen G,
call on
on
your
the other hand,
friends.
Vicky, we've got to fight against Kita
Someone have their number on
You know
lock,
what?
bro.
Sometimes we all go through it when we're feeling
Have
the
it
pressure, get a
dialed.
little nervous sometimes, but committing to going through that void nexus is definitely a choice. Too many chefs in the kitchen, the food is absolutely burnt. As Aurora now have stayed underground for quite some time, have moved up from the under part of Street Market. Nades for days, though. They're dancing like they're in the circus. Effect now backing away. And they're also scanned, by the way, off the Seer attack. But thankfully, being one of the Ultra teams, it's the alley-oop to go up on the high ground.
We love Seer gameplay.
Neighbor, a lot of these other teams, because look at this pile up right now, Tip. You got VP, you got Aurora, you got GK, as well as RRQ. It's going to be a bloodbath over to the south side. Zipline to add as Aurora effect. Can't clutch it out. It's only one left as Yarka is trying to get this reset.
I said it comes down to the altars, the importance of the entry fights, and when you're the last one standing, the IGL Hyarka is going to have to figure it out. We get Oirein back up on his feet, and we throw it down. We check behind enemy lines. For VP, they're just looking to close out Aurora. Prestis does fall, but Ozus and Taskmaster are so healthy here.
Aurora
It was just a matter of
gone.
time. Aurora do get eliminated eventually. Playing ring around the Rosie, around the Void Passage, even trying to cover their back with the nade originally before. With 8 squads left, though, this is what you can expect. VP now looking to get aggressive, as well as DC Junior. We're just trying to avoid this drill. Rory unfortunately goes down, is hiding behind the desk. Trying to see if he can get the 2-for-1. At least he tries to get the reset here from the rest of his teammates. While K and C, they hear all the action happening.
Oh my God, hello, welcome to Korean fried chicken.
It's WGR Neo that has that Mad Maggie
Can we
on their
take your
team. So if you're getting
order?
drilled, it
You
is
want the
totally them.
garlic or you want the
Gave
sweet
them a
and
nice little rotation for now,
sour?
but for flat,
Oh, hold on, that's
DCG and
7-Eleven.
Phoenix
That's like
They
Korean
are
7-Eleven.
on a
Is
side
there
where
actually
there
a
are
real
so
Korean
many
7-Eleven?
teams that you have to anchor it. So bringing out the Newcastle, bringing out the Gibby for
God
that
damn,
extra
look at the
coverage
8
is
squads
going
up,
to allow them to
24
hold on. If we
people
time
up in
everything
this
right, once we pull out of these little crannies.
ring. Actual
In the arena, the
freaking trench
competition's
warfare.
getting even hotter. Imagine how our players feel while we get to see the side-by-side. Neo
Fried chicken sounds good right now. I need to figure out what I want to eat. I need to figure out what I want to eat for breakfast.
I mean, what can you do? But
I'm usually not up at this
earlier
time.
situation we had seen.
It's
8
not
squads left.
already
KNC, remember we mentioned they weren't going to try to show face just yet. They're taking this
kinda
slow
want-
as the fighting ring closes behind their backs. Look at the way
Excuse
that RQ make this
I
move.
kinda
though.
want
The Striking
egg.
Claim being on the rave. It's going to be able to try to get the climb up here. There is another team right above them, but it's really important with Pricey being able to get that knock. They get to fully extend on this, even with the steer tech behind them, though. They're getting stared at with the other team across the way.
Flat, and everyone just immediately like, nah, I don't think we're getting away with that. Knocked through the portal, behind VP. The RE45 does enough damage. We go
Knock
for a
gets a
clean
knock.
reset. And we have to move. With RRQ to the other side, Vicky, it's about to be so exciting.
But look how important Drop's exhibit is. He gets all the information. Look at the beamage. 45, the gold extended energy bag here. They know where everybody is. Last 4 squads left.
Virtus Pro has been eliminated, and now Kinatrope, can they defend? Bubble
Knock, you're
the
crazy.
wall is there, and Knock doesn't even care. Firing through the wall. Zipline Mafia are down. Will Kinatrope follow?
Can they here with our last 2 squads though? To be
Kinatrope
DCG
out.
versus DK now with Knock being so low. Kyo
DCG.
the ring. What's his demise? DCG move up. They take the portal. Last squad. 6 KP for Drop and Revolve. Get the clutch and the win.
He died to ring. Oh, I don't know if he meant to do that.
Cross Gaming. What a stellar performance.
Wow. Nice shot to deep
They
cross.
hold on to that.
Nice shot to deep cross.
At that point, you're
Good job
diving
at them
into
locking it down.
electrified Gibby Ball.
Honestly,
You're
I'm really
trying
proud
to
of not being
get
able to
behind
get,
these
like,
Newcastle walls. And
clear out
honestly,
Kinatrope.
GK trying
That's
to
good
get to
KP for
Kinatrope
them, too.
left them slightly exposed, where Deep Cross Gaming could just focus on targeting them.
Yeah, the ring, bro.
Honestly,
The ring is
the
the
way
third
that Drop
party,
played
bro.
that was insane. It was unfortunate with the way that the Ultra.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Portals were
assume he was
placed.
trying to go for a
The
kill
void
there. I'm
passage
assuming they didn't
causing so
realize
much
it was already top
disruption,
2.
especially with the ring being on that angle against the staircase.
That was
too.
such a,
Sure,
that's
you're
such a
fragging
cursed
out, you
angle
have
for
the
them. I'm pretty sure
information from
RCG was the
exhibit
one that
you
just
put
clearing
down.
up the teams on height.
You have the nades.
Honestly,
but the way
they should
that
take that top
DCG
2.
had played
Top 2 with
that
all those
to the
KP
very
and
end,
stuff.
they
It's not
basically
bad.
had the nail
Not
in the
bad for
coffin,
them.
and then also the ring. What we had seen at the very end, even better way to just kickstart the way that DCG have now taken this dub TIV.
Honestly, I'm also very impressed with GK Esports. 9 kills, so many points there in the double digits. But not only that, they got 2nd place in map number 2, but 5th place in match number 1. We ask our teams for consistency, especially in this survival stage. As we pull up the match results, you can see it just there. With the fact that we got 9 kills, we actually outpoint our team that won at the top with Deep Cross Gaming at 17 points. Kinatrope find 9 points, which is above that average that I'm talking about. I want to see north of 8 points per game in this series. If you want to fight out for top 6, Virtus Pro grab 11 points, and as we jump to the back half,
So you got
Dinos,
GK,
after
For
that fight,
Fun,
they still
We
walked
Love,
away
JD
with 5
Gaming,
KP, so they got 6
Dinos,
points.
Zipline Mafia,
Any little bit counts here in this overall
Virtus
series
Pro,
too,
VK
especially when we
Gaming,
have 10 games played out.
Kinatrope,
One more, by the way, on
NIP,
E-District
WG
before we swap over
Wolves,
to Olympus,
Flat,
because we got all the maps
RQ,
in rotation, which is important when we take a look at some of these
Shopify,
highlights.
and
We talk about GK and what they were able to do. We talk about the exhibit here, but in this end, this was the most important part, Tip. You saw with the ring closing in. Look at that. The Watson fences, you go through the TP. You can't survive. The melee at the very end is more than enough to secure that for DCG because they were just in a way better position, honestly, when you come to coming in from the high ground. Sure, but they also were inching forward behind the knockdown shield, too.
Yeah, not only that, they definitely had a player that had dropped down to the low ground. You saw them kind of portal through, so they approached it from multiple angles, and that was pretty smart, right? Yes, you only had like 1 tick on your armor left and relatively 75% on the health, but at that point, the circle had gotten so small that you're right. With just even like a melee punch, you're finishing blowing them at that point. So I'm okay with the way that one went down.
So,
but
what
we got
happened to
one more map on
Koi?
E-District.
We do.
With
and DCG,
Shopify, because I saw that they're playing with
performance,
Phony
I love
today.
the
Is that
message,
right?
honestly. Just recapping their performance on map
Did-
number 1.
did-
They at least
did
got
Koi
4
get sick?
KP. Can they do it again now after taking the
Oh,
dub in
cute.
game number
Look at
2? And as Tiff
that.
said, we got one
Look at that
more
dapper
game on
Nessie.
E-District, and that's coming to you on the other side of this break.
Look at this dapper lad. Look at this dapper lad. He's not feeling well? Koi got sick? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting sick recently. It's kind of crazy. Like, flu going around, and then also apparently there was like a flu going around for the Norway team ahead of like the quarterfinals in FIFA. So it's like, overheating slash
it is time
blacking
to
out
break
and
down a little bit of
severe
green room on
dehydration.
stage. What we've been seeing watching in the back.
Oh my god!
With Snipe down. And
Oh
Snipe,
wow! Is it
we
like
have
hot
these
over there,
conversations
or are
after
they
a couple
just
of
not
games. For Fun Esports have gotten
taking
up
care of
there.
themselves?
We just saw GK Esports have a major game
I
as
hope he
well
feels
to go
better
up front
soon.
with them. How are we feeling after 2?
Oh,
I mean,
damn.
feeling
Wait,
really
Snipe
good. I
Down
think it's
looking pretty
awesome to see
fine
some
over
of these
here.
teams' DKs
Okay.
actually
I
struggle a little
realized.
bit
I was like,
throughout.
who's that
They're more
hit
of a
some
placement team. They really low damage usually, but I was talking to Dropped
Snipe Down.
before this tournament started, or actually earlier
Where is
today.
this being
He was
held?
mentioning
So
how
EWC is
that's the
currently
biggest
going on
thing is
in
they need to find a way to
Paris,
get
I
more initial
believe.
damage. And honestly, I'm very proud of how they did that. We saw how dominant
There
they
was a
looked,
heat
and
wave
I
in
think
Paris,
that they had a really
right?
good team
Yeah.
talk. They don't want to rely just on placement.
I heard about it. I didn't know if it passed yet.
IGL's been in almost every single grand final, so for him, he knows what it takes to come out and perform, and it's really good to see them start off this strong.
I was just reminiscing with Drop Dad actually down there in the stands, and we were talking about how he got that second
Hopefully he'll
place
be good for
in really
tomorrow,
the game that would've
assuming
won for
they
Optic in that
end
tournament.
up
Sweet.
falling.
Believe it or not, NRG Sweet or LG Sweet at that time
They get
ended
top
up
six,
pulling off
though.
some heroics to stall that tournament out. I think it was TSM that ended up ultimately winning. So it was a moment
UK
that
was
could
like
have been dropped.
35
Now maybe
Celsius.
this is the moment
35
that Drop
Celsius?
gets
Oh my
his
god,
trophy.
yeah, that's
But
toasty.
talking also about what has gone really well for these other regions, DCG, Red Love, the fact that they were
I don't know. A lot of people like to meme on Europe and
Yeah,
not being able to
EVE.EXE
tolerate
has been
heat
one
and
of
stuff
the
like
best
that, but you
regions
have
in
to
general. We've
realize
seen
like
so much
infrastructure and
talent
stuff
come
like
from
that, it's
them,
kind of hard
and
to
just,
like
you know, they
backfill.
did win their regional final, so they have the
Central
ability to win these
AC,
lobbies, and with
you
10
know?
games to go, it's really good for them to start off strong because they have been a
All
really
that
slow
stuff.
team so far throughout this event. And
It
getting
happened
that win
on his
under their belt this
birthday,
early in,
too?
you know, game two,
Aw,
it's a
that
lot of
fucking
positivity. I'm
sucks,
sure they have a
bro.
lot that they learned from that to carry forward.
Aurora at the bottom. Is it too
Yeah,
early
no,
to start
it's
scrambling,
serious.
struggling,
That
feeling
shit's
a little worried,
serious,
or
yeah.
so much game left to play?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw them come out. That you could tell they wanted to just drop, you know, a massive game with how aggressive they were, and it didn't work out. And I feel like they need to understand if they committed too hard. It's like that was their plan. There was no backup plan.
Yeah.
And I think that for them, they need to figure out a way.
Like I
to
remember when I
have
visited
multiple
Norway
play
with
styles
my
other than just, we need to
family,
go out
like
there
we
and
came
slay. We
in
saw them get
during
a
one of
little
the
more points
summers where it
with
was
some zone
really
gameplay there,
hot.
but it's still not enough right now.
Thanks, Snipe.
Yeah,
All the
it's a
thoughts happening
struggle.
in the green room. We like to bring them to you fresh and live, but we've got more games to go. 10 today, 14 teams going home. Let's get back to
Places
the
are
action
built for
with
old
Onset
climates, like in
and
Texas
Gatsby.
had those ice storms and the grid got blasted.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
gentlemen.
exactly.
We are ready to get into match number 3 very, very soon. The final
Global
time we'll
warming
see
is
District
real.
for a little bit before we start
It's not
changing
just
things
fake
up here.
news.
Danny G and DCG with the win in the game number 2, making this one a little bit more juicy as we move forward.
It does indeed. I think they should be delighted to put those points on the board, and I think you were alluding to it after match 1. One win is not enough. You have to be consistent and you have to start putting these points on the board. Even if you're not winning, you need to be getting minimum 6 per game, really, to be able to keep up with everyone, and then hopefully you have that big win alongside it.
Well, I think the teams who are landing on the north side of E-District will be hoping maybe that a zone is going to start coming their way. We did see a City Hall zone yesterday, but a lot of the zones have gone down to the south. Another one there, Dan, down by Street Market. You got to wonder if that went into the POI draft. I've got to say, if I'm looking at the consistencies I've seen, POI draft, I'm just going, well, we just seem to be going down south here on E-District. I've got to pick something on this other side.
You want a northern zone? Denied. No northern zone for you. It has been crazy to see the repeat zone so far, but, you know, with the percentages of it, surely we go a little bit further north now, right? That's exactly what's going to happen, so those northern teams will finally be rewarded. Perhaps we will see PXX get more points on the board over towards Neon. They haven't really been able to capitalize from there as much as they would like to. Will we see the likes of NIP finally find a few more points on the board as well? They're at the moment, they are in 10th, would not be good enough. And as we were hearing from the stage, 4 points at the moment for Aurora. They have not been able to find those early engagements they've been looking for.
Just to remind everyone who's watching and also watching at home, nice and comfortable, top 6 will stay in the tournament and advance to those match point finals. Everybody else will have to. I don't like Nessie being that close to that thing. I'm going to have to say. I don't want to really know what minced Nessie tastes like.
No.
I imagine it tastes pretty good.
Might taste pretty good, but no.
I don't want to know. I don't want to experience that. I want Nessie to be safe and see some more sights of Paris.
Do not crush Nessie, please, Barney Banks. I know that you are usually the one to press the button, so hopefully Nessie shall be safe. But yes, as you were mentioning, Mark, sorry, before I rudely interrupted you, 6 teams will progress here from this survival stage. Everyone else, they'll be going home and their keys will get crushed.
It looks like the players are loading into the lobby now. Ninjas in pajamas on your screen. There's a little bit of Wolves Esports as well. They lost a difficult fight against NIP in that previous game. NIP, I think it was 2v3 they managed to turn around after Wolves got the initial advantage.
Welcome back for 6 months at Tier 1.
As we head in towards E-District for the final
Sorry,
time
I
for
missed
quite
that.
some time, before we start changing the map up,
think
It's the
so.
last chance if you're an E-District team to get those points on the board. Here we go then. Match number 3 is
Konberu, how are
live. We're
you?
about to jump back in.
Look at DCG get another win on the board. Or will GK be able to push themselves one step further after, unfortunately, not quite getting that first place? But technically, with the points they gathered, they still did
The
win
power
it out.
now is
as
so
we look
cool. I
over
can store
across
my
the map
stuff
as well, remember, we
outside.
got
Oh my
Sia
god.
After a 90% pick rate
Yeah, no,
of
that
Sia
shit
in the
was crazy.
previous,
I remember
will
hearing
now
about
look
that.
towards the likes of Mad Maggie being heavily favored here, and I'm
Alright,
expecting
game
a
3,
Maggie back.
game 3.
But
Here we
there's also a
go.
chance for a Watson one. We have seen that a couple of times.
I did see a baby
Game
comp in the previous
number
game as well, which
3,
to
the
me was a
last
big
one
surprise,
on
considering that we see a Seer
E-District.
ban. You wouldn't want to be Valkyrie
Seer
up into the
is
skies and
banned
landing
naturally
into 17
by the
different
grace
CQs.
of
You're not gonna
God.
have a very good time. No bubble, no Q on the
By the
Newcastle.
grace
Is it
of
not? But
God.
doesn't matter because we're moving ahead now. By the way, something to highlight here, Dan. A lot of Alta and Maggie, a lot of Watson, a lot of consistencies in the compositions we're seeing.
Yeah, it's 19 Maggies, 18 Watsons. So Maggie will be banned going into the next. Probably
Praise.
good news for those who want to run Watson
Praise.
going into Olympus.
Hey,
now, when we look
I'm
at
sorry
the
to
zone,
cut you off
I was
rudely,
waiting.
but we're going to the north. I got overexcited. We're going to the north, everyone. We are going up north.
Ooh.
Great news for Kinetro. You were mentioning before they were
Edam.
playing that baby comp. Actually, maybe it's bad news for Kinetro. I don't know. They were playing that baby comp in a meta they probably shouldn't have during match 2. And they are going to stick with it going into match 3 here. But we are going up north, so they won't have to go too far with said Valkyrie. But of course, they
I think
will
I
have
might
that
land on
Newcastle
the,
to hunker down, so perhaps
what is it, the
does work
building
out for them. They
JK
just
is
don't have
on.
to have the Valkyrie ultimate.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about Seer in this game as well, which is certainly leans into some of the strengths that the baby comp does offer. A lot of teams already moving up to the north towards Electro Dam. You've got JD Gaming, GK Esports, Gen G, and Force 36. You can read the names. Let's take a look at what's happening elsewhere, though. Teams trying to rotate their way in at the moment. One of them on your screen is going to be VKG.
Just checking to see if there's any areas that they can teleport through as well. That
gotta
void
aim that
passage
shit
very
up.
useful to transition from point A to point B. It really was interesting when Alta came out. Everyone was jumping onto different maps, trying to find out just where the void passage could get you, and also where you probably shouldn't be able to get as well.
There's an
Welcome
engagement
back
here.
for 2 months with your prom. How are
JDG
you?
are going to be able to drag floating back. Gen G have lost 2. They should be able to just about reset on these stairs. It's E36 putting out a lot of the damage. They're going to be forced to get that gen down. So Gen G's gen is feeling safe. But this is a little bit of a risky spot to play. See, E36 want to try and push this. They don't think that
E36
it's
wants
still
to
down.
finish them.
And with Maggie in the lobby as well, you do not want to be in a staircase if someone throws a wrecking ball your way.
E36 trying to capitalize on the damage that was already done by JDG here as Gen G cannot catch a break. I love this aggression from Asia. You have to force them back. You can't just sit there and take the damage.
Back over to VKG. This is happening just outside of Galleria. TIE are just behind them as well, as you can see on your screen. Split by
TIE is F10, Peanut, and all of them.
Galleria.
Me-chan.
13 points on the board after 2 games for VKG. Not the worst of starts for them.
Did Fnatic leave Apex at some point that I'm not aware of? Because I was just like, hold on a second, I recognize these names in the rosters. Or not Fnatic. Who am I thinking of?
By the way. Look at the kill feed knocked from distance this time with the Sentinel. That staircase is a little bit shaky for them.
Oh my god, what
So
was
few
her
teams who
name?
were making very
What was her
wide
name?
rotations, Ninjas
I can't tell if it was a
being one of them
rebrand
on
or
the
if they
eastern
just
side
like
at the moment.
swap
Expect them
teams.
to be very late. You also might see Shopify Rebellion and PXX fight shortly, but finally,
Esports is-
Genji will be
Oh,
taken from the
Genji.
stairs.
Genji is
And it is a
finally cleaned
combination
up.
of JDG and E36 in the end. They just didn't
for
allow them to
her.
escape. It didn't matter if they went up or down. Someone had their
GG.
exit.
Yeah, Gen G going to be looking back and saying, hey, if it's an ENAM zone again, I think we don't play the staircase early. It's a tough one. Maybe in scrims at work, but when everyone is in the zone, it becomes a little bit more awkward. E36 up on this high ground, by the way. They're going to be safe for so long. Such an advantageous position
Yeah,
to have
E36
with these
has actually
northern
been
electro
chilling.
dam zones. And you can see exactly why. It's so difficult to challenge any team that's up on high.
Oh,
And
it
I've just
actually
realised
might
that
pull
Just
to
has a 3 times on a charge rifle. So
the
anyone is going to be arriving
buildings on the
late.
east
He's
side
going to
of
be
EDAM.
singed. He's going to be burnt. He's more than likely going to be on their backs.
A few teams have actually gone further into zone.
Coming
here
here
just to get a
cheering
little
for
bit more
today.
information.
I'm personally
Evo,
cheering for JDG
Shopify Rebellion
because
being
they
one of
have
them.
floating. We
VP
also
on
cheer
their
on
journey through, they're
Dinos as
actually
well
starting to
because
approach
I think
Galleria
that's
at
where
the moment.
DJ
Now,
Killer
TIE are
and DJ
waiting in
Keith
Galleria.
is on.
And VP at the moment just prioritizing leveling up some of their weapons and getting extra attachments. But I think they have now spotted TIE. They have to be careful because if they went north, they'd run into RRQ. South of them is Aurora, though, so this is a tricky rotation for VP.
I feel like Galleria is a little bit of a honey trap at the moment for a lot of teams as well, considering that you've got a ring console and a survey beacon there. So as well as the fact that teams are going to be rotating to the north, you have those little sweet treats down to try and hit, to level up the UVOs to get the information. Over towards the zone, you can see KNC have found a corner to play. The baby comps worked out for them here, slamming below. A lot of the teams on the bridge, GK being one of them.
Babies, playing a little baby comp, fucking little baby. Honestly, as much as I make fun of baby comp, there's so many ridiculous spots that you can play just for having Newcastle on your team, like this shit. Like this tiny ass little corner over here, bro. There's Maggie, so they can't be that comfortable.
It's very difficult to hold those kind of spots. You have to rely on those abilities from your legends to make sure that you can always be having them ready, basically.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point you raise here. You know, some spots are very playable late game. Early game, not so much. That place that we just saw, very playable late game, but very difficult early game.
They went very early here. Yeah.
Lines of sight. You've got to wait until they become lines of sight that don't exist later in that game. GK being aggressive. That was definitely just from height with the charge rifle. And Noct is going to be brought back to his feet here. You can see Keon is sticking that. JDG looking to clean up the final pieces here of KNT. It's a little bit of a portal dance, a portal pie. And Naughty wants to be invited.
I think this was my point initially with Kinatrope playing on this baby comp and the zone coming towards them is they are forced to really use the Newcastle and the Gibby.
The baby, little baby comp, little babies.
A far more flexible man than I ever will be.
Flat also struggling. They're going to be eliminated.
Watch yourselves, Pops.
Neo are able to get those kills
Flat
in their favor, but are you going to be able to actually get the res? That's the real
question. And now Zip is trying the third and clean up the last of Alba. Or Neo, I mean.
Zipline Mafia are chasing him down.
JD's currently respawning floating.
Zipline who are in 6th place at the moment after their impressive game 1. Game 2 was a little bit more lackluster.
And Neo is out of
they
there.
were able to get to the match point finals. Actually, both Zipline Mafia featuring here and TIE. When you talk about regional finals and the success stories to be able to find yourself here at EWC.
Playing a card like that feels a bait spot without Watson Animal, so Verbal needs to use. Honestly,
just gonna focus in on ninjas of
you
the
can make that spot work.
You can see
you
that
can make that spot work, but yeah, unless.
So they're just taking a little bit
it's
of
just too early.
They're gonna play for the
Trying to slide into that spot early is tough. And to be fair, probably hard to get in there because of all the other prio slots being taken. I think this goes literally where JDG is
They can also, of course, hit the survey because they should be up to purples at least when they do get to fight. VP looking to do something similar here when it comes to ring console. Just over at Vibe Isle. And Neo are still alive here. You can see they're just moving towards Energy Bank, the solo player who is still alive, but might be about to run into Relove DCG.
Like that spot would be really powerful had they waited. Like maybe round 3, round 4. Trying to place your early like that is really tough, especially if you know that there's like people on height. There's people on the other side over here. Yeah,
a difficult position to hold early on in the
I think as soon as they recognize that there's like people looking at them, they just need to keep it pushing and moving.
In these early games, but perhaps later Kinatrope will be able to reap the benefits.
Yeah, it's one of those where there's just too many counters in the lobby for it. Seer being a big one, and you've just seen the perfect.
Like the reason why some teams probably play in these certain spots is because it worked out for them in scrims, right?
You can get Maggie balled as well. It's just very difficult to survive and hunker down with the amount of offensive abilities that are still available in the compositions you're going up against. Aurora then. Let's take a look at them. Only 25 Evo here for Orain to get his full perks available. And having to play quite far away from where the zone is going to be pulling Electro down. Shopify Rebellion finding themselves in a fight here with DCG. They're playing for the Mythic Beam, which is spawning right next to them.
Yeah, DCG are not in a position to stop them getting this Mythic Bin either. For Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they want to do it for Koi4, I'm sure. It adds that extra little bit of willpower to you. For Phony.
I hope they'll be able to make it.
Money, right? You're playing for free, but at the same time, you want to be able to get it done. I guess it's not too much pressure, but it's a different kind of pressure, isn't it, that it's applied to?
Yeah, 100%. I think that
Maggie can be played, Gibby can be.
fans will be recreating The Simpsons. Lisa Simpson do it for her with the pictures of Chloe on
Yeah.
it. Seeing if they can help from home.
Maggie's just annoying,
Got a lot of
period.
pressure on their shoulders. One thing that Zainu
Specifically to
is gonna have to do
Gibby,
is
but just
lead the troops. Having fun, of
period.
course, an IGL himself alongside.
Like you
he's gonna
can't
be able to give some input. Look at where the
utilize.
zone is
You're
going.
not
It
as
looks like it's
safe
gonna
as you
watch
think
GK
you normally
Esports
would
right on
be.
the northwestern
in buildings.
tip of where the zone is falling. 55 seconds on zone close. Ninjas in Pajamas on your screen right now. They did play for heights. They played for all that information. They weren't actually able to get up with their pathing to purple armors, so they're not going to have all the perks available. So
Oh,
Naughty
got a knock on
Konberu is going to
QQ.
have to portal back here and think about the next move.
Oh, RRQ there and waiting maybe. Strafing Flame certainly saw the Void Nexus, but they are not in a position and they actually disappear themselves. NIP do have an evac tower to work with if they'd like to go
No,
up
Peter
into
got
the
the finish on Naughty.
because they do not have a Valkyrie, of course.
That's Pro just having a little swing behind here to see if they can be a frustrating force to
Nice
deal
shot.
with. Great shots coming in from the flat line. Prest is still showing that thing can kick. As now they're trying to ping where the next play is. They're trying to put that little corner inside a Galleria. Now Neo, Ninjas in Pajamas. This fight is taking place and Vayne is not looking healthy. Gets the med kit off. But he's going to need the help from his teammates here. The worry here for both teams is that RRQ are looking at this a third party. So Neo, if they want to take this fight and Ninjas in Pajamas get taken down, there might be a third party.
Oh,
But it might be clean enough for them to actually reset. But no, Vayne makes this difficult now. To 1v2. But where are RRQ? Did they want to try and force this? They are safe in zone. It looks like Ninjas in Pajamas are going to get a reset here.
I don't think NIP wanted to take this fight at all. And Neo, they kind of forced it, got aggressive, and NIP make them pay, as Neo are going to be down to just a 2 as well. So neither team
Well, I
is
mean, I should get
able
call
to
up.
benefit from that. RRQ have actually focused a little bit more towards Neo.
They're gonna have to fight. They're yeah.
To join alongside him, and then all of a sudden they can come behind, but no. Ninjas in Pajamas are eliminated. Neo were eliminated a few
That's so
seconds
many
ago.
teams
VP
playing Gallery's
gets
side.
sandwiched. And it's Shopify Rebellion who come out the victors here, but now they've got to deal with Relove DCG.
So
They're
many
below
fucking
them now
teams.
inside of Galleria.
And it's not quite a straight 3v3 because RRQ are close enough. They could get involved if they would want to. They are certainly hovering at the moment, just waiting. But if it takes too long, if there isn't enough gunfire, I'm sure RRQ will just start to think about zone a little bit more. They might just meet at the choke point past Galleria, which is going to get quite ugly because on the other side of it, you've also got VK Gaming and For Fun that are currently taking a 3v3 battle against each other as well.
Here it is. QQ has got Lestar in his hands. Skynades are going to hurt though. Has to back up to his teammates, thinking about hitting the Void Nexus to get out of there, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The problem is, on the other side of that Void Nexus, there's a team waiting. EVE.EXE has just been eliminated. They were in the prime spot in zone. And this is what I was worried about for VKG. Shopify was sitting on that portal, waiting for that opportunity. That is free for SR.
One member of VKG did escape into zone. But at the moment, the one team who
Nassar is moving in on this.
is TIE again this time. Can they
Triple
hold on
perp
to
against triple
Remember in
blues.
game 1, they weren't able to hold on to it. They got
I think
pushed
SR
and
is
lost
gonna
that
want
engagement.
this.
Shopify Rebellion starting
Shopify's
to move with
gonna
a
want
little bit more
this.
confidence now. It's For Fun. They can be
Yeah.
their next targets.
They got a pinch here down this low ground. Even though the drill's coming in, Phony is so healthy. The gen is a problem though, so those nades aren't going to be able to flush them out. And with the zone
They
closing
looked
in
at
40
across
seconds, Shopify, if they win this, might have a walk-in.
Ooh.
For Fun though, hidden for now, but they could hit a
That
Void
drill
Nexus
is
through if they
hitting.
want to get aggressive, but instead Zainu's made the play call to play this corner where they will be safe.
Dinos get eliminated. A Zipline Mafia
Dino
able to win out on that one, but they're a little
gone.
bit worried about TIE.
Zipline
below them as now
Mafia gets
Shopify
away.
Rebellion will push in
Oh,
onto For Fun, and they've been able to get
no.
a couple of knocks.
Oh, the difficulty here is there's a lot of teams surrounding them. Zap getting shot in the back, getting shot in the side. And Zainu now left on his own. For Fun down to just one. It's a 1v1 between the two. But I don't know if there's time, really, for either to survive. Excuse me, Synetic did get away, so it's a 1v2. Shopify Rebellion can't make that happen. And now Synetic,
That's
only
a lot of
couple
teams.
health points to play with, manages to scamper away.
Why did
Yeah,
Zainu
DCG will
choose to
rip
go
this away from them, and it's
underneath? They should have just
incredible
pressed the
patience, really,
advantage.
from
They
DCG.
needed
They've
to walk
dominated since
up.
that early fight in Galleria.
They had triple perp. They could have easily slammed them, and I'm pretty sure they already had it down too on fun, right? For fun.
And now the entire eastern
Yeah,
side
their
is
backs would have been free.
starting to move out a little bit.
Whatever. I guess they were really concerned about the team that was shooting across them. But like, even then, just walk up. They had shield advantage.
Three teams start to focus you. Yeah, you can Maggie drill this corner, but it's just going to delay the inevitable here for PXX.
Yeah,
XCZ
not looking good either.
He's going to sleep in a few seconds' time. He is gone. PXX are eliminated. 6 squads remaining. JDG being eliminated a few moments ago, though. Continuing the momentum, a decent placement for them after game number 1 and 2. VK Gaming will be next out of the lobby. And who is standing tall here? Inside of the top 5, it's Aurora.
Well, crazy to see Aurora
Boy, do
on
they
survival.
need something to give them a little bit of a confidence booster here.
They had full cracks. One was down, I'm pretty sure. They had armor advantage. They had all the reasons to push that.
The placements they've already found in this
Oh,
game.
yeah, Phony got a knock. Oh, yeah, just wipe them. Just wipe them and then walk up.
Can we see the incredible
Or if not, like, you know, if you get shot by the other team, at least you have
He's been able to put them in a good position
like,
at the moment, but Enter Force 36 is certainly going to be a concern.
Like, I get it. A lot of these teams are just worried about, like, pushing stuff and immediately getting thirded and shit like that. But, like, at some point, you have to, like, just send it, bro.
Takes down one, but
Reload goes down to RQ.
Aurora now move up onto the bridge position. They will be safe.
Aurora has a pretty good... oh.
I think actually TIE hold the most space at the moment on the eastern side.
I was about to say Aurora looks pretty good, but there's a team across that could just shoot them on the bridge.
You can hold here on the bridges that are above. And with the amount of ultras still left, there's always that potential you can void passage through and get involved in a fight. RRQ down to a 2. Do have a Wraith to work with, though.
So that's TIE looking across over at Aurora.
They did lose pricey. I wonder if they're going to be able to go for a box res here.
E36 underneath them. RRQ's on the side. They're going to have to move in first.
How a spot becomes playable late game that isn't playable early game. They are playing almost the exact same position we saw the Baby Comp struggling to survive here, and they're making it work.
Yeah, now,
did go back into zone to get that
now this spot is actually pretty viable.
Do they have a mobile respawn beacon?
And they have alter too, so if they want, they could honestly just queue up on Aurora if needed be.
Otherwise, they're going to have to try and do this as
maybe
a
shoot them in the back.
Looks like right now it is just a duo situation for RRQ, and they are being heavily focused on the height. Aurora up there are making their life very difficult.
Easy Flash taking damage as its effect, down to 1 HP. Strafing Flame trying to thread the needle with this RE45 as E36 are going to be very happy to see that TIE are helping them out with Aurora, their biggest threat.
Effect is dead! TIE helped to get... oh,
Good
yeah.
luck again from TIE, though. They push up, they get aggressive, and they've already removed one. Aurora now look like they're going to struggle with this one. It's just down to a raid.
But you see E36 take the opportunity now.
Yeah, I saw where Ring was and I was like, yeah, Aurora's gonna be cooked here.
RRQ now watching all of this and thinking, this is our chance to strike.
Suddenly this is a 2 versus 2 versus 1. There is not one full team right now.
Back to the low ground, E36 should be able
reset.
to get a reset.
Good reset.
RRQ, oh, the baseball
TI is down! RRQ! Okay.
A full res as well, dropping down to Moby, seeing if maybe Effect can get back into the map, but E36 and RRQ perhaps are not going to allow this. It's E36 who have the most in terms of players up here.
RRQ are playing for second. They get second, and now it's a 2v3. E36 versus RRQ. Shield swap maybe for Strafing Flame, he gets it. It becomes interesting, but Strafing Flame takes damage. See that now, look at a peek with that R9. It's all about timing the swing here for E36. One player remaining, easy flash, dealt with.
Nice, nice top 2 for RRQ. Nice top 2 for RRQ.
First win of the tournament on the board.
Yeah, when E36 started going down to all the Watson fences, I was like,
Pure focus.
Typical oblique.
Nice. Nice.
So a big moment for Enter Force 36. The fans loving that. And another winner. A different winner across the 3 games that we've had so far. That's what you can expect here today in this survival stage.
EWC has been so crazy. It really does feel like
over all of these teams.
We've been seeing so many different teams. Not in a standout currently on the survival. It's been 3 separate teams now winning the
survival stage
matches.
And that's how close it is always going to be. But again, that's 1 win on the board, and they are still not in one of those positions. They are still behind those other squads that have found wins, but then also found some consistency on the board.
Unfortunately, we're gonna need some
Another thing I wanted to say,
if you want to see them tomorrow.
Currently in joint first. Yesterday, they finished dead
I need
last
Dynas to lock in real quick and give me a 15 kill win.
Yeah,
Yeah, are you trying to rewrite the script?
Worst POI draft that you could have had in terms of selection process.
That's how you become a fan of Apex Legends, by the way. You just pick every team. And then if someone wins,
Aurora.
hey, you're happy. We'd love to see that, supporting all of the teams that we have here in attendance in Paris, and everyone putting on a show so far. I mean, 3 games in already. And I know it's a marathon today with 10 games, but it feels like it's going past really, really quickly here.
And no real clear front runners as well. The points are being quite evenly shared between teams. Just to give you an idea, GK Esports and Relove DCG are in joint first at 31. For Fun at 28, JDG at 28 as well. And then you drop off a little bit to RRQ and Zipline Mafia at 22, and then Enter Force 36, who just won, are at 21 points
I don't know
as
why
well.
I knew call to
Even
go
those teams who are
underneath. They
down
should have
in
just
the
like
bottom,
sent that shit,
Wolves Esports,
honestly.
for example, they are only 26 points away from first. Now, Barney is down on the stage with an interview. Let's check out who he's got.
He's not here yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here on the main stage with the main man, Floating from JDG. Floating, we've got to talk first and foremost about that Game 1 scenario. It was so close at the very end. You guys, it seemed like you went for more of a creative angle. It didn't pan out. Talk us through what happened at the end of Game 1 from your perspective.
From my perspective, I cracked the crypto. I was close, and then I told Nari to swing it. He didn't get the knock, and then Shippy got double swung, and I almost won it, but yeah, I just like didn't hit my shots at the end.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got to go for those chances, and sometimes it pans out, sometimes it doesn't. But let's talk about you as a player, my man. You've got this, you're having this like breakout year. You're getting a lot of attention. You've got these huge pop-off moments that you're having. You know, you had one in Split 1 Pro League. You're having them here on stage at EWC. How does it feel to be, you know, garnering this kind of attention and respect amongst the ALGS community?
It feels great and like warranted. I feel like I was a good player the whole time, but I'm finally like getting my chance to shine, you know?
You're getting your flowers. That's what we like to hear, my man. Okay.
Period.
Now first, we want to talk a little bit as well about the group stage, right? Because I've mentioned these pop-off moments that you guys were having. You're also having these pop-off games. You'd like throw
Floating is
down loads
actually
of points,
like,
but then it would just you kind of trip at the next.
one of those
hurdle. It would
really
just
like
be
you know
not quite
standout
getting enough
roller
consistency
players.
Out of you guys. What were the issues that you guys were facing? Do you feel like you've ironed them out coming into survival stage?
I think the main issues are like all 3 are first land together. First land, Naughty IGLing. It was probably like a little bit of jitters, you know, changing our playstyle up. We're back to our main playstyle.
Floating
so
is actually
like,
such a standout.
You know?
You feeling more confident now?
He's chill as fuck too.
Floating, thank you so much for joining me here. Really appreciate your time. It's the survival stage, so things are going to start to get heated. But for now, we're going to head over
it's been so long
to
since you've
Rain Day,
actually
'cause he's
had
got
something
another
like
interview on the main
that.
stage.
15 plus 52.
Yes, I do, and no words are
15
needed.
plus 52. What? Why?
Because we got the big man Roy himself here
no,
from
no. How
DCG.
dare you?
Roy, I am so excited to talk with
Fucker,
you.
you're trying
You
to
have such
catch
great
me just because
fandom
I'm running on
across
low
the
hours
world.
of sleep?
Tell me, congratulations
Welcome
first
back
on your win.
at Tier 3 for 15 months, sorry. Trying to catch me lacking, but alas. You played it before? Yeah, I typically play a lot with Nia, and I hopped in for a couple of games while they were ranking. So I was like, oh, I ran into them, and I was like, oh, you guys are doing
watching us right now. We'll keep on working hard to
yeah,
deliver
Floating
results
is chill.
to
Floating
appease
is
you
chill,
guys.
and he's really good. He's like really up and coming. Like, I'm glad that really glad that Floating is getting his flowers.
It's been anything but easy love. It's been very challenging.
Yeah, you thought you're gonna catch me lacking, huh?
Putting you in this survival stage.
I was like asking myself, why the fuck are you saying 50 plus 52? I was like, is 15 times 3 for tier 3 equal 52? I was like, is that what that is? I don't think that's how that's the math. Yeah, it's 45. The chips I wanted to eat were expired. Expired chips? How long are those chips sitting in your pantry?
I'll say one of the biggest factors is the tournament format. With
Sorry
the
to hear about your expired chips.
It introduces a lot of variety to the drafts.
Surely one of the YouTube times can get you. Surely Miwa can get you some fresh chips.
Every single player, every single team out there. Also, certain changes to the game like that.
Just bought it yesterday. Oh, what the fuck?
It just makes this game a lot more interesting.
Expiration dates are suggestions. Oh yeah, Miwa. So eat Starry's chips and then get Starry like not expired chips then, right? Because it's only a suggestion to you, right?
For today, because this is a long
Right,
series.
right?
You're an experienced pro. What is your strategy for staying competitive throughout all 10 games?
那你也是一个非常资深的一个老将了，就想问你，在这种挑战性这么高的一场比赛当中，你们战队是如何保持发挥稳定，并且能一直领先呢？
Perhaps you can get chips that are on sale for 15 plus 52 cents. Probably not in this economy, not in this recession, but you know, the girl can dream.
Honestly, I don't really have much of a
You have some chips sitting in your car. They have been there for 6 days.
Performance that we're delivering so far. I just hope that we can
yeah, just marinating in that
heat. Just keep going further and have a time of our lives.
I'm all about it. Actually, one last thing. There's a lot of teams that are very, very worried here about their sets. Is there any team you find in particular very dangerous that might not have woken up yet? Aurora, teams like that in this lobby, NIP?
I need to figure out how to get this full screen on my other monitor so that way I can start doing my dailies in Final Fantasy. I don't know why, but I've been so FF14 tilt lately, guys. Like I'm like really enjoying Dawn Trail. I'm trying to learn like my most optimal Reaper rotation right now, and I can't wrap my head around it. Which is funny because like I refreshed the Monk rotation and that clicked in for me immediately.
I love that mentality.
Even though Monk has like maybe double the keys, I was like,
doing pretty well early on. We'll see if that continues. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, my man, and thank you to everybody who's been watching. Some great fans here for DCG Red Love. Let's throw it back to the studio and talk about what's happened.
Brain at Sal, the Final Fantasy 14 dailies at 30% opacity on top of the ARGS stream. Chill! About a fucking cocoa melon this shit. About a cocoa melon that shit. Guys are losing our Apex VTuber to Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, bro. Not for real. I think if I wasn't playing Apex, I was playing FF14 instead.
那我们今天要来做这个就是 Apex 武器的排行榜。那相信各位
Hi BB, happy EWS knockouts. Here's your breakfast feed since you woke up early.
Thank you.
You were mentioning wanting eggs, so I recommend some hash browns, pancakes, and runny eggs. Also, I'll be listening in on this since I'm at work.
Thank you, Joker. Thank you, Korea Joker.
这个是由我们波风水门最爱用的湿滴，好不好？我们湿滴人助力最爱用的，放在最好的。那我们再选一把抽枪，一把射手步枪。你们觉得好的抽枪放得上榜的？这把吧？抽枪吗？哦，功能性。
Hope you're having a good day at work.
功能性第一，这是我们改版精英武器汉洛。
Yeah, honestly, hash browns would fix me right now.
最上面的吧？最上面，最上面。好，它很强。那我们再选一个最烂的、最不好用的。我觉得它
hash browns and some runny eggs would freaking fix me, and like some breakfast sausage too. Shit. Thank you for the breakfast fee. I hope you're doing well. We got breakfast funds. He got paid for. No. What is this? We. I got breakfast funds. You know what the B in breakfast funds stand for? BB. Bluebell. Bluebell got the breakfast funds. Y'all have to get your own. Joker explicitly addressed the breakfast funds to me. Girl, we hungry too. Oh, what am I supposed to do about that? Okay, and what am I supposed to do? She hates us and she wants us to starve. When did I say all of that? When did I say all that? Biblical type of grade? Bro. I rolled up my ass fresh out of bed to stream some ALGS EWC co-streaming for y'all. And you guys are still, not only will you ask for my precious sleep time, you're also gonna ask for my breakfast funds too. You guys just hate me and you want me to fucking die, bro. Crazy.
At Cygnus, Sonolumen became a member.
Cygnus!
Sonolumen celebrates 18
Welcome
months
back
of
for 18
membership.
months as a
High
sprout.
times. Let's divide 18 months into equal portions and share them with the class and get yourself something nice. Colon
Yeah,
underscore
see,
Bell
there
Rage,
you go.
colon underscore Bell Cocky, and colon underscore
See, there
Bell
you
Flat.
go. Exactly. And so you just put a nice little foe on top of that too. Thank you for the 18 months, even though the 18 months is to the chimes and not to me. But thank you, I appreciate it. Aren't you the caretaker here? Girl, what?
Games are done, and boy, have we gotten some.
Thanks for getting me my 2
surprises
McDonald's
here so
egg and
far.
bacon bagel
Because,
sandwiches,
I
an extra
mean,
breakfast
for
sauce with
fun
2 hash
esports,
brown. Excuse
Geek
me?
Came out hot, Lays, with the win.
Excuse me?
Honestly, I was.
Why would I get
gonna
that for
say we've
you?
been kinda
Excuse me?
glazing over for fun esports, okay? I know we just touched on them a little bit yesterday, but oh my
I got some
God, we've been
Wagyu
talking
sitting in the
about
fridge just
consistency,
waiting
and I
to be
think these guys are the
cooked.
king of
Oh,
consistency.
you're making Wagyu for
Timeless
the
kind of leading the
class?
charge
That's so
of the
nice
damage
of
for
you,
them a little bit.
sorry.
And I'm not going to say that their stats are like anywhere super crazy, like elite level, but consistency. Even their kills is sitting around like 8th place.
Nah,
right?
just for the chimes? Alright, so
This
you
is where I
hate
wanna
me, you want
preface
me
the
to
button on
die.
this one.
Okay.
They actually reached top 5 in
Heard,
about
understood.
30% of their games. So
Understood,
We have 10
okay.
matches. They'll be able to achieve that. And if they can keep that steady level on them, it could be something.
Thanks
we
for the
might need to
Waffle
watch
House
out for
All-Star
fun.
meal,
I mean,
dude.
talking about steady
Waffle
level,
House
one surprise
All-Star
as well,
meal!
it's in first place, Geek.
In this economy?
Heck, it's going on with all these teams that we were not
All-Star!
expecting.
Yeah, I'm actually super pumped for Geek just because, you know,
All-Star in this no-star ass recession?
For them, their biggest,
Be
their
so
biggest,
for real.
you know,
Also, here's the
problem coming into
standings.
This was their lack of damage output. They really don't have someone that you're used to just.
This
like,
is the
starting every
standing
fight.
so
You know,
far.
Not Keon dropped. They've all been relatively passive.
Literally,
players, but they know
literally
how to
anyone's
get
game.
to
Look at how
endgame and
close
play
these
zone,
scores
and
are.
that has
This
been
is
really good for
crazy.
them. And you know, honestly, talking to Drop, that was their biggest
So
thing coming into
close.
today. We know that we need to take more initiative. We're
But
not
yeah.
going to get through as the top 6 by only going for zone and placement. You need those kill points, and we've seen them. They've been aggressive. They've had the Mad Maggie. They've been getting the drill kills. They've been pushing teams with the balls, and it's been impressive to see the switch up that
Praying
they've
on
had
some team's
already.
downfall, got my rosary out and everything. Okay, pray for everyone's downfall except for GDG though, because we like floating in this house.
All of the teams
We like
that are
floating in
essentially
this
considered
house,
veteran
okay?
are moving steadily up that leaderboard.
I'll hire
And
an
when you have
Etsy
this, you know,
witch.
as the roar goes through in the arena, you know,
Get an
everybody's cheering
Etsy
for their
cook
favorite
too while
teams,
you're
and all
at
the
it.
teams are pulling through to an extent.
Get
I
an Etsy
think
cook
that the
too.
mix-up
I'm
in
sure.
the
I'm
lobbies
sure
as
there's
some
like
groups
Etsy
have
cooks.
gone
If there's
home and some
Etsy
groups have
wishes
moved to
out there,
finals,
there gotta
has
be
made it
Etsy
a
cooks,
lot
right?
easier for some of these teams in this current
That
lobby.
way we could just get a personal cook for the chimes, and you guys can leave me the fuck alone and let me have my $20 breakfast in peace.
Both of them at the same time. How am I that powerful? Honestly, this is kind of what, you know, Apex South does. They can have those massive heavy hitting games, and then they don't have the best. But look, 3 games down, they aren't sitting where these other teams need to be.
She's so
But look, they
pretty.
do have points on the board. Okay, so maybe my jinx hasn't been that strong. But well, keep it up, guys. Please, I look bad.
One team that has been doing well too is JD Gaming, and
No,
honestly,
you don't, honey.
let's talk about floating because my goodness, so
I'm
far
hiring
today,
an
he
Etsy
has been a
priest to
good
bless
performer for
Dinos.
this squad.
I mean, we also talked about the way he plays Alter a lot of the time, and he can go both ways as well. We even saw that at this game, at the end of the game, where he's just taking so much space, setting up flanking runs, getting these angles that people aren't expecting from, cleaning up teams left and right. But at the end, it actually cost them. They got a huge entry on the bridge, where they could have just triple swung, potentially just ended the game. He opted for the flank that has worked so many times in this game in a row. Arrived a little bit too late as his team has got 3v2'd at the top and they couldn't close out the game. But boy, so far, they're looking really strong and consistent. And as they said as well, they said it yesterday as well, you know, we're playing the same way we did in Pro League. And hey, it's finally here. You're seeing it game after game.
I think we'll definitely see
Yeah,
them
I think
in finals.
with JDD specifically, we heard Naughty talk at the end of the day yesterday. He was giving floating his
Just need
flowers and saying, you know, no one has
consistency.
started with as high of a barrier as he has when he came in with the, you know, massive kills all throughout Pro League, second place overall, and then now they're here at their his big land debut on a top team. It's impressive to see, and I think it's just going to come down to them finding their rhythm outside of just getting the slays. I think when they're in the zone,
Craigslist cook Shirley. Oh, true.
We saw it in that last game. I thought they had a really good
If we get a Craigslist cook, then we can probably get someone certified for the cookout.
Put them in a great spot to give them a little
We could get a certified. I feel like on Craigslist, I feel like.
And get to the end games without always having to rely on.
Hear me out.
Sorry, boys. I mean, I'm getting distracted.
Etsy Cooks is like private chef, like Instagrammable type stuff. Craigslist Cook is the manning the grill at the cookout.
Now, Zero, thanks so much for joining us.
That's the energy behind that, right? I feel like that's how it is, right?
Really not looking good right now. It's kind of my ideal top 6 with those boys in it, but I think Nip, Aurora possibly as well.
Timu chefs?
Probably especially with that Koi.
Oh man, by the way,
Timu chefs are reheating you chicken nuggets.
Did that affect you just seeing them doing that taunting?
Hire an uncle for a function. I mean, we are currently doing a watch party. We're essentially taking the sport, right? The e-sport, and having it on the projector, but rather than having it on a big old projector in someone's backyard, it's just projected onto all of the screen. We're basically at a cookout, right?
And then his pop-off moment. Are you preparing yourself for the final?
I don't know what reheating is. They're just cooking in the microwave. Okay, we definitely know. Okay, so Miwu definitely has a side hustle as a TV chef.
right now, but still like the cold points usually around 74 from last year.
Guys, we found the cook from Timu.
Yeah, I mean, my only question is, you know, you've been strictly business
Wow,
when it comes to how
that
you
took like
IGL
no
and how you
time at
manage
all.
your teams. Does it feel a little better to have someone kind of like the little
Take
class
care,
clown
kiddo.
Does he lighten the mood a little bit with the roster? I saw you kind of staring him down when everyone is coming out with the 6-7s.
I mean, every day of my life, my office is right in front of his in the house. So every night he's screaming at 4 a.m. just
screeching more like.
Every single day of my life. It's a nightmare, really.
All right, you said NIP, you said Aurora.
Zero is so
you said
tall.
all
What the
those
fuck?
squads. Hopefully they'll be able to show up. I mean, we got what? 7 games now left, but I've been seeing all over social media with the hashtag EWC that you give out some of the best hugs, brother. So as we send it to the game, as we send it to the casters, you know what? I think it's time you give me a hug. I can agree. That was definitely one of the best hugs. Thank you so much. You know what? Let's send it over to the casters because the action is about to get started here at ALGS at EWC 26.
Zero just towers over this man, bro.
Love there between everybody, and it's good to see. It's good to see Zero in good spirits. Why wouldn't you be? Of course, after their performance so far in the group stages, they get to chill and relax, watch all the gameplay.
Just because I'm Asian, BB, that's fucked up.
People who haven't quite made it there yet. I mean, why wouldn't you?
It's part of it, isn't it? You got to let them know. But you know what else is part
fuck,
of
we're playing on
Split One
Olympus.
playoffs? It's moving to a new map. Olympus is.
I was gonna
upon
say
us.
something even more
Just
messed
wanna
up, Miwu,
mention
but I'm gonna hold
Olympus
back
and the zones we've
because
had so far.
I'm already saying whatever.
competitive.
I'm already saying whatever,
for us
just
to go
like
somewhere
raw
else.
dogging all this
I
on
would
4
agree with you, but then
4 or
again,
5
I
hours
feel
of
like I
sleep.
maybe cursed Wolves Esports yesterday when I was this morning or earlier on today in the first few games when I was saying that Humber Labs looked like a pretty good pick
I was gonna
for them.
say
Well,
it. No, I'm
they're
gonna
landing over at Somers
hold back.
University where we saw a lot of end games yesterday. Now, will
No
they
balls.
be able to make the most of it? Should that pattern
Bro.
progress? Will Gardens be the place to play from?
I was gonna
We
say
saw
sometimes I
yesterday
forget
JDG are gonna be
Milu's
there, or
Asian,
GK Esports.
TBH.
Looks like a lot of teams who had a good prio to this particular map that we see.
Sometimes I forget Miwu is Asian, not gonna lie.
Yeah, funnily enough, the best performing POI so far: Gardens, Somers University.
I don't see color in my chat, bro.
Absolutely.
The only colors I see are the colors on your
People are
fuck ass
definitely looking at some
usernames, bro.
recency bias, that's for sure. Will they benefit from it, or will we actually see some randomness in these zones? Please, Apex, it's all I'm asking for. Now, teams that have been doing very well on Olympus this tournament.
Like I don't really go out of my way to like remember who's what, you know, or what, you know.
Hope.
What your ethnicity is, unless like I've seen your profile
believe what I'm
page
seeing,
and you have it loud and proud. And even then, I'll still get that shit wrong, you know?
Incredibly, Wolves Esports have dropped.
I always think Mew was American. Don't ask me what. Yeah, honestly, I forget Mew was Canadian
How do I
too.
retire from this? How is this again?
Mew to me is just that one fucker that has his name in my specific signature color, and every time I look over at Twitter, I'm just like, why the fuck am I liking my own post? And I was like, oh no, it's not Mew guy
He's still in
again.
interview mode by the looks of things. He has unfortunately fallen.
He's actually still in the interview.
It's just that one guy that Oshi's me, which I'm pretty sure is just a ruse to hate watch me even more efficiently. To the point that he ended up being one of my mods too. Like, wow, that's dedication, bro. Oh wow, this is an early ass fight coming out of EKG and Keon.
Combination of teams actually surrounding them, and I think it's a smart decision. Get out of this situation if you're VKG,
they get
if you're
landed
Wolves,
on.
and if you are GK, because surviving is the most important thing, and now they've got JDG to worry about above them.
That was sick, by the way, using the enemy team's
Yeah, not gonna lie, I think your mod team is compromised. Yeah? Yeah, you think so?
They're going to be more than comfortable here. They're, of course, going to be running that Gibraltar.
This shampoo guy feels a bit stinky.
In legend selection, but
I mean, we've been knew that with how hard he shields Nova. We've been knew that. Oh fuck, he's here. Hey shampoo, what's up? Hey, I thought I saw your ass in chat earlier. Hey dude, what's up?
Well, we've got a little bit of time here before the team start to engage. I love that interview
So,
that we
dude.
heard from Floating. One answer in particular really stuck out with me. And that's the one where he said, I always knew I was good. This was just my chance. And then you think you need to have that level of confidence.
BB, you
Some
have to
people may
respect the
call it ego,
consistency,
but I think
true.
high confidence sometimes
I mean,
gets
I'm just
confused
saying,
with
views
ego.
are views, man.
To make
Views
it to the
are
very top,
views.
and I'd love to hear that there from Floating himself.
Well, for fun, third place at the moment, 28 points. They have succeeded on Olympus.
How do you build your mod team out of hate watchers? What else is you? It all started when I was born.
Struggles here on Olympus, currently being pressed by Shopify Rebellion.
Oh shit, wait. Hold on. Some shit's going on.
Zap's taking a lot of damage though, and all of a sudden this climb up.
So it started back in Australia. Oh, there's just some mates coming out. Oh, Zap is a 1 HP. Oh. Easy Flash is 1 HP though.
Valkjet's taking him to the sky. Pricey's got an armor advantage here, and he's actually trying to escape by the looks of things.
DCG is
DCG
down.
will have someone down, so there's more than one team in the vicinity here, and Pricey's having a
So
scuffle.
this is 3 teams. This is 3 teams in Rift.
Excellent movement though, watching
Oh,
Zainu take
oh,
that
they're
fight.
chasing
Not
his ass
overstepping,
down.
Not over peaking. Did a little bit of damage, backs off once his position is given away. Just making sure that you're not going to be an easy target like a Gibraltar is. Pricey goes down. And RRQ are going to have to move on as a duo.
BB hit the shampoo summoning word.
But as I said, they've been struggling on Olympus.
Yeah, anytime I need a mod, anytime I need shampoo specifically, I'm just gonna be like, hey guys. I think I'm finally gonna give Shadova a try next week.
In this tournament on Olympus, two teams who just haven't been able to get it working.
Oh hey shampoo, you mind setting up this? You mind setting up this spreadsheet for me? Okay, thanks.
This is all the way up to the north here of Olympus. And Wiku trying to fire some shots to warn off Shopify Rebellion. They've also got angles they've got to be careful from. Shopify
Just in time for the new character.
And they're actually,
yeah.
Looks like the play call from Zainu has actually come in to go back to Rift.
Is the new character hot? Oh, NIP and Dino.
They are in trouble.
Ninja Pajamas. Oh, danger zone.
Their ability to get in and out of situations is going to be difficult. Kurup gets to
Give
his
me a
teammates
Wraith
to get it back on his
Watson.
feet.
Okay.
Oh. Passive is going to be important. Now he has to use that EVE.EXE because there's a couple of teams, Dino's being one of them, who are peeking here.
And once this bubble goes down, they are in trouble. Dino are trying to take advantage of really NIP with their backs against the wall here.
Power booster on Gibraltar though for NIP. So
Oh, damage goes down. Oh,
it was about buying
bubble.
time
Nice.
for that bubble for NIP. And they've just about managed to do so. Cole's going to be climbing up to find a little cheeky corner to play. And he says, hey guys, it's pretty good up here. Come and join me.
The bubble just hangs over the lip as well. You're very vulnerable if you do find yourself inside.
Fane's going to have to retreat. They should be able to get healthy.
All
but
about
this
the
is just
bubbles
cycling
here.
Bubbles at the moment for Ninjas in Pajamas, but
Oh!
Cole comes off big. Cole goes
Cole!
huge. That's 2 and Dino's down.
The last is just going to focus on escaping as well because they do have said Void Nexus. One of the few teams in the lobby actually running an altar. Maybe the only one? No, there's two. JDG also going to be running one as well. But NIP hold strong, and boy, do they need to.
I mean, the very definition of survivability.
Ooh.
75 headshot coming in from Cole after those two. Noxie got a few moments ago to keep NIP in this game. Now he's looking for blood. Cole in a 1v1 versus Chaos Feelings. Kurev's going to be there alongside him, and all of a sudden, NIP on the back foot. Kurev doing his best. Tony Hawk impression, spinning around, and now Vayne alongside Kurev looks like they're going to be able to keep NIP alive here. You have to give them credit. Ninjas in pajamas, backs against the wall multiple times in multiple situations. But now they've taken Dinos out of the equation and have taken their spot away.
Yeah, and not just in this fight, but in this series in general. We're into match 4, and NIP are still down in that bottom 5.
Baby,
knows what is going to happen in the soon J Future if he sticks around. He's running like a track star inside the bubble.
You're running here, track star.
I see you. Sorry, Kurev. I can see you 360 on an M&K. Let me show you what a roller boy can do when it comes to 360s. Not quite as balletic, but it works.
Oh my God, Axel!
Right, they've got a long way to go. They are
excellent pro play.
looking down the eyes of RRQ as we take a little look at what Cole did behind that gen a few moments ago. That was so vital to NIP's survival.
Yep.
And RRQ have been able to take a little bit of height here and got back up to a 3, of course, after the initial engagement they found. But they're currently trying to hold out.
Damn, they had
JG
NIP on the back
cross,
foot too.
JG can kind of just surpass them a little bit. The single player from Dinos is actually over towards Solar Array, and I think
she's actually cute than hot. She's a Witcher the P90.
And I do think that Dinos will be
a
able
Witcher
to
the
get
P90
the
sounds like someone I know.
But the trouble is now you are so late arriving to zone. Question is now with this
you know other people, Miwu?
Repeated zone, how much does that play into the minds of the IGLs about actually where this pull is going to be and where the actual finish is going to be?
Well, there's a little bit of a 3-team
Where is
pileup
DCG
happening.
playing? Are they trying to
Here
push
at
this
Gravity
team?
Engine, you've got DCG, you've got Zipline Mafia, and you've got Neo, all very close to each other.
Just you P90 Witch. What the hell?
Well, Neo look the healthiest for now. Zipline Mafia have actually left. They're heading over to Gardens to get out of the pinch they find themselves in. So this becomes now a little bit more isolated.
Actually, it's not P90. It is just a submachine gun. Actually,
DCG shadowing Zipline Mafia a little bit here, but Zipline are going to be focusing on just getting into zone at this point. But when
holy
they
fuck,
get to
this
Grow
bug
Towers,
is so
they
annoying.
can put themselves in a very advantageous spot with a lot of high ground to potentially hold
This
out.
fucking
the
Void
likes of
Q bug
DCG.
is freaking tweaking me
Elsewhere,
out.
VK Gaming looks like they're going to have a chance at a Mythic bin as well. They're holding kind of the northern zone inside circle right now.
A couple of knocks from distance in the feed that you're seeing from longbows. As Dinos.
Oh, Dinos got a reset.
Here. So a great job from them
Fantastic.
heading into terminal now, into zone. Probably just to do a little bit of crafting to see if they can get a bin reset on their way in towards the zone as well. And also, there's just a little bit of a ring console for them. So they've got an opportunity with Watson to find out where their zone is going to be going exactly.
Lots of Valkyries in the lobby, of course. You mentioned the baby comp. With Valkyrie just guiding the Gibby and Newcastle through the sky and then
little
slamming
baby
in.
comp,
Gonna be very important, I feel, in this
playing
final
little
circle.
baby
We're
comp.
just going to continue transitioning a little bit further east into Somers University. So JD Gaming in a fantastic spot right now.
Yeah, you can
JD
see
looking
great
pretty
zone
good.
from
Yeah,
Wolves
I think I
Esports
might
was
actually
a bit
pull over to
frustrated
them.
because they had the pick of the litter when it came to where they wanted to play again. It's not the
Yeah,
first
I
time
think
that
it
we've
actually
seen them
pulls
have
over
good
to that
prior
top side,
zone,
over the back
but the
area that they're
read
playing
hasn't
at.
been
It's
great
not bad.
when it
Pretty
comes to the
good.
position they choose. JD Gaming,
DCG Relove. We're gonna be having some clusterfuck going on over here. The Go Towers.
If VK
Maybe.
Gaming can hold this northern side, their walk-in's going to be pretty good. But they've got 3 teams still, by the way, the same 3 teams on that northern side. Looking
I
to scuffle.
think
Here they
Neo
are.
is gonna go for this, seeing how low that they are. Yeah, they want that. They want to clear this team.
Avoided this gunfire, so it's going to be Neo and DCG. It's a
Oh
pretty
my
straight
god!
3v3 right now.
It's the Gibby ult from Timu! The fuse ult!
Doing a really good job to use that fuse ult to try and flush them out, but the rage bubble is down. And that is going to protect DCG just long enough for them to get into a position somewhere where they can
Oh my god, they
reset
actually
here.
let them
Scary
in.
moment, but very good play from the Wraith.
But now they are between VKG and Zipline Mafia. It's another two teams who
some really great bub uses coming out of all these
also
teams.
Reluctant to engage because they know the other squad is in
Really,
the area.
really great bub uses.
You have to pick and choose when you engage in some of these fights.
DCG is getting shots out from main Sommers though.
But he's being peppered right now. Where do you go? Because it looks like no one on DCG is really safe whatsoever.
Ooh.
No ball available for him. We just saw him use it, so he can't recover his teammates back to some kind of safety.
VKG
in
can't
the
look
meantime,
over.
are just looking to take advantage. LQ gets another knock.
And it looks like the woes of Olympus are going to continue here for DCG as our worst performing Olympus team in the lobby right now. Unless Roy can do something special, as now Neo also lost one as Gen G looks to try and take them down, and it looks like they are going to find at least two, with the last player trying to scarper away.
Reset should be coming in as well. Asia on the axle.
Nice, that clears out their side.
Nitro gate down just to put his teammate into a safe
Now they're gonna have to worry about Aurora in front of them, but I believe they should be able to play that choke for a little bit. Pretty sure it's still
in. That's Rain who gets it. VP also finding themselves in a little bit of trouble. The Ring taking someone down.
Roy is still alive as well, just trying to avoid the remainder of VKG. And actually Dinos. And
it pulls back. It pulls back to Sommers again.
Come across Dinos. A potential fight there. It's VP, as you mentioned.
JDG still looks pretty good. They just have to make sure they really clear out their backside. All these teams are gonna have to like, they're gonna be dogpiled into each other. JDG honestly just has to lock that shit down. Oh.
As the Gale starts to pick up for fun, have got a clutch. Tyler flies in and VP will be eliminated. It will not cost for fun.
Once you've missed the second one, you're not hitting the third or the fourth. We've all been there.
Yeah, that was tough seeing those.
Doesn't matter in the end,
shots.
As we check in with
Hi Ricky! Yeah, we're currently watch partying EWC.
They're gonna have to move a little
the
bit
Esports World Cup, and specifically the Apex Legends playoffs. This is LAN. It's happening right now in Paris.
Sadly
Hope
for
you've been
Wolves, they're gonna
well.
have to try and push through the likes of Shopify Rebellion.
Look at like me with the wingman. Oh shit, bro.
20 points, 8th place. So they are
your first side hustle is a Temu chef, and then now you're out here like coaching ALGS teams, like crazy.
They were in a far different position than NIP, for example.
So talented. My mod team is so talented, bro.
They are not far away.
I always find it somewhat inspirational when you see one of the best players in the world missing shots. It's like, hey, we all do it.
Brother misses like 6 out of 7 hip fire wingman shots. Like, oh shit, brother, just another me type shit. Stay the fuck away.
As air traffic control will start to have to earn their money. BKG LQ took a lot of damage on the way down.
Baby comp, baby comp.
So that the mobile shield could go down to keep them alive.
No baby comp. No, Newcastle does not live.
They are safe inside of this building, but I think the flag kind of caught in the corner. They're going to bubble up on it. VKG did not survive. Nano, is starting to come to life. And the rest of Flat tried to escape. 2 players dead. All 3
Flat's dead. Nice.
If Effect starts to cook, Aurora should start to make a meal of things. They're into 6th place now. It would be one of the qualification spots. They are looking a little bit more comfortable, but we can't get ahead of ourselves just yet. It is interesting to look at the
16
stats
squads
for
left in
when
round
he
5.
the first couple of days, Aurora really did struggle.
Oh, this shit better be a mess.
He's not the only reason why that team is going to do any good. He certainly can drag his team through.
I feel like there's a lot more teams piled up on the west side now. Yeah, this is west side of this zone.
He may be able to thread a
Guys getting some knocks on Aurora.
In the meantime, just trying to survive. Effect has to retreat, pop that battery inside the maze of tunnels that makes up the inside of Sommers University. Now, a couple of fences down. He's going to try and res the Gibby first, Rain, so that he can get a bubble down and look to reset completely.
Yeah, I think they do get that reset off.
GK now make their move. Remember, they were in one of the prime positions early here on that northern side, but they've moved a little bit closer to some of the action that's taking place.
Yeah, full reset. They're chilling. Aurora's gonna have to figure out where they're going, though. There is a team waiting for them at the other side of the little
There's going to be a lot
little
of death and
trench area
destruction
they're
here.
in.
And you mentioned it, NIP trying to move down on that southwest side. They
I
have
believe
been
I saw
able to
that they
find
did
the
have a
portal.
wraith, no?
But I
So
think
they
the
could
portal
probably try to
is
rotate
into a couple
somewhere.
of teams, so it's plan B, a potential evac tower instead here, if they would like to take it. But actually,
Nice ult out from Karev.
Defensive bombardment forward, 1 of 3.
Oh,
Now he's
he's
gonna
bumping
bubble
up.
forward, and NIP love to fight, and
Ooh.
Karev loves to be aggressive. We're seeing exactly that. Remember, power booster here on Gibraltar as well, so even when that bubble goes down, you would imagine unless there's a power booster on the opposite Gibraltar, they should get that second bubble first.
patience in the moment from NIP as well. They know they can just hold this position. They are just about in zone. As Relove
DCG is
do get
out.
eliminated. Gen G also struggling a little bit. Aurora have lost Rain again. And this is what I was talking about.
Dinos eliminated. Aurora down.
DK
needs to turtle in.
Though inside of this building, still safe. Still playing around the safety and the comfort of that bubble.
Holy shit.
EVE.EXE on the other side of this Newcastle wall. It is looking like a tough ask to go through them.
A very tough ask indeed. NIP have done very well though, I will say. They got the bubble.
EVE.EXE is fucking locking it down in front of NIP.
Another bubble goes down. And there's a peacekeeper.
Oh my god,
on
they
the
have a
other side of
PK.
this. Cole trying to get those fences down to stop the push coming in. 50% on that pylon, so they're not going to be able to avoid any.
They can go out, they
their
can
way.
go
There's
out if
an
needed.
Opportunity to escape out of that window, should they want to. But it's still just a standoff between the two.
I mean, out of the window into what is the biggest question. They have no sight lines of it right now. They don't know actually what they could be dropping into. Elsewhere, EVE.EXE is doing plenty of damage.
GK
will
out!
be eliminated as JDG.
Stay healthy, stay healthy, stay healthy.
Oh! But floating hits some shots.
A little bit of an armor swap for him.
They get a knock.
So
I don't think they can shoot it right now. This is like 3 teams.
Man.
Unless
Squads left, by the way, in this final circle. Insane.
they're gonna want them.
JDD lost one as well. Zipline Mafia dancing around these fights as well.
Yeah, no, they just have to
You
survive.
can see how close these teams are to each other. And with 12 squads remaining, it's no surprise Noise somehow scarpers away on the Gibraltar. Finally, JDG will go down. A Zipline Mafia now hold one of the best places. PXX will be out next.
With this many teams alive,
Whoa,
it's very difficult to stay healthy as a
that's a
full
crazy
three. You have
spot
to
for
be
E36.
available to try and do it as a duo at times. E36 find themselves in a strong position, though, I will say. Shopify Rebellion go down in 10.
Bye-bye.
Karev to try and work their way through the defensive bombardments raining down. Gen G and Shopify have fallen.
Holy. 8 squads. Bobby cut in half, 16 to 8. Valco went down, I think.
Defensive bombardments from Gibraltar's on purple perks, and Valkyrie's trying to navigate it.
Wolves have the only rampart in the lobby, by the way. I wonder if this Sheila could do some damage here in the late game to some of these Newcastle Castle Wolves.
TIE eliminated. And Wolves, of course, who dropped at Sommers, rewarded for watching the games back and seeing where those zones were going. But can they make the most of it? 7 squads remaining. Zipline Mafia and
yeah, they
RRQ
need to clear them.
fight here. NIP takes some damage. Cole last alive, playing
Oh
behind
my
those
god.
knockdowns.
7 squads
And
left!
trying to do what he can to survive. He'll hit a big beam. He'll hit a second. But is it too much to ask? Ninjas in pajamas are down.
Damn, that was a really nice clip though.
Are so important as well. Getting bubble after bubble after bubble as another one comes out for Wolves. Kinetro out in 5th as E36 they go up into the skies.
4 squads!
And it's for fun again involved in the end game. Cinetic down being dragged back to his feet by the Newcastle.
For fun out!
But they get absolutely swarmed. Zipline Mafia.
E36!
In the end game here. WinQ finds one. Zipline Mafia.
Zipline Mafia!
Final moments here. And the Cinderella story continues for Zipline Mafia.
Nice.
And look what it means to him as well to get a win on the board and to take the lead into this series up to 44 points. And after 4 matches, this is when we're starting to look at, okay, how many points are we going to need to get into that top 6?
Okay,
Zipline
how are we
Mafia
looking
are
so
on a
far?
fantastic trajectory at the moment. I still don't feel like it's going to be enough, but they put their best foot
How
forward
are
here.
we looking so far? What are the scores?
Long way to go still. Another different
So after
winner.
4 games, Gibby is banned, by the way. I feel like that was obvious, but confirmation Gibby will be banned after game 4. But after the first 4 games, we have Zipline Mafia in first with 44, 4 Fun Esports second with 36, GK in third with 34. Fourth is Relove DCG with 34, so they're tied, third and fourth. Fifth is JD Gaming, that's 33, and then sixth place is Enterforce 32. Well, actually, it's 2 teams. It's 2 teams currently tied for 6. It's E36 as well as RRQ. So it's still pretty close. This is gonna be pretty close. Like one team is really gonna have to be able to stay consistent throughout these next couple of matches in order to see themselves in the top 6.
Into match 4, but they do have one more. Remember, Olympus is only
You're
played
so down to
twice.
see Zipline because they almost didn't qualify for this. The last team from their region. Oh yeah, that's why they had the Cinderella story going,
Now,
right?
interestingly, a lot of these teams did prioritize World's Edge for their POI draft, and for good reason. You're going to see it 3 times,
make the
and
most
you
of it.
see it at the end of the series as we take a look at the match results.
Zipline Mafia, 22 points on the board, 10 KP along
Yeah,
the 12
they're
place.
still very
along
close.
With the 12 place
Still
points.
very,
Wolves,
very
by the way,
close.
second place. Somers University looking like a stroke of genius for them to pick in the POI draft.
Down in
Yeah, as soon as I saw that Somers was going to be the end game, I was like, oh, this is going to be such a clusterfuck.
DCG only getting
This
the
is
3,
gonna be
but
such
I
a
think with
mess
the
to
amount they put on the board
watch.
throughout E-District, they won't be too disheartened just yet. And I think that's what a lot of these teams need to be prepared for. There are going to be maps where you struggle. There will be maps you may get 0 points. As long as you capitalize on the maps where you have those good POIs, or where the zone is presented to you, you capitalize on that as well, you should still find success.
A lot of work to do still for all of these teams. You can see Neo on your screens. Give VKG, the defending EWC champions.
Top
Fairly relaxed about the situation they find themselves in. This is how everything looks
goes on
in total, though. This is the series results as it stands. Zipline Mafia up to the top now, 44 points.
Really close.
26 of them
Really close. Could honestly be anyone's
And
game.
at a rough guess,
Really close.
maybe the projected cutoff would be around 80 points, if I was to give you a rough number.
80,
But again,
yeah.
that can chop and change depending on how
80,
those points are being
85.
shared out between teams, but that just gives us something to kind of aim towards. But it's still a long way to go. That's only 4. We have 10. And perhaps we can readdress that at the halfway point, but even here, it just feels like the teams that are still down at the bottom, you still have such
You
a
think
good
82
chance
will be
here.
the cutoff?
As we mentioned,
Yeah.
perhaps it's just a couple of bad maps for you so
It can change. It can change. We'll have to see.
Their domination as well, looking very strong. Well, as we say goodbye to match 4, match 5 is coming up in just a few moments' time. After this quick break, don't go too far. We'll be right back.
I'm trying to see the current standings. It's not coming up. Oh, it was top 14. It was top 14 goes to finals.
We managed to find in the crowd watching our survival stage games right now. So
Damn, VP missed it off a
Right now, don't
tiebreaker?
have to worry about anything. So talk to me a little bit about your
VP
impression of the
missed
survival
finals
stage
off
so
of a
far.
tiebreaker. That sucks. Wolf Esports is one off by 105. 106.
We got top 3, so I'm absolutely rooting for him.
RRQ
And
is
also
close
Virtus
too.
Pro. Yeah, like, you know, I'm friends with them, so for fun and Virtus, go, go, go.
I love that. I love that. Now talk to me a little bit, just kind of about the entire competition here so far. Have there been any teams that surprised you with how well they've done?
I would say Elite Esports, they came like a bit shorter in the EMEA Pro League and they just got in by regional finals-ish. So I'm very surprised by them. Shout out to my boy Kaina, he's doing absolutely fantastic and I just wish him the best. And overall, I think the other thing is like Aurora, I would say.
There's
It's like the only
100
thing I
views
would
that I'm out of the
say that's a
loop.
bit bad, but
Did
I'm
100
sure they come back.
crazy threes?
I know they definitely cut it
Did
a little bit
100
closer, even just to make it into
qual? I
the
don't think they
survival
qualled,
stage.
right?
So we'll have to see how they're able to do now in today's series.
I don't think they qualled.
Generally, how's your experience been though so far? Obviously, you guys have done pretty well for yourselves, but what's EWC 2026 been like?
Actually, like I'm
Yeah, they didn't
surprised
qual,
how they like to set up everything in
unfortunately.
such a short time, like changing locations.
Which I think is why Phony gets to sub for Shop. Because isn't Phony with CRT
I
sub?
love you guys so
Right?
much. And yeah, overall atmosphere is good.
Yeah,
So-
100 raccoons failed to qualify.
One final question here for you, Unlucky. Any advice for people looking to try and
Yeah,
come out
that's
and do
that's
this
what we were
exact same
saying
type of thing
earlier.
that
I
you're
was like, I
doing as a
think that's.
professional
I
player?
was honestly
I
surprised
would
to
say
see
just
Phony.
chase your
Which
goals,
is
chase
honestly,
your dreams, just believe in yourself.
You could have a worse
and
sub.
just
Like
try it, you know?
Phony, I
You
think
got-
is a
you got
great
risk something in
sub,
your
but
life. If you don't do that, you might end up regretting. So just go for it.
Coming
Sucks that they
from
lost
one
out
of
on
the
Konberu,
best,
though.
literally in the world, at Apex Legends. So Unlucky, thank you so much for chatting. Sorry to steal you
I
from the
saw you
crowd, but I
finally
appreciate your
played some of
time.
the DMC games. I
Thank you
couldn't
for
make
having
it to
me.
the stream, sadly. How'd you like them? Devil May Cry. I've been having fun.
From the regional
I've been having fun
finals,
with
they
DMC.
hail
It's
on
been pretty
top
cool.
here in the Survivor stage, guys. Zipline Mafia, they take the dub on Olympus.
I've been enjoying DMC for sure. Very interesting being able to play DMC and learn all of like the lore surrounding the game's development. I just finished DMC 3. I really liked that one a lot. I thought that it was fun. But I'm probably gonna take a quick break from the DMC series, and by quick break I mean like 2-week break, because not because I don't want to play DMC, but more so it's just because like I want to savor it, and then on top of that, got a lot of stuff going on. We have number 1, we have EVE.EXE happening, and the watch-alongs, and then number 2, next week I have a tournament that I'm playing in with the team. So, yeah. Congratulations. These are my top 5 games of all time. Yeah, DMC 3 was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And as much as I lamented it, I honestly really liked having to play with like the PS camera controls. It's very nostalgic. It was honestly quite nostalgic. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what DMC4 has to offer.
Continue on to Olympus. This is going to be the last game on Olympus before we flip over to Stormpoint for game number 6 to game number 7. Once again, it's about the consistency.
I know a lot of people were just like, oh my god, DMC3 is so hard, oh my god. But like, the special edition I played wasn't that bad, honestly. It didn't feel that bad, really.
To survive in our 10-game series.
And Wolves Esports fans showing out. I believe we've even got some up here just behind us. Your number 1 seed from APAC South need all of the momentum they can get. 10th place overall in that last match that we just had with 20 points. Knowing that 44 points is the mark at the top, we've already started our
That was a pretty cool setup.
Midway, so much better than the first 2 matches.
This is a crazy setup.
Love the fact that they were able to come in that
Very curious to see how many like concurrent things are going on. I think foul is also happening here too, right?
We said goodbye to Gibby. You can expect the influence of Gibby. I mean, it's been very
You calling Virgil a nerd and saying how he isn't your type, that his intro for playing and how to do a real 180? Listen, I didn't understand it, okay? I didn't understand it. Okay, so here's the thing about me. I am very, very easily influenced. I sympathize very easy depending on like which POV that we're watching from, you know? And I think the reason why I thought Virgil was a nerd to begin is because we were playing the game originally from how Dante views the world. And Dante probably thinks of his twin brother as a fuck-ass nerd, okay? Like, I very much sympathize and very much get into the head of whichever POV that we're currently, like, viewing anything from, okay? Alright? I still think Virgil's a little bit of a nerd, but he managed to re-win some aura points with me just for, like, how fucking cool he was dealing with the monsters around him. JD is once again also in another early spot for Ring. Oh, VP is gonna get some shots in on Aurora. Are they gonna want this? Maybe. Ooh, they're sliding in. Ooh, Taskmaster. That's a lot of fucking... Ooh, that's a lot of damage that they're taking. Ooh.
missing out on some of these crucial shots. He said, you can't hit me. Shimmy trying to get the wall jump, but it's fine. Hiarker is able to pick up that KPS VP, get eliminated with the way he was able
unlucky. That's unlucky for VP. They just caught them on the rotate.
He says, no one knocks my baby goat, okay? Effect is looking so
tough.
Even Grace was noting it from the green room. He goes, when they pulled up his player cam, he was so focused and he's like, oh, Effect's not losing. Aurora's got this.
DMC4 is fun but weird. Just wait till DMC5. Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to trying out the rest of the DMC games and finally learning more about the lore. The story is pretty easy enough to follow, so I'm very curious to see what else we get to learn about the characters.
Holding on to the skyward dive, does have that EVE tower that they just used recently. And
Falco going out. Wonder where they're gonna go with that. Oh, I think they're pinging exactly where JD is trying to play. Oh no, JD is currently playing on the height. Oh, they're gonna go for the tiny corner instead. Yeah, they're gonna play below instead.
They go. You can see the setup from JDG with those Watson fences. Of course, they're looking directly at this, but they still have to deal with NIP at their backs. Floating, locking in the fuse here is great to keep those knuckle clusters.
Yeah, looking at DCG here. DCG taking a lot of damage.
Deep Cross Gaming does have a couple players down.
Neo now moving forward too, being one of the teams with the Axel though, with the Nitro gate, just enough. Rory is in trouble, gets knocked. DCG. Talk about bringing in some of that momentum when you have to transcend over from one map to another. E-District to Olympus, the last game on Olympus with now Shao being the last one alive. Just try to queue out of there, please help me. I mean, it's unfortunate when you lose out on the Newcastle. Gets a little wall jumped out, just so that way you can try to mix up, get around this next corner. You could be peeing out on the replicator and maybe out in the distance here with Gen.G now getting that survey beacon. They know exactly where that solo is rotating to. Everybody's hungry, especially when you are now in Game 5, halfway through our 10-game series.
And we're just running straight out of Turbine. It's like, where are we going for the reset? You had Zipline Mafia that was looking for that information over in Turbine as well. So they're gonna full send as we look back at our replay here of Aurora. A little slow-mo of the critical shot here from Hiarka.
And is that what it sounds like when you slow it down? That's just sounded crazy. Sounded like it hurts even more than what it looked like. Oh no. You're forced to beat this as a solo. He had to have seen the survey beacon getting scanned, right? So you really have no other choice. Just going into the void real quick while the zone is closing in by Fight Night. The fact that Gen.G fly over, wait, the timing on that raid Q was so crazy. He avoided getting scanned by the Valkyrie from Gen.G when they took to the sky and actually got away with going into Fight Night. He may be able to get the reset.
He might be able to get the reset,
I think he just baited that team into Gen.G Esports, so no.
Oh, Neo and Jen are fighting. Jen has two down. Ziggy gotta go crazy with
behind. WG or Neo are not letting this go, and Gen.G has
Sorry, I called that too late. Sorry, I called that too late. I was like, he needs to go fucking crazy.
With the res and
he needs to go
nuclear. DCG will be able to go to the replicator over by Carrier. RRQ though, with the scan by Fight Night, it's about like having that ring console info. They will have that server beacon eventually, so they're gonna call out where that solo is.
Very true. Meanwhile, Deep Cross Gaming, the solo still alive, retreated to the back of Carrier, looking for a full reset, and does obtain it. Roy and Lizan are coming back, which is crazy because they start in Oasis, they try to rotate in, get taken out, and now we're back just as far away. So it's going to be a tough rotation for them. They do not have a Valk.
I love when JDG makes it to finals. They're looking pretty good too. Like they just had to keep picking up points
you were mentioning with DCG getting that full reset at the very least. RRQ now are forced to fight off against Neo. A bit of an isolated fight at that. Considering that Zipline Mafia coming out of Rift. We'll want to prio this rotate instead. It's a lot of action with Strafing playing, being able to get that first knock. 18 squads still left, looking ahead. Why are you running?
I know, right?
He's trying to get away. These longbow shots missing out until the last one, 60. But it's
was that a no rank or was that flinch? It might have been flinch.
One pixel of health between both of them until Aqua's gonna be able to pop this med kit.
they're definitely going to get those heals off. And as they run through a state straight towards Hammond Labs, will RRQ lay chase? You see the evac tower in hand. So healthy to be able to take this. And they're at 33 points on the series. That cut mark off, right? The 6th. So we must improve on that. And going to estates to attack them. However, Aqua there, full health. Immediately one Strafing Flame lands. The battle begins.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they're not letting them go. Strafing Flame's upset. They need this KP. Oh, can he go for it at least this time around?
Nice.
Yes, he does. Eventually, he lands a longbow shot. He sees him go through the door, and it's an opening for him, as now Neo is down to a solo.
We did just lose out on PXX, as Flat and Dinos both isolated them. There's going to be a ton of battles happening in that next circle, depending on how we shift. But for now, our teams, like Team RRQ, Deep Cross Gaming, and Zipline Mafia still need to know where they want to approach from. I can imagine that RRQ is just going to cut east straight out of Hammond Labs. They're hovering over the survey beacon right now. Likely going to base their information off of that. For Dinos on that southwestern side of the next circle,
there's a pull over to JDG. There's a pull over to the Wolves.
on the other hand, have 2 down, and we've got a last-ditch effort against Dinos.
Oh man, Kinotrope fall because Dinos are
out,
just
but
hungry.
Dinos managed to pick up KP.
Well, RQ just do not let Neo survive. I mean, this has just been a back and forth duel between both these teams. Since the very beginning that they got out of Fight Night, they took over the POI between estates into carrier, and now they were eventually chasing out that solo. They got the KP and they said it's not worth chasing down the last member of WGR Neo. They want to prior rotate through Hammond instead, so that way they can control that high ground choke that would lead you out of the portal from Terminal, especially looking at how the zone is pulling. They can also get the information off the survey and ring console over there while we take a look at Flat.
Thank you for the health checks,
we like to try to prioritize not only, Summers when we see all these different zones, but now trying to approach Wolves in this building. Nano off of the Axle is going to be able to get the Nitro Gate and follow up to try to climb up here. With the kickstart too,
they're gonna want to fight this. Oh,
I'm just waiting to see how we're gonna approach it. In we go, but through the fences, Nano loses out on his shields and is forced to reposition. This means Big Louie and Kusher will have to swing. But we're individually approaching this and getting broken down.
Dude, E36 is griefing them actually with the longbow, but now they have to drop down from a high ground. It's not like they're gonna show face. And now Flat gets the trade off, and Wolf gets the answer back because the longbow shots are just too much. I mean, E36, look, even if that was a face-off against Wolves, that's just going to be free KP for them without even having to leave from their spot behind the
Good job, Wolves.
Whatever
Proud of them.
it takes. If that's me in a spot in zone dead center with a longbow in hand griefing everyone, then you know I'm doing it.
It does pull down. It does pull down to E36.
We've all been there in Apex.
Ooh, it's going to be out in the open.
To be able to get the knock themselves. It's not like they're going to give up too much of that space, though, because even if they give up this building...
I think all of the priority spots for this ring are already accounted for. So we're going to have to see what everyone on the edge decides to do.
The middle part of the POI from Olympus that exits
Seeing a lot of
Labs as Team RRQ.
I feel like I'm about to see a lot of people in
because we do get the res onto WGR Neo, so that means that that's going to be a trade-off from both these teams that we have seen from the very beginning eventually. But we'll see how that plays off, too, while we see DCD
They've honestly just been like moving in together with the ring.
A lot of these teams are outside this next zone.
They're. Unless one of them decides to go,
forced to pop the Phoenix hit here.
No,
the team with the most kills on your screen, 5 currently for the lobby. We also find ourselves positioned, like you said, between Deep Cross Gaming and RRQ. So our choice is incredibly limited here. We want to get ahead of that, and that evac tower in the distance is going to let them know we are definitely not alone here, and they're going to immediately sight us out if we peek out too soon.
Somebody shot their thing out.
It disappeared. Immediately destroyed. Wondering if that was a shield from a distance or something, but that
had to be. Maybe zip line.
Yeah, I mean we've seen that happen before, and with the team now trying to gatekeep them all. Goodness, these shots from DCT are hungry. Neo just cannot catch a break. Without finally trying to get the trade back, but the kickstart now pulled him come up. Finds a knock. It's up to Shao from DCG, but they're in a terrible spot with the zone closing in behind their backs.
Let me just tell you, that kickstart from WGR Neo was everything. We're leaving the third
Fuck,
line, and
bro.
as a duo, we take to the skies.
That Axel ult
Straight
actually
Aurora,
saved
and
them.
now we must find a
That Axel
playable space in that
actually
next
stopped the
circle.
hemorrhaging because like holy fuck, that free one clip, I was like,
Literally being one shot, having to queue now right through the Watson fences. No time wasted when you're trying to put down the portal to get some of that extra speed. Hiding behind the crates. Nothing to see, though.
We're fine, right?
You hear the shots from afar. It's a little scary.
It's where you start calming. I'm dead here.
Yeah, literally. I mean, they hear him. They hear him healing.
Oh, Kazakh from Zipline Mafia. Fresh off that match 4 win. This is their rotation. They saw every bit of it, and now they've sighted out one of the grow towers. Ty on that further west one.
15 squads left. Heads are dropping, and Aurora bunkering down with these Watson fences while Shao-Chen is still alive. DCG
holy fuck.
Right underneath Aurora.
If you're gonna have a rat, let it be the Wraith. Like always, let it be the Wraith. And we're just
And back who's winning?
for now. We'll keep tabs on
currently.
him. Zipline Mafia, high ground. Ty on that tower. VKG in the center. And the fact that we can kind of just waltz around here
We
without getting
currently
stared
have
at is
Zipline
crazy to me.
Mafia in first place. However, it's still anyone's scheme.
Story, right? A team that would not
It's
have
still
qualified for
anyone's
land
potential
without
to
winning
make it
their
into the top
regional
6
finals
for
are now
tomorrow.
sitting
Currently, the
in
Zipline
first
Mafia.
overall,
We
where the
haven't
top
had
6
any teams win
make
back
their
to
way
back yet.
into
It's
the
all been
final
new
lobby.
teams winning for
Are
the
now
last 5
holding
games
onto high
or
ground,
4
holding
games.
this north side, but they still have to start moving into the next zone because it's essentially pulling right on top of RRQ, where E36 were trying to grief Wolves Esports earlier.
The fact that RRQ get over there is just only something that a Valk can do. We have to make that maneuver. Wolves are still holding that south side, but Deep Cross Gaming, after hearing from Roy in that interview, he was talking about it's still early in the series, but our Zipline Mafia boys making sure that their backs are cleared out.
So Zipline Mafia won the last game.
Trying to give them
Very
their
curious
energy.
to
I
see
mean,
where they're
can
gonna
they
go
get
over
there?
here.
TIE also trying to find their spot.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Zipline
sure all the
Mafia take to
priority
the
spots
skies.
are already
They pinned
accounted
out
for.
right where RRQ is. You can see they're getting the information. Do we slam down on RRQ and hit the chow?
Hold on, they're trying to find their spot. They don't really like it. They hear the fighting though. They can try to go for a 3-3 while TIE also we talked about the Sheila earlier.
Oh my god, this Sheila. This Rampart going fucking crazy.
The action collapse right before their eyes. This is where they've been hiding behind these amp areas, and a huge damage output.
ECG is dead.
Unfortunate solo that could not get the reset, and
TIE also dead.
To get that JP to their name. 13 squads left, and only 2 teams are in
Wolves
this next zone
and
right now with the rest of this
Dino.
lobby on the outskirts on the north side of Grow Towers.
GK wipe out ninjas in
I think this
pajamas
fight will be
off screen
pretty
here
important.
as we work with Wolves as Dinos have just moved in underneath them.
Unless there's any other teams playing on this side, if they can clear this out, they'll have free reign to play on the rocks and just shoot everyone else coming in on the north side.
The team in 5th place.
So you need to see here when Zipline Mafia
Dino has armor advantage, but they also have to worry about all the other teams across too, if they decide to press the go button. But whoever clears out south side, they're in a pretty nice position. Assuming not everyone just like focuses them. I feel like everyone on the north side is going to be too preoccupied with trying to move into zone.
The ammo that they need with this passive here from Stay Naughty, but he's just going to continue to harass them because they're just hiding behind this Newcastle while they're stuck in the line of sight of so many other teams.
And we have to go south from this with all the
JDG
teams
actually
out
has to
towards
play
their
this
left.
really smart because I think they got knocked out of top 6. I think they're currently in 7th right now. They're currently in 7th right now, so they have to play this carefully.
GK. I mean, we got to see this pile up with JD Gaming and Shopify. Now that the zone is closing in, GK are trying to survive the chase down against QQ.
DK is out, nice.
Not
can just grab his banner though. Oh, the Sheila's going crazy. Oh, the Sheila's going crazy on Wolves.
And the ring's closing in, which makes them move up, but it's enough pressure to force them to look away. Now it's down to only Keon, but the action has not stopped. Shopify get the following knocks. Dino's going crazy, and 4 fall as well as GK.
Wolves trying to crawl their way in. Dino's already there.
JD is out in 7. No.
Collapses here, and Wolves have all 3 players up. Will they be able to take down Enterforce 36?
SS getting looked at by Aurora.
Trying to make this comeback, the Cinderella story, but you
Ooh,
chose Sheila.
the Sheila!
The L-Star. It's up to Oirain being on the Newcastle to get these reses. They can hear him from the other side though.
Ooh.
And it's 5 squads left.
Ooh.
It's so hard to get this off in a
Round bid.
In place, Wolves, who have been holding this down, our neighboring Shopify who are playing right underneath them. Enterforce 36 on the other side of the fence line behind these amp walls.
I don't know what it is about Wolves in the north. I'm feeling very Game of Thrones like. Maybe there's some dire wolves. They are surviving. But the next chow, Shopify Rebellion. Sheila, not available. But the RE45 is working just as good here for Zap.
Talk about dire wolves. Maybe they're Starks themselves.
That's a lot of damage.
Nice! They didn't see him. They were fixated right in front of them. It's only up to No Name. He does get sandwiched though. But the fact that No Name gets this knock is great. He's dancing around the bunny. Seeing that they just got the rest, this is very bad news for Shopify. He even gets a shield as well. And Boney, where are you going?
No!
To the lobby, apparently. And Shopify get eliminated.
And Wolves with
Shopify out. Wolves is looking pretty good.
Team in the fight. No Name, infinite ammo upgrade.
Who's across from them though? Who's across from them though?
Maybe we're taking to the sky to look for the
RRQ.
info as Wen and Crazy Kong can play oversight, but RRQ
Can
are still
RRQ
alive
hold
on the
this
set,
down?
controlling this space. Missile swarms incoming.
With
Can
No
they
Name
control
taking to
this
the sky
space?
on the Valkyrie. He's got 5 KP, by the way, to his name in this game alone. He gave the information to the rest of Wolves, and they have the high ground. They know where E36 is coexisting right underneath to their bottom right. And RRQ are praying that Wolves and E36 fight each other first so that way they can 3P and win this game.
And
That's a really early
RRQ,
Valkyrie.
a Valkyrie to the sky. Wolves staring directly at them. For now, they want to force Enterforce 36 into it. Strafing takes entirely too much damage. If your Newcastle goes down here, the fight may be over.
Okay.
Trying to hail from above.
Wait a
with the
minute.
Wizards able to get this knock at the
Wait a
striking though.
minute.
E36 still staying alive while Wolves and RQ are trying to coexist right underneath each other. With Wolves being on the top, you see another one now skyrocket themselves with E36 taking it off angle, but with Wolves fighting this knock onto Ubli, they have the advantage slowly as Wolves are looking to roar from the high ground. They come slamming down with the Newcastle. They need help. They try to find his eyes. Fight. The Valkyrie versus Crazy Con, but he's got the outside, and he gets the dub as Wolves take game number 5.
Nice.
Wolves
I could see what Easy Flash and them were trying to go for there, but that shit was way too early, bruh.
Points. Wow. Phenomenal plays, holding the high ground.
Nice top 2 out of them though. I think that's probably what they were going
How tough that is
after.
to deal with at the very end. But a second place there for RRQ to hold out.
That was a
They got
huge
14
slam.
points.
Huge Newcastle
Enterforce
slam.
36 with
Huge
13,
reset
but
too.
it's Wolves
Initially
that
against
stand alone
Shopify.
at the top.
Shopify was looking pretty good. Especially because they had those shots on the side, but then they managed to get the reset.
The top of the overall standings with that.
Yeah.
Together
I
with
think
RRQ,
overall,
remember,
yeah,
it's
Wolves
only our
should be
top
first
6
now
teams.
in the
We
group.
get the Wolves fans behind us. They heard their
Buckles are so
chants,
stressful in
and
pro
they
lobbies.
played that
Yes.
so well. They stayed on the high ground
Almost
for as long
always
as they could,
Valkyries,
getting
unless you have
honestly,
information where
the
people
moment
are
that
going, like
E36 was
it's
slamming right in
usually
front of Wolves,
cooked
I mean,
more
what did Wolves have to do just other than just inch forward?
Right, and this is where you
A
kind of
lot
take
of
it back
Valk's
to that final
like
fight.
youth
Immediately
and her
slamming down
ults
and
is
throwing the
usually
mobile
found in
shield and
early
then kind of
game,
just
and then the
toggling
longer
back
it
and
goes
forth.
through, and the
And the
shorter the range
celebrations
gets, the
coming
harder
through
it
with the
is to like
reactions.
find any value in it. You really do all have to
You
be
have
on
to
like
like
the same
hold your
page and
breath as a
stuff for
fan in
that.
that moment because it is so intense. They moved up so many
Interesting
positions on the
coexistence, yeah.
leaderboard. We even got to see Papa Jen there, right?
You
with the
typically
Wolves
tend to see a lot of
We
people,
saw him,
a lot
just
of
couple
teams like
moments ago
coexist and
before these
cohabit and
games,
stuff.
he was like,
And
I had to switch
EVE.EXE.
my loyalties for Wolves today.
They're a
He's
lot
someone to cheer
more
for. And maybe that's the
agreeable when it
Papa
comes to
Jen
sharing
buff.
stuff.
But
But
maybe,
like,
you
that
know what,
doesn't
the
make
fact
them
that
any
he even got
less
the jersey frame 1, he
likely
was
to
ready for it,
interest.
giving
They
them his
definitely
energy
do.
with the rest of the fans here in the crowd.
All right, 26 points. 14 KP for Wolves. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure they're in first place now.
I think they moved up like 13 spots, Vicky. Do you know how insane that is as we look to the back half? Shouts to WGR Neo. That was an incredibly challenging game for them, but they still walk away with 7 KP out of that and all of the constant.
I think that was second game on Olympus. That was match 5, right? Yeah, so we have the last one on Olympus, and then after that we go on to World's
At the very end, we saw them try to portal into the void and find a playable space. Maybe try to pull a panic play from groups. Regardless, all you can do.
But we are now at the halfway point of the knockout stages. And so a lot of teams are going to have to start asking and start calculating just how many points that they need. But it is looking like a it is looking like an 82-85 cutoff point in order to get to match point finals tomorrow.
16, right? It's like a point difference, maybe max 2 to 3, and it's just.
It's been very close though. This whole ALJ has been very close.
These top-heavy teams, as we take a look at some of these replays, honestly, this was unfortunate, right? I mean, I liked what Zainu's attempt was right there, taking it off angle, but without having the backup that you need to help with these swings, you let the reset happen, and now Wolves have the high ground. L-Star in hand for Crazy. No Name went insane this game alone on the Valkyrie. Got the information. E36 eventually get eliminated before Wolves took it home for Game 5. And now we get to see the series results. This is what we're talking about. Look at this. RRQ Wolves tied with 46. The 1 point difference between Zipline and E36.
And Zipline Mafia and Interforce 36 are at a tie as well with 45. For Fun and GK right below them. JD Gaming, who was inside that top 6, slipped just a bit. Deep Cross Gaming there as well for teams that need to kind of get it together slightly is going to be that Virtus Pro, Genji Esports, Flat, PXX. These are teams that are at the bottom and need a massive game to get that comeback. I'd rather see it in map 6, map 7, just so we don't go to the last 2 games in our 10-game survival stage here to make that comeback.
To imagine how some of these players feel, man. We get to see a lovely,
Castillo, share the sandwich, man.
Right? Like, he is going to town with that one. Team Liquid, as we get to say hello to the fans. Sees Team Liquid here alongside the rest of us. It's getting hot in the venue, and we still got game number 6 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere, because we are moving on to Storm Point next.
Okay, it's survival day. That means this crowd is packed to the brim. We have a sold-out house here at EWC 26, and we've got fans for all of the teams trying to stay alive. Speaking of some, we have some fans from Kazakhstan who are actually rooting for Zipline Mafia. Guys, give me some words of encouragement for Zipline Mafia today.
Line them up, Zipline.
Line them up, boys.
Line them up, boys. Get going.
And where's this? I mean, this is just the logo. This is the line them up.
2020, which will be hopefully used at some point to get them down.
I don't know about that.
And we got the Pathfinder icon over there.
I love the Pathfinder play, man. You guys enjoying this atmosphere?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. It's great.
Yeah. Are any of you guys not from Kazakhstan? Where are you guys from?
We are from Munich, Germany. We live in Munich, yes.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm also from Munich, yeah.
So you guys came all the way out here just to watch the tournament?
Yeah. Just to support our teams.
All right, well, I'm sure Zipline's going to love it. Appreciate it. Any final words, a little hoorah?
Молодцы, ребята, давайте!
Let's go!
All right, so Zipline Mafia's got their representatives. We're going to find out who else is representing over here in the stands. Okay, we have some amazing Aurora fans here. I think you're the biggest Aurora fan in the house. Who are your favorite Aurora players?
Yarka, Ifek, Yogi, o treinador é o Esteves.
Nice. Can you show us your jersey? Oh, that's amazing. Look at that, Hayarka. If that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what else will. Yes. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mama. I appreciate it. All the families are gathering. Aurora, man, what a fan right there. He might be our youngest fan in the building.
Welcome back, everybody. We got fans of all ages in this crowd. Hiarka stays winning, though, man. And I love being able to see these young legends giving their support. Aurora needing it all because they're currently sitting in 10th with 31 points. But you know what, Tiff? That gap isn't so big when you see how tight the top 6 teams are holding their spots, with JD Gaming being on the outskirts in 7th with 38 points. And it matters when we transition now onto Stormpoint.
I'm so excited about this because we're just coming off a dominant Wolves victory, right? They used their second pick in the POI draft to grab Zeus Station, in which they are so comfortable at. That is one of the highest scoring POIs throughout our entire week here, averaging 10.25 points per game. And Wolves grabbing that, and also not only that, but they are their best team that we have in the lobby on Stormpoint, with 52% of their total score throughout groups coming from Stormpoint. Like, I'm just telling you, that's a perfect storm. Like, if we've minimized and gotten so many points already in games that we were not the best at, coming into Stormpoint, you're like, this should feel at home. Knowing how many circles have gone to the north, Zeus is so important.
Now, I want to ask you, Tim, because now highlighting the teams that like to soak up these points, since we have 2 games on Stormpoint before we go on to World's Edge, 3 back-to-back to close out our 10-game series, it makes you wonder, because the legend that ended up getting banned off of that tie between Valkyrie and Newcastle ended up being the Valkyrie.
Oh.
So you won't have the skyward dive to find these rotates, which could be very different in the way that these legend bands have played out, and the way that these teams perform on Stormpoint.
Well, VK Gaming, as we pass through them, they are also the 7th best team out of our entire week here on Stormpoint. So what do you say we just get into it, Vicky?
Let's do it, everybody. Game number 6. Back over to True Home Stormpoint. We get to take a look at the Flyers, just the blue box over there, but we also saw the POIs earlier and how these teams perform in the way that they've been able to secure where they feel most comfortable. For fun, going through Command Center, where there will be that ring console, but a highlight over to our Game 5 winners, Wolves, in the way that they were able to not only take that dub, but how are they going to convert it to hold that first place spot?
It's going to be really interesting as we get into our first match on Stormpoint, knowing that 6th place overall on the leaderboard is 42 points. And if you're finding yourself on the outside looking in, we'll kick things off over at Zeus with Wolves. Got No Name on the Wraith with Valk being banned, and we saw what movement he had with Valk, so it makes so much sense to slide him right onto Wraith and make that play. Do we have a ring console? I see a survey beacon up at Zeus and one of the tallest evac towers, and if we're hitting this, you know what that means. We're leaving Zeus Station. We've got to go elsewhere. Good look at the circle here. Dinos in North Pad, going to be super lucky with what they've got over there. WGR Neo just towards their right, already full sending. So for teams like Zipline Mafia at Lightning Rod, you've got information available there. You definitely want to make sure you're sending one person out to go grab the Evo cash. To the south side, Shopify Rebellion, Flat, GK, Aurora with our fans. You know what? I'm so sorry. After that interview, Vicky, I was like, I am number 2 Aurora. We found number 1.
And my heart melts it. I mean, you want to be able to put on a masterclass. It's difficult. And it's important to highlight with a lot of these teams already making this rotate into that next zone. You would assume, you know, with these rotate legends, you either got the Pathfinder or Wraith, really. We have 7 Pathfinders in this lobby, but it's Watson who was the most picked legend alongside Newcastle. But Newcastle, you know, at 55% and Watson at 65%, is to find these bunker down opportunities while staying naughty. Takes that longbow shot from a distance. He's on the Bangalore, by the way. He's got the wingman R9 in hand. Or Kira, by the way, I'm sorry, but Neo just cannot catch a break. Curve is going to be able to pick up that KP, and Vayne is able to finish off Akba. It looks like there is a crazy fight happening over here. You have JDG now moving up from the back end here before trying to find the players who drop down into the hole.
This is actually really interesting, right? We're foregoing playing Newcastle. We're going with the Sparrow, Bangalore, Watson. And we are just going to go hyper aggro and fight for everything.
Where we're seeing these teams now just rotate. There is a fight and a pileup that we once again saw in the feed. It's going to be NIP, Neo, who are in trouble. Wolves, who are now going, by the way, from Zeus. You talk about that big evac tower. You could have lunch and still be able to control your own legend before finding your landing. They do find their own landing on the outskirts of wall, but it's a lot of these sniper fights that you have to be careful playing off the back end of these crates. Pulling over to North Pad. This is going to be interesting, Tiff. Talk about a little bit of a mix-up here and trying to find your space with a lot of these teams that have the ability to coexist.
Well, at least RRQ are holding this area. They have Newcastle, right? So should we pull out into the open water? What we saw with them a lot in groups is the Pathfinder plays. So you're going to have movement. You're going to be able to throw down an open so long as you don't get absolutely targeted by a Sheila, a team with like a Rampart, or just all of that. But you can lock it down. And they move into the far back and decide, let's stay here for now. And I think that's a brilliant spot for them.
Especially with this comp, right? It's not like you got to worry about the cryptos, etc. That's why you're seeing so many of these Watsons here. See the pings, and they're just going to sit pretty together with the Newcastle. Some teams were getting torn apart. We saw it earlier with Neo. Hopefully they are able to bring their fuse back into fruition, as we do have a quick pause here, but it's just highlighting the setting of the big pileup that we currently have on the very northern side of North Pad. We know that in the trenches, these teams to coexist, it's going to be a lot of a poke festive to try to boost up these Evo shields for the teams that may have been denied the information, or even Evo harvesters on their quick rotate to situate themselves with these Watson comps.
I feel like this break is the perfect time to like hydrate yourself. You immediately see that they're like, we put our mic up, we take a drink of water, wipe your hands off, you know, it's getting a little sweaty in here. Because we are literally in the halfway mark for our survival stage. And at least RRQ got straight down under before that pause hit. We could talk about teams that are outside those circles, right? That are still on their way up towards North Pad. Zipline Mafia, Gen G, gonna have some of the gnarliest rotations. But you can see it on their faces, right? Dinos, 9th place overall. Less than 10 points outside the coveted top 6. I ran past DJ in the halls around here. I was like, bro, we are rooting for you guys. Like, get in there. You guys look like you're just having some fun on these fights. For fun, if we're talking about fun, are inside the top 6. They're feeling, it's actually kind of scary, right? When you're in the 5th, 6th position on the top 6. So let's throw down and see what we can do. Nags there on the right, Cinetic center. We'll get to Tyler here in just a second.
I mean, it's always when it comes to like these survivor lobbies, right? In the survivor stage alone, where these teams are going to be changing the way that they play as these games progress. That's why you see these teams open up so aggressively in the first game or two, because they want to be able to soak up this KP as quickly as possible, so that way they have a cushion going in, because it's only 6 teams out of these 20 that will make it into the final round. As we're making sure everybody's ready to go. You talk about taking a sip of water. It's getting a little hot in here, but it's also the feeling of pressure, because you also have to look at Aurora and what they have to do, sitting in 10th place still, but it's very little in terms of the gap between Aurora, Dinos, literally a 2-point difference, and then you look at the top 6, we talked about it before, Tiff, literally a 2-point difference between JD Gaming and GK Esports.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right, as we focus on Wolves, I'll highlight yet again, right, we were talking about them being the 3rd best performing team on Stormpoint. So knowing that they have the capability to really maximize their points here is exactly what they need. But honestly, why do I get stressed out right now? Like, I feel like it was, I don't know. I don't like halfway marks, right? I don't like sending teams home, Vicky.
I don't either, Tib, but you know what it is when it comes to LAN. This is where legends are made. And diamonds are made out of pressure, so you gotta see how these teams are gonna fare off against each other with the different legend compositions. We've introduced now the Pathfinder, the Wraith as a different iteration to the Valkyrie ban, especially when it comes to Stormpoint too, right? And with no Watson, when you move on to game number 7 after we play out this current game 6, I mean, it's tough out here, but just making sure that everyone's here and ready to try to situate themselves in these final end zones.
And if we're going up to North Pad, at least it's a variation. And you know how difficult it is to do so much fighting up there, right? Into the trenches we go. So knowing that if you don't have that Newcastle, if you don't have the mobile shields as you're rolling through, since Valk isn't here, that's why I love the path picks that are coming through.
We have an enemy here.
All right, we're back into it, everybody. Got to keep you on your toes when we take a look at the team over by Jurassic. It's Shopify who got the survey beacon and are now rotating with the zip line.
And they've got the Rampart as right. Like, that is so exciting for them. And sure, they're outside the top 10, but it's not like they haven't been in this situation before. Group stages, you know, they've had a lot of those tribulations that they've had to face in order to lock it in. And Phony, thankfully, able to step in last moment in lieu of Koifel, who we are just hoping is out there on the mend. Zap has had some crazy pop-up moments through our group stages. We just need to string a couple fights together, and next thing you know, one 20-plus point game, and it's completely changed for you.
All right, just being able to slot in could always be difficult. By the way, NIP, they're on a tear, man. If it's not Neo on the other side of that longbow, it's Curve harassing Dinos. Chaos getting knocked from that, and they've been trying to share the other side of the leg of North Pad, while GK actually are starting to find this rotate too on the edge of zone. See how they're going to be able to fare against Dinos and the likes of everybody else in North Pad. As we get to see the side-by-side, though, Stay Naughty playing right below the rock while Shuby's just trying to hold on for dear life. Hopefully is able to pop a shield bat. Yes, as JDG now move up, and VP once again, NIP too, are still finding themselves in this fight over by North Pad.
And the best part about being right here is you can kind of lay low. You see what Floating's doing. Sure, you portal, and you try to get away. Does Floating, does he go in there? Are we gonna wait for them to come back? This is so menacing. And he's kind of hoping. He's like, all right, I'll go, I'll leave. I'll keep peeking. But JDG are your gatekeepers of the southeast side of that circle. Ty, on the other hand, that portal led them to Cascade Falls. We're not done yet, though, as we look towards VKG.
They do, because they're going to be finding this fight versus PXX. Again, we talked about the Wraith. QQ literally survives, takes the portal back, is able to get the shield swap, looking right behind them. They're ready to cover this portal with the Watson fences. Try me, they said. With VKG now backing away, DCG right alongside them. It's a huge pileup. I mean, everybody in this lobby is finding themselves in this next zone, minus Gen G, TIE, and Zipline Mafia. JD Gaming are taking a roundabout position into rotating from the southeastern side of the choke because they want to get the survey beacon info. So they actually rotate on the outside of the zone, such as Aurora 2, because they want to also get the ring console. So they're taking their time, trailing right behind VP. And the fight now over as Shopify Rebellion. We saw them take that zip line now and are trying to take this fight up on the high ground.
You definitely want to fight for this ring console to get all the information you can, and luckily you put the amped covers out, block your line of sight, and let's see. The information that we gather sends us up to the north, kind of out towards the right of North Pad. We are going to be incredibly open for our end game. And just like that, with the information, they are dipping away from flat. These choke points that lead up to North Pad are really difficult to pull through, but also flat does need to get that information from the ring console as well. So Shopify leaving is great, but PXX have also rolled in.
It's also great that they were able to get the info too, right? Like basically in the face after putting in pressure. PXX now hanging out to the back end of checkpoint while flat had showed their face, and Shopify
sorry about
lingering
that.
about while Gen G up on the high ground are
Tummy
trailing
decided to
behind
do
TIE. This is an
hot girl
isolated
tummy
fight.
issue shit
I
and
do
start
know with
flipping
JD
around and
Gaming
stuff.
Getting that survey beacon after rotating outside of zone, they probably do see these
Oh, we're
two
back.
teams
We're
taking
in,
their time. So this could be an opportunity for JD Gaming
Oh, we're in
to
start
get the
point.
KP
Okay.
that they need. Remember how tight that bottom end between 6th and 7th was looking like in terms
Welcome
of
back,
overall
boss.
points.
Thank you.
So they could
I'm
try
here,
to
I'm
play
here,
this
I'm
with
here.
Gen G also having the Evil Harvester. They back away from Ty and now
TV
are
gonna get
moving up
bread
to the
dad or
north towards
bathroom?
JD
No, it's
Gaming.
bathroom.
Quick little look here. You can see Wolves have
My
isolated
tummy
themselves
decided to
out to
do
the far
flips,
northeast
but we're
of
back
the next
now.
circle. Zipline Mafia out towards the east from them, coming in from the low buildings outside of Wall. Shopify Rebellion.
She's so
are carving
pretty
their
when
path
she's
currently
sleeping. I hope
up
she
into
never
that
wakes
next
up.
circle.
For legal
Which
reasons,
trench
this
will
is a
they
joke.
play from?
Excuse
We'll
me?
Stay tuned for that. JD Gaming is going to be in the choke point on the outside towards the right. I'm really worried
Police?
about the teams like Flat and PXX that have to come out of checkpoint. Ty themselves
Police?
have actually dived
Oh my
down
god,
south
guys,
and are
they're going
rotating
out to
from
do
that
what?
down B side of
Please
things.
help.
First Pro will be there though.
It really depends on how they're going to be able to find that rotate, right? Like, will they have the
Guys, they're going out to do what? Please help.
Who have now found themselves from down beast after getting the ring console, playing on the outskirts of this zone, but they're getting sniped in the distance. I mean, I'm hearing longbows from every single corner of the map. See NIP in some trouble too.
I said ignore it? No. Get perceived. Ew!
VKG It's the back-to-back. They get the next crack, but it looks nice the way that they've been bunkered down inside of that building. We saw them earlier, preventing other teams from getting the survey beacon, which is why you have the rare like JD Gaming, who have the Sparrow or even Zipline Mafia.
What time is it? Oh, it's 1 p.m. I can check on my Tomodachi Life Island
You just
now.
line up the arrow and get the info, but this is why having a sniper is so incredibly important, because these sight lines up in the north pad vicinity are so long-sided and open. You constantly keep that pressure onto the teams, diminish their resources, and for fun,
BCG, they're getting cooked.
They find Xiao. We don't necessarily
Slow-mo
get the
keeps
full
reminding me
just
to me
yet,
people
but
they're
we
making the
focus on
slow-mo
our
of
healing,
football.
because he's already so far in the open.
Real. You think it would look cool, but actually it just looks like a mess.
Yeah, and I mean, at least Deep Cross Gaming, they do have the altar, right? So the reset will be there for
Maybe
them.
he said it was a
For Gen G
joke?
and PXX, we highlighted
Yeah,
earlier
sure,
the
bud.
checkpoint area. The
That's
collapse
what
is
they
here.
all say.
For Asia and
That's what
Dexter
they
staying
all
side by side, trying to breach the fortress PXX has laid.
I mean, with how quiet they've been so far, they really desperately need this. They do get the knock eventually, and the one solo PXX got out of there before the 3P came, because that's going to be from flat, so no matter what. It was
Ziggy got the fin on
Now
PXX,
Flat to look at
nice.
Gen G Flat say, okay, well, we had the high ground originally.
Wonder
Now
who's
it
gonna
did
be able
drop
to come
down
out on this
temporarily.
side.
They wanted to time that 3P properly, and they know they're a little too late. That's why you see Qzer holding onto the high ground, putting down the fence line from the zip line that leads you down to where we saw Gen G originally. Flat know that Gen G are either going to rotate and commit to that northern choke from checkpoint or even wrap behind. For VK Gaming, we're holding on to that building that we saw at replay in.
All right, with that pip, you're going to see a couple of things. It shifts away from Wolves Esports location out towards the west. You also see JD Gaming leaving the north checkpoint, going south and wrapping onto Gen G. Those three are going to fight. Meanwhile, RRQ trying to hold down the location they moved into.
Oh my goodness, JD Gaming, no
way!
They chose that. They chose to leave that. As VKG moved into their spot, they dropped
JD,
down and
no.
Gen G wiped them, dare I say, with ease.
I mean, like, as you mentioned, like, trying to take that fight. I mean, trying to take a roundabout position, too. When you knew, by the way, that Gen G were going to be there, you scanned the survey beacon. They still decided to take that fight. And now they are the first team to go out in this lobby. That is not what you want to risk when in the overall standings, you're literally like a 2-3 point difference away from top 6.
You realize we're 15 minutes into this game and we just lost our first team?
Yeah.
That's the pace we're looking at. Storm Point, the center of our 10-game series, has halted the fighting. And to the north, we continue. Checkpoint is going to be difficult, but Zipline Mafia holding.
How close are they from
these
breaking into
pineapple
top
buildings.
6?
I was curious.
Let me
They're
check.
outlining Wolves out onto the rocks towards their right. And with
No,
Pathfinder,
they're in
we
7th and
essentially
38 going into
choose
this
wherever we go.
game.
We
They
do
can't really
have
afford to go out that
available,
early yet.
and
It's
that
too
can cause
close.
a lot of chaos.
No way.
It's too close for anyone to do
That's
that.
actually crazy. PXX, who were hiding as a solo, back against the mountain. Don't see me on the mountain goat. Actually ended up coming up with the Moby and getting the res attempt here as VK Gaming, though, inside their building now get contested with DCG on the outside. Kesa holding on to the high ground, looking right down below. Will they meet their fate alongside GCG while we get to see the fight? You talk about the zipline, as currently Zipline Mafia, after talking to their fans, have found themselves up on the high ground here.
King of the hill. We lose Deep Cross Gaming to VKG as they laid towards that fight. Kazakh takes a ton of damage, but Excuse gets caught out. Wolves are breaking them apart, hanging on the regen. They never knocked the Newcastle. Crazy Kong is going to immediately pull No Name.
Oh my god, he's getting the reset!
Get back in it. You've got the pylon to regen your shields. And Kazakh on his feet, back to the high ground.
Oh!
Hold on, let that RE35 work.
They're getting shot in the back though!
By GK, who are also shooting at them from afar, hiding behind the amp barriers as Wolves have the number advantage, trying to zipline away. You see the portal play. Kazakh now, I guess, gets a little bit of breathing room here, looks to get the reset. Neither of these teams trying to overextend. Spaghetti all over the floor with how messy that looked, honestly. But it's a full.
He's going again, he's going again. VP, dying to Kina Chop. Or KNC.
It's so crazy to see how within 18 squads are left. Ozis still alive, playing off the other side of the knockdown, though. Looking to get this res. Can he bait out? Because there's still KNC right to their right. But a saving grace. That's a slam down from the Newcastle wall. It's a 4-team pileup. Well, we have the res from the other side. Cole 2 going crazy. Finding 2 knocks onto Aurora. Jen gets a get.
VK is
onto VK
out.
Gaming.
And just like that, Gen G.
Oh, they're going at it again.
Back to the Zipline Mafia. They get a reset. They get a full team of 3, but No Name keeps the pressure on as they try to track him down. Virtus Pro eliminated. The Sparrow.
What?
Trying to make a Hail Mary play. Excuse has retreated to the top rock.
For free? Oh my god. I mean, maybe not for free, actually.
No, he's down.
I mean, they needed the Black Friday deal here because now Excuse gets taken down thanks to the Kraber.
WGR Neo has a Kraber. Synap from E36 has a Kraber, and that is wreaking havoc in the north. But we're still alive. Kazakh is still here.
Oh. He keeps doing it. He keeps doing it. I mean, you could just hurl these Kravens in the direction. And from afar, GK actually saved them. The best insurance Zipline Mafia could have found themselves in. Double zipline, though. Which one am I going to take? You got to figure it out. Because now it's only up to Kazakh again as the solo. We saw the rest coming in. We saw the Kraber shot up in the feed. And we're seeing ziplines for days.
The importance of him staying alive inside the top 6 is vital. Back to Gen G. BACKSEATING going for a Wraith play. And this is so insane. There's 5 teams just ahead of
it pulls more west.
I mean, well,
I thought it was gonna pull in the rock where Wolves is playing, but actually pulls closer to more to North Pad.
Down there, over by that choke where the survey beacon is, as well as Flat trying to survive. E36 eventually get eliminated. Gen G now move up after healing up. Flat get eliminated. Gen G now holding on with their backs against the wall to survive. Close to the ring, 10 squads left. KNC still in this right alongside Gen G that we saw before, and IP2. We saw Fear lighting up the feed. There's another team who has also been able to reset. BACKSEATING eventually get eliminated. And
oh my god, it's this ring? Good lord.
RRQ, Dinos, TIE going up into
BACKSEATING gone.
And the worst part about this
2 teams inside here.
Second and 5th place teams are out of the lobby. So all these teams getting points are vying to leapfrog over them. Kinotrope has a member down thanks to Kira. Stinger Bolt. And we're healthy. Looking to the slide, but can we get to the fences? Do we even need to?
That was so clean from NIP. The piercing spikes going hand in hand because they're one of the few teams rocking the Catalyst. Maybe honestly the only team with the Catalyst. This is why it works so well. Seeing how NIP have been able to capitalize.
There's already a team playing underneath the tower with Newcastle.
You mentioned the Stinger Bolt as we saw the knock singing. NIP playing off the cusp with 33 total points right now.
That's so McLovin of Cole to lock in the Catalyst.
God, this is his zone, bro. The 7 squads up still. There's no way there isn't a team already playing Red Rooms, though. Yeah,
We don't want them to rotate through here because Ninjas in Pajamas will have a difficult rotate. RRQ, Dinos, and Ty are the 3 teams in the next circle holding the line, and you know what? Gen G's in the north.
Swing it on Neo.
They're forming. They do.
Hyde is looking at them.
Ziki, but Dexter, he is fried before the nade at his feet. Take them out, but they were
wow.
They have 15 KP.
15 KP? What? That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. Out in top 6 too. That's points. Especially because all the
In comes the mother load from Dinos, and Ninjas in Pajamas will fall. Dinos with the high ground. Dinos, who start in North Pad, took the ultimate height so early on. We're on purple. We have a pylon in the back pocket. And now we get to look down and see GK, Ty, RRQ.
GK have been sitting here for so long from the very beginning. And as you mentioned too, Dinos with their POI advantage. Down to our last 4 teams, TIE. Dinos up on the high ground, RRQ playing up the low ground on the outskirts of where GK is situated.
Can I just say that Dinos have acquired 8 kills from their home
POI.
My
God.
Usually if you're not leaving your POI, you lose the chance out on getting kills, but they've made so much of it. J Future with the Knuckle Cluster, you can constantly onslaught people with that. They're already looking at TIE.
Dino looks pretty good on the height. Voodoo.
Do you know how many Knuckle Clusters would be sent on them?
Oh man, especially
I think Voodoo doing the worm in chat.
In general too, and you're trying to also take care of these amp barriers, but it's going to be impossible when you have to worry about the Newcastle wall trying to zap that up. Really comes down to how this
hold on,
Nopt
is out for
GK. With our
GK.
last 4 teams here, it's important to highlight that Dinos are tied with Zipline Mafia for top 6. If they get one more KP, even the placement points alone, they will overthrow them. But with Wolves and For Fun also not being here, this could just easily be a shakeup within the top 3
Now
in the
let's
overall standings
see
after these 6
where
games.
Dino plays.
Closing in
Okay,
right behind
yep.
their backs. It's time for TIE to make a move.
Yep.
And RRQ and Dinos are 5 points away on the
Oh,
leadership.
oh, that Rampart! That Rampart's doing so much damage!
We're just gonna keep on going. Don't mind me, I'll leave this here. I mean, they're the only duo in the lobby, and TIE about to be out if they don't hold on.
They have to work with what they got. With the fact that they don't have their rate, that's very detrimental too. It's not like they're gonna have a portal. It's not like they're gonna have stall potential when the final ring does close in. But after getting that knock originating from the other side here, TIE is in a lot of trouble. GK are giving them the other half
not
of
looking
the sandwich,
good.
but Dinos is looking at them. RRQ now move up. TIE get eliminated. Last 3 squads, and Dinos lose out on their fuse.
But they need to get
Oh,
reset,
the
and
Watson
they do.
Gen.
They're back up, and now
Tried to go for the kidnap.
Onto RRQ. But can they hold both teams at bay? They have found themselves in the center. Dropped has no wall in the back pocket, so he wants to let this fight go down.
Kiana's having way too much fun, but this is the presence you have to show off when you're down to a duo. Chaos now taking a flanking angle off the Watson. He's setting up the perimeter. This is so smart. They're wrapping up behind drop. He doesn't know. He puts on the wall to his left. They're looking at RRQ. RRQ's also having a great game, but not getting the KP they need. They have the placement. They may move up.
I know. Dino needs to play the smart. Oh.
They want to be able to get double top 2 here. GK
Oh.
now down to a solo. It's
This
just a
fuse
Rampart.
ult could be crazy.
Was able to find drops. J Future though taking the slow alongside DJ and feeling a rather
Dino looking pretty good.
with Dino having their POI
Yeah,
advantage.
Dinos.
6 winners with 14 KP.
Okay.
All day. You see the celebrations from the boys with Kashera in the back. Incredibly proud of what you're able to achieve. Those are the kind of games that can change your lives. They can cement yourself into the match point finals.
Voodoo doing the
But
worm.
it's so close at the top
Dino's really
50.
needed that, honestly.
It's so close.
It wasn't even closer, honestly, if they didn't get the KP that they needed. Taking the flanking angle right behind GK was perfect because they got the KP that they could get off the leftover duo. Then they fully send it onto RRQ, and then they are able to take the dub. This skyrockets them from what, 7th, 8th place, all the way up to first place in the overall standings with 59 points.
And it's so wild to me when you look at the legend
Dinos is in first with 59, followed by RRQ with 57, GK in third with 52, E36 with 50 in fourth, Wolves Esports 5th, 48, and For Fun Esports in 6th with 47. JD Gaming is currently 8th place with 38 points.
Dropped is still up with a
Because
Newcastle
they dropped a
for GK.
fat
So
donut
with Dinos
egg
not having a Newcastle, they
in
have to get
the last
aggro.
game, so oof.
It's so crazy to see, like, Fuse having the perk where you could use the Muller load through the wall, how it interacts there with so many Newcastles, too, in the lobby, them not running it themselves because they wanted to prio having the altar, so that way they could use that Void Nexus and just reset if they have to, holding onto the high ground. Look at this.
Tomodachi lifetime.
14 KP. First place spot
Another
on
level.
their POI in Northpad with the chaos that we saw happening all the way on the north side. Even the teams that were trying to get aggressive, trying to find these fights in these tight chokes that would have left over 2 checkpoints. This is what we like to see from Dinos, especially when we have one more game left on Storm Point.
As you look at these points, especially on this back half side, I want to give flowers to Genji. Despite going out in 6th place, they walk away with 15 kills. That is so many. Now we start thinking about what that cutoff
That's
for
the cutoff
6th place
placement?
may
I think
be
we're
on the
thinking
top
probably
20.
82.
You are looking for around 60 points.
Oh,
That is
60.
how close the score line is after our 6 games. So with Dinos grabbing 26 points, moving to the top with 59, that is at an average of just over 8 points per game. That 26-point game alone covers 3 games for them out of a 10-game series.
Looking like a
That they
60,
were
yeah.
able to get that, where I think it was like match 2 was like one of their better games where they got like 4 KP. They had like triple, double zeros going on throughout the course of these last few games. Dropping that banger allow them to go up in the overall standings, but can they maintain that momentum is the question. As I'm hearing that Rain Day's got an interview for us, over to the floor. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Vicky. That was a great cast. Great win by Dinos.
What's happening on the islands? I had my first fight.
What's going up? You're 10th right now.
I had my first fight. So I've had my first instance of Toxic Fury happen.
I mean, the lobby feels
my
like really
superhero
right
character,
Azure.
Azure,
We just like got a lock in this last
she got into a fight with my other superhero slash anti-hero character called Senka, which is funny because it was funny because they're literally from the same universe. I came on, I logged in, and I saw that they were angry at each other. And once they made up, Azure was like, "I'm sorry," and Senka was like, "I'm sorry too." And then for some reason, Azure has now has a crush on Senka, and I'm just like, "What the fucking Toxic Fury is this?"
It doesn't feel like having a coach, but a fourth player, you know? Like, he has a lot of game sense about the game.
Like, why, what is this Toxic Fury, bro?
Like, alone on the game, but just like as a person, it's like...
And Azure is better than this too, but it kind of makes sense because Azure also kind of had like a toxic on and off relationship like in her original universe too. It's just like, this is a hot mess.
But more importantly,
this is a hot fucking mess, bro.
Coming here, you wanted to win.
The hate crushing, yeah. Is it over? Game 6 we have 4 more. Hi, Dada.
I mean, nothing has changed, you know? Wanna get that trophy for South America, like as always. Feeling confident right now. 4 games left. We're gonna have to lock it in with the team, but I think we got this, yeah.
All right, and
yeah, it's just like, what the fuck?
Can they survive? Currently
and also, I have another couple talking about potentially having a kid.
Standing by with another team who has a big fan base here.
And then I have another couple that may or may not be like.
By, let's face it, EWC royalty.
They might be breaking up.
Got QQ here from VK
I want to see if I could be around for a breakup because no one has broken up yet or divorced yet.
Kind of came out of the group stage.
I got a lot of spouses and I have a lot of like pairings that want to marry each other, but they haven't pulled the fucking trigger yet.
Discussion was like last night.
They're just like kind of annoying, but also kind of fine because the fuck ass mini game you have to play when they're proposing is kind of annoying. We stand Toxic Fury? I'm dead, bro. Slow burn. I've had enough slow burn, bro. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, all of my OCs are falling in love with these other people, and it's just like, okay. I believe in you guys. Interesting that you as God need to be there for the drama. Yeah, I need to be there to help them lock in when they're trying to, I need to be there for them, otherwise they get really distracted and then they fucking flub their proposal. And it's just like,
what the main errors made was actually in the first 2 rounds we played it absolutely.
You guys can make all these other decisions without me. Like, why do you need me?
For today, our strategy was, see how the first 3 rounds develop and base our strategy on that. And I think right now, as you can see,
honestly, a lot of my earlier couples, they've been getting together pretty well.
Sign of a true champion, owning your mistakes, but then looking.
It's only now where like all the drama's starting to happen because I'm just like, you know what, whatever. I'm just like, girl, what the hell? Sure, why not? Might as well have a crush against them. Fuck it.
More pressure to perform at events like EWC.
Hold on.
那在像电竞世界杯这种很大型的比赛当中，是否你感觉压力会比可能其他比赛或者训练就是会高很多很多呢？就是以及你们会如何去应对这种更高的压力情况下？
我其实打的也算是比较放松了，除了第一轮前3把可能确实压力有点大，比较紧张，但后面也算比较调整过来了吧，因为发生了一些事。 然后调整了一下，但问题不大，问题不大。
I'll say that coming into the tournament, especially in the first round, I'll say I was feeling a little tense, especially in the first 3 rounds. As you can see, like my performance clearly was up to par. but I'll say that I've already overcome it, and I'm feeling much more relaxed right now. Something happened along the way. We're gonna divulge it, but I'm definitely kind of in a much more relaxed kind of state of mind right now.
Well, I mean, now that you've got to focus, obviously, we've only got about 4 maps left until we decide who makes it through from survival stage into tomorrow. Top 6 seems quite far away, but we've seen entire lobbies shift in the space of 1 game, especially in the group stage. We saw that yesterday. So do you have that belief? Do you have that positivity in you right now? Do you feel like you can make it
seafood platter.
我们这生存赛还剩下最后4轮，但是我们也知道，在
I should not be doing any games and I'm this tired, bro. I should not be doing any games. I need to stop doing these mini games and I'm tired. What is not happening, bro?
这个毅力去突破，进入到这个淘汰赛呢？
尽全力，尽全力去打吧。
Come on, Nathaniel, come on.
That is all we need from you, QQ. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Right now, we're going to head over to a very quick break, but don't go anywhere because we've got plenty more Apex left to go, and it's the survival stage. 4 maps left. Let's do this.
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time.
No, Nathaniel, you're not supposed to give Marina hot girl tummy issues. You fucking idiot. You fool. You absolute fool.
Hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Fucking idiot. Can't trust
Thinks he can come in here and play my game.
Have you done your Final Fantasy 14 dailies? No, and I'm kind of tempted to open the game up.
You're done.
I'm low-key tempted, but I don't know how to do that without not knocking the EWC stream out. I'm turning off Tomodachi Life. I just wanted to get in and make sure I logged on for the fucking noon market discount. You guys like the falsetto? Or not the falsetto, you guys like the opera? The operatic? I just needed to check on the little guys. I wanted to see what was on sale at the market, the flea market. I want to try using a gaming sleeve, but I hate the idea of like anything being on my arms. I can't handle it. Too annoying. Hate having shit on my arm when I'm playing. That's why I don't think I can play glass pads. Because I feel like you need to have a sleeve if you're using glass.
Survival stage, and boy, that leaderboard just keeps on changing. Now in first place, as Tiff was saying earlier, it's Dinos after that win. Graceful?
I mean, as the heat is rising not only in this tournament, but in the building, please, everybody, remember to hydrate and drink water. It is insanely hot right now.
Is it hot right now? Yeah, it's probably hot. I see you sweating.
Played Alter, despite not being banned, abusing the fact that she is one of the most broken legends in the game, and they are getting super value out of it. So it's going to be fun to see if anybody catches up on that, and they're going to copy that or not. But so far,
after that game was Watson. Alter's still on the table. I can't believe Alter's still on the table. Wow.
We're talking about Wolves, because in game 5 they ended up with 26 points. This was a squad that when last time you saw us after
maybe
game
that
3,
is wearing a jacket,
they were
maybe.
at the bottom.
I know it's been crazy up there. I know Koifel can't play today because he's feeling ill.
Reverse you and change it in any moment. So like Wolves is quite a dominating squad on the edge, and this is where
when
they
is Team
generally
Burr
collect
signing
most
up
of
for
their kills, and it's very
challengers?
exciting
I don't
to watch,
know.
but it is very risky, especially when you're going up with these other edge teams.
I don't know. It depends on if the
I did
regional
say top
lock
6.
applies to us or not.
Can I tell the future? Yes, because I'm in Australia and we're ahead of time.
We have to get Rico over to US.
I mean, yeah, Wolves is doing what they need to do. They're one of those teams where it's like, you know, they can drop a couple zeros because they try to fight for the best spot, or they can drop the 24, 26 point games where it propels them to the top of the leaderboard. So they're doing what they need to do. #1 team in their region. And I you know, it's about moving forward with what they have and trying to close out these last 4 games.
I think Mr. Bands is already in his own team.
VKG, the defending champions at EWC. You
Might will be playing at all, I think.
It did not
really?
look good in regards
not
to
even
like
tomorrow if they end up
the
making
player
it.
Was all the way down. One team that I know is wanting to make sure they make a bit of a
I know he's not
comeback
playing
here
at all
is
today,
gonna
but if
be
they make it
JNG
tomorrow,
as
he'll
well.
probably
I
be
know
back.
What are those comms looking like, Grace?
Shopify is currently 16th at 25 points, though.
Initially going into this match,
But they just have to drop like a banger game, and I'll probably propel them to top 6. Because it's still very close. All of these scores are very, very, very close. We're gonna need one team to break out and actually have some consistency.
I went into and listened to everybody for everybody at home, maybe multi-view LGS. You can get your in-game comms from the team that you're supporting. Aurora under a
Hopefully he
lot
gets
of
his
pressure.
dehydration
Not
up.
on the same page, called for a plan, couldn't follow up. Gen G, one of the teams that speak Thai, luckily I understand a little bit being Thai myself, is that they are absolutely on the same page. Super solid. They might not have been able to get that big game just yet. They're kind of in the middle of the pack. However, with the comms, they're definitely huge signs of life. They are on the same page, called for something, went back, say everybody's on the same page at all paces, and I'm super excited to see if they can wake up.
Yeah, don't forget about 16th place, Shopify Rebellion. I mean, this squad is also having to play with the sub. They currently have Phony in their roster.
Yeah, I had actually a chance to talk to Jen Burton, obviously, you know, teammate of Phony for Crazy Thieves, and I was kind of trying to get the idea of what might be going through Phony's head, obviously being an IGL himself, but not IGLing the team. And there's a butt ton of pressure on Phony right now. Not only does he sort of sit in his head and try to calculate out the games to then produce that to the team. Obviously, he's now playing Anchor, so this is something that he hasn't played for a very, very long time. And, you know, I think it was match 4 or 5 where, you know, they were looking like they could have taken that down, but unfortunately, it just didn't look like the chemistry was there between the team. But
what time is it actually? FIFA's going to be going on soon too, right?
Yeah, honestly, just to piggyback off that with SR, I mean, Koifel is not replaceable. You know, he's a player that has some of the most firepower in the league, and that's just a role that they've not really had to fill with their team. He's been someone that can just clean up damage, and it was the Olympus game specifically where they had the first knock and they ended up losing the fight, and that looked like that was about to be their big
It's currently
game.
1 p.m.
I think it's
So
just
it's
in
2
those
more
situations
hours
alone
before
that you're
Spain
missing out on just that player that makes the big plays, the
versus Belgium,
game-changing
right?
1v3s or whatever it might be.
Spain, Belgium, and then I know tomorrow it's going to be Norway and Britain. England. Sorry, please don't beat me.
They might just hand over the reins to him, let him IGL,
And then Argentina
and then,
versus
put Zainu back in the
Switzerland.
spot he was when they did win their event together.
I will say though, after watching that game on Olympus, especially around Grow Towers that ended, they were missing Koifel. You can definitely feel the presence of their Koifel in many people's eyes, the star player he is, to be able to shine through and carry those fights. There were many moments where I go, if Koifel was here, they probably would have won this fight. Because he really
I'm not
is
watch
that
partying
factor that can
FIFA
just
though. I
immediately
might be
turn
taking a
fights
nap.
around. And,
In case we
you
end
know,
up playing
we
again
talk about it all the
tonight.
time through the likes of Zane, Effect, etc. Koifel is definitely that one player on their team. So
I should be pubbing. I should be pubbing in between the games. I need to start
There was also
getting back into Apex. I've just been so MMO pilled recently.
Go anywhere from there, so it's like they've got the firepower, but why is that not connecting between the teams? So it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Just too much short time, honestly. Yeah. Even yesterday, I think it was yesterday when it ended up happening, when we saw them get into a fight, and I remember you saying, Snipe, where's Phony? Where's Phony? He's nowhere to be seen. And I think if this squad would have a little bit more time, maybe it would have been different.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it be different. The last time they really played together, they won the event. So, I mean, it's just a character change of kind of filling in a role where, you know, Phony is used to, if he gets the knocks, he's like, yeah, let's push this. But if you're not the IGL, you can't be the one to be like, yeah, we're going to do this. You know, you can't like take control, because then all of a sudden there's just this weird battle of who's making the calls, who am I listening to? And honestly, it's just, I hope they find their groove. It's been a bit of an unfortunate, you know, showing at this event, but they are still one of the best teams in North America. And just, I mean, honestly, at this event in general.
Well, let's see if maybe they'll be able to switch it around a little bit, because there's some other squads. I mean, we got Aurora down there in 11th place, VKG, the defending champions. I know they're going to start feeling that pressure, but there's also other competitions happening here at EVE.EXE 26. So let's go into an Aramco Club Championship update with Glitter Explosion.
We're back for another Club Championship update here. We're over at the Allianz Vault with Trav, because a lot has been going on in Fatal Fury. I need you to update everybody on what's been going on.
Yeah, we've literally just now wrapped up the group stage. It's been absolutely electric today. So many upsets. The main story, I think, is that Falcons are no more.
What?
Fatal Fury. 5 Falcons, I should say, came in. and 0 remain heading into the knockout phase. So all of them have been taken out in the groups. Vitality only have 1 as well, and they brought 3. So it's been a
wow. Who died today?
A
lot of people.
That is tough for
lot of
sure,
people,
especially when
me
all these teams
included.
are still
I woke up at 10 today.
For the club championship points-wise. So I mean.
Damn, hold on. Was it Somers University?
Super diverse day 4 for the knockouts.
As long as that we got, like the 8th one that we got.
Well,
all of it was just bottom right. Crazy.
So a big chance for some of these guys to get some points on the board and obviously run away from Falcons too.
Absolutely. You know, all of our teams are going to be hunting down Falcons as the defending champs from last year's club championship final. So still early days, but lots more to come. We'll check in a little bit.
Thank you, Glitter and Trav. Now, so we're getting ready here for the final 4 matches. We reversed Curse team. RRQ. All of y'all said that they weren't going to make it, and right now RRQ is sitting in 2nd place. Lace, what happened?
Oh, I knew this was coming to haunt me. I definitely did, and even Twitter knew it was coming to haunt me as well. But the reverse curse worked, and I'm so incredibly happy anyway. So let's go RRQ.
Okay, Snipe, just quick. Are they going to make it? Yes or no? 4 games left.
I mean, if they start, I mean, they get 1st, 2nd, or they get 15th and under. So right now they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. It looks like it's looking good for them.
Okay, all right. I see you going there with that. Not sure answer. It's okay. Well, let's see what's going to happen here on the 7th game of survival stage at ALGS at EWC 26. Dan Gaskin and Onset. Take it away. Can RQ make it or no?
It's a good question. We'll have to wait and see if they can make it. Of course, we've only got 4 games remaining. 1 more on Storm Point before the back end is dominated by World's Edge. 3 back-to-back World's Edge will conclude our series, Dan. I want to know who you've got your eyes on, though, because we
3
are
District, 2 Olympus, 2 Storm Point, 3 World's Edge
that the desk is talking about RRQ, because it is one of the squads I wanted to focus on. They have been an incredible Storm Point team throughout this tournament, and still are, clearly. But World's Edge, they've been pretty dreadful. They've only found 4 points on World's Edge so far. This tournament has been their worst map by far. They have to capitalize here on Storm Point to ensure they put enough points on the board so they can stay in those qualification places without relying on putting too many points in on World's Edge.
Who else you got your eyes on? I know you were looking at a couple of teams for different reasons. Give me the juice. What are you looking at?
The same situation for Wolves. They're a good Storm Point team, but struggling on World's Edge, so they'll be a team that definitely needs to prioritize Storm Point points as well. But then on the other side, you've got Dinos. Dinos are currently leading, right? They are a team who have looked incredible. They actually get stronger when they move into World's Edge. They arguably in the best position out of anyone at the moment, because not only are they at the top of the leaderboards, but they've got a map where they have dominated time and time again.
A reminder, top 6 will stay in the tournament, will qualify for match point finals tomorrow. One of the greatest spectacles in all of esports. Unfortunately for the other 16, it will be going home today. So 14, as my math is terrible, you raised your eyebrows and quite rightly will be going home. But for now, the attention turns from my maths and how bad it is over to Storm Point.
And things start to get interesting now with the legend bans. This is something we have not seen so far this tournament, as we have match 7. Typically in the group stages, we only had the 6.
Maybe I woke up at 5 in the morning for this. You have to stop making me more tired with the yawn. I'm sorry, Argento. Trying.
Change their abilities so they can get ring console, for example. It completely changes the composition.
Also being one of those options for sure, and Dinos have gone for that. Now, when you
honestly, I'm just gonna rip up a pub. I'm gonna rip up another pub, or a pub once we go from, what is it, the transition from Storm Point to World's Edge.
To get a bit weird. Now we're
I haven't played Apex in like a week, like 2 weeks,
Wraith, Sparrow,
probably,
Watson, Fuse in the lobby as well. There are so many different
Wall?
legends.
Wall
Bangalore
zone?
is popping up a fair bit as well. That makes it very, very interesting to judge how you're
like,
going
it's so
to take
funny. I wasn't trying to take like a break off at Apex during solo queue, but I ended up not playing at all. Because like, A, I was having too much fun at Dawntrail, and then B, I was traveling.
And that is even more amplified when we get to the final circle as well, because now these legend bans are so apparent. We will get to a final circle where we may have 3 teams who are completely different in terms of their compositions. You have to take advantage
early fight for fun in PXX.
Have lost one. They have, and this is because the zone is going all the way north towards the wall. Great news for Ninjas in Pajamas and Desperate. news for Ninjas in Pajamas as well. They have to perform in these last 4 games if they want any chance of making it through to the match point finals. Forfun are going to get that knock. They're not going to get any more off the back of it, but another team who's going to be very happy, once again with where the zone is going, is Wolves Esports. Olympus, you can say what you want about Hammond.
JDG.
It's not going to be involved anymore because
Playing
Olympus
back
is
here.
gone, but landing on the northern side of the map and having great priority
Sparrow.
station over to Wolf.
Sparrow?
Have a great spot once again.
Oh, Flat have lost one as well. Shopify Rebellion, who also are
Oh!
looking for points. They lost one of their own, but it's a 2 versus 1 now. Nano's going to be taken down, and Shopify Rebellion can take full advantage of this.
2 versus 1. I believe there's still one player from Flat alive. It's Accusio who's trying to scarf her away there. Either way, Flat aren't out yet. They are down, but they certainly aren't out. They are scarpering up the hill, and Shopify Rebelling are chasing them down. Zainu leading the charge here on the Sparrow.
Ooh! To make sure that they
big
weren't
damage.
just completely wiped there. One player just throwing themselves in front of enemies' way so that the last could escape. But Shopify Rebellion saying, actually, we're not going to make this too easy for you because this is so far away from anyone else on the map right now. Shopify Rebellion, they really need that KP because they really need points.
It's
Down
2
in 14th position at the moment.
I
Only
thought
the
it was
26
2 up.
points. They are
I thought they killed 2.
That is already
I
become
didn't know they got the
quite a
res.
significant amount.
Welcome to. Thanks so much for the raid. Hello, everyone. My name is Bluebell, also known as BB. We're currently watching LCS. They're currently doing win right now over in Paladin. Hope you had a good stream.
And take advantage of the opportunity to turn a
Why don't you play like this when you play together, bro?
So it looks like Flat will survive. Good job actually.
It's because your EPOP payment failed, bro.
And not only escape himself,
I have to
but
tell
also
you.
get a teammate back up.
Survival is so important in some of these fights.
Hi,
You
Meadow.
really do have to have someone who bears that in mind when you get into those engagements.
I hope day 2
It is a
outwork
fight
is
or
treating
flight
you better.
moment, and there are definitely some times when people retreat too early, but in that instance, Flat have done well to stay alive.
Please check out Bakutus as well as also Meadows if you haven't already.
Way uphill at the moment, and Zipline Mafia, who are
Very
at
cool,
the back
very
of the
pog.
zone, are not going to make
Be right
it
back.
comfortable
Yeah,
for
do your
them.
fucking job, bro. Go to work, bro. Imagine being employed in this
Onto
economy.
Neo, they try and force their way towards zone.
Neo's kind of getting
elsewhere. Is that Neo are
kind
now
of
pinched.
getting shot at.
Backwards down.
Yeah.
Kazak gets that kill, has to grapple back, but that's the beauty of being on Pathfinder.
Just worried about some other bullets coming astray from another side as well, but Zipline Mafia doing well.
Oh, Neo's dead.
As
They
Neo will
managed to
be our
pick up some of the
first team
KP.
wiped out of this lobby, and they're just going to have to watch from the lobby screen now. And Zipline Mafia just trying to fight for this northern side. And underneath them is going to be Wolves. Now, Wolves dropped over towards Zoo Station. Interestingly, Zoo Station, the best POI that has been performing so far this tournament, with the most wins as well. Whether Wolves can add one more to that tally, and that's going to be an interesting factor when we get into match point finals with some of these POIs. What do you prioritize? Do you prioritize something that picks up a lot of points or something that's been picking up a lot of wins?
The teams who are quite far away from zone right now, one of them's on your screen, Aurora. 32 points, not the worst, but not the best at the moment for them. Shopify we saw a little bit earlier. They're moving past Launchpad. Gen G, who had a very, very impressive game. We saw a few moments ago on that North Pad ending. They are all the way to the east of Stormcatcher right now, collecting some Evo. A little bit closer to the zone, though. We've got RRQ on our screens. And we've also got EVE.EXE very, very close by.
Well, I said RRQ have to capitalize on
Taking the passive up.
priority here and how they perform on this map. And they want to try and hunt down EVE.EXE, but EVE.EXE have also been right up there in 4th place at the moment, holding one of those qualification positions. It would be quite something to see them progress into those match point finals, silence any doubters, but of course, they've got a champion on their team as well. It's great to see Obley on the stage, and after their win earlier, it was very calm, their reaction. They knew they had to focus on the task at hand.
Comedy, happy baby. Baby's tired.
VKG.
I'm so sleepy. I can't wait to take a nap after this.
Thank goodness GG aren't in the lobby.
I'm hoping I'll be able to sleep better tonight comparison to last night. Because tomorrow will be match point finals. And it'll be a little bit more locked because Sentinels is playing.
Now Synap, he's getting creative here, alongside Jusna.
No!
Spurbolt goes in, Roy.
Not the rat!
This one's going to be down, and EVE.EXE walk up onto this. The trap was set. And they fell for the cheese.
Stubbing your toe, filing your taxes, and
Yeah,
getting
thanks for the 20
Legends.
sheep
They
sheep.
are all up there as the worst things you can
What's
go
on
through.
me earlier? Thank you for the 195
BCG,
sheep sheep too.
sadly,
And
they will
icon
feel that,
goes. Welcome back to
They
the
only
20
lost the one
sheep
at the
sheep.
moment, but they have been cornered here. They're
Sorry, I was too
for
sleepy.
VKG, having a little bit of a
Get
hopper.
it earlier.
QQ just says, what's going on here, lads? That shield bat was popped just in time, but Synapse doesn't miss a bullet with that car. And EVE.EXE staying healthy enough here that they should be good to fight off the potential push. Relove do get finished, and QQ actually stole one of those kills away, so the Wraith Portal was good from him.
But it was just the one member of VKG at the time, and all the meanwhile, VKG are now being pressured by JDG.
The spot's been taken.
This is an incredible insight from JDG to be able to spot that one, and now VKG have to go back because they've been forced away.
Yeah, this is going to be a straight fight. They have no other choice. JDG waiting on the end of that portal, seeing that VKG overextended to third party. And it looks like EVE.EXE are out of there. VKG get lucky.
But do they? They've now lost their position. They still have to transition from south to north. They're now going to be held out by teams. They were in a position where you could potentially pick up a lot of points here. So now you really have to change your frame of mind. Do instead of looking for getting to the late game, you start to look for more kills and more KP on this southern side.
How quickly the game can change. How quickly Zaidi finds out the full team's inside that building. Zap gets absolutely obliterated as well as Obli finds the kill. You can see immediately Shopify Rebellion hit the Void Nexus to get out of there. They did not like the look of that.
Zap took far too many bullets for his liking. And the same could be said for Zainu when he hit that Void Nexus, as you mentioned.
And QQ again. Just being a nuisance. One clip to the back of Jizna. Jumps into the void and says, VKG,
only one
come
clip.
with me, boys. It's time to finish this fight.
And EVE.EXE go back to retreating once more. Done very well to get out of dodge here, and they do have space to play on the south, and actually they have a crafter on the southern side near Cascade Falls as well, so they will be able to get back up to a 3. So VKG, despite the fact that yes, they gave up their position earlier, at least they are able to benefit from a point, maybe more points if they can take out Shopify Rebellion. And our reigning EWC champions here have quite a lot to do to still catch up the leading pack.
Over to the
TIE is flying into a wall. Where are they going to land?
And let me tell you, it's very, very busy. Finding somewhere to land here is going to be extremely, extremely difficult. But looks like they found a little place to call home for now. Important they get that castle wall down as quickly as possible. Stinger Bolt is going to be deleted. And even though the pressure's coming in, the one thing that you don't want to feel pressure from is excuses Hemlock in his hands, trying to delete that castle wall. But now that they've allowed them to land, now they've allowed them to set up TIE, now a problem for the likes of Zipline Mafia.
Well, what a fight this is. Regional final winners from EMEA, regional final winners from APAC North as well. For TIE, I mean, for FCAM, what a career it's been of ups and downs, but always historic moments that land. Can it be another one?
Well, they're getting zone wrapped. And it's Aurora who move all the way from the north side, round the zone, taking a little tick of damage on their way to do so. But now they can walk downhill with everybody in the lobby in front of them.
Well, Aurora, they have a lot to do. 11th place, 32 points. Let's jump into a listen and see what the comms are like for Aurora.
This guy's playing again. This guy's playing split as fuck. When zone close, we can fight these guys.
I think we can fight them now.
They have high gun on us.
Yeah.
And then, but this guy's not gonna
And they
trip.
let them say F-bomb on the main channel.
I think with our comp, once the zone close, we can kill them. It's free, no?
Okay.
We just play here and here.
They have the same comp, but they have Axel.
We can try to pinch them, come.
Yep. Can you still walk on the left side? On the left side?
Yeah, okay, do it. Do you want me to distract him?
No, no. Actually, you can later.
Watch out for Sparrow kills.
Do it now, do it now. Be careful.
Okay, I'm picking.
Close.
I'm going to drone. Breaking it, I broke it.
Nice.
One is I ult it.
Nice.
It's Sparrow me, guys.
Holy fuck, he got away 1 HP.
Another drone, guys. You have to break it. Break it. Okay. I come. I'm killing. I'll go.
We are not getting backstab. Watch your back, watch your back.
But yeah, I'm watching. Okay.
I'm playing with you, effect. I have wall.
I'm with you again.
Okay, I'm walling off.
You heard the comms, you heard the plan. Not as effective as they wanted it to be, though. Gen G survive even after really good initial damage from Aurora.
Aurora have to be careful now because this fight has been a little too long. And TIE are taking a look at it, and actually, a few teams are as well.
Oh!
There's the first knock.
There's Ziki. He's fallen. Aurora weak though. They have to be careful here. They have to make sure they stay healthy enough to get him reset. Hiyaka now has to use the Bangalore smoke to try and get to his teammates.
No,
But
they're
you
getting
mentioned
shot
TIE.
at by the
They're
other
moving in to look at
team.
this, and Genji aren't finished out yet. It's a 1v1.
No!
Dead.
No way!
Trying to force the fight onto Genji.
No!
And it's the same thing that's
No!
happening. Forcing another fight, taking too long with it as well.
No,
not
they
being
took
able to
way
finish
too
it off. But now,
long. Why did they give that up? They should have just backed up. Oh my god,
But they have
bro.
to be careful too. When they extended down to this southern side, GK just took the position away from
Oh,
them.
fuck. Zipline Mafia taking height on GK.
Welcome to my domain.
And now he decides there's a few too many of you. I don't like the odds of this fight. Smart man. Backs up instead to the rest of his teammates on Zipline Mafia.
It's like at a pub.
TIE wrapping back towards their initial spot. Genji is still alive, by the way. E36 though might not be alive for very long.
He will do some work.
In the meantime,
E36 said to VP.
About a couple of minutes ago, and now Enderforce 36 will be joining them. The south side of zone is starting to close. It's getting very, very busy. Pricey has to smoke off the LOS here to try and get Easy Flash back on his feet.
Well, VK Gaming have done well to stay alive on that southern side. They are amidst quite a few teams though, as are VP.
Cat? Okay.
VKG now with the scenery they've been able to put themselves in. They actually
JDG is still in the game, right? Yeah.
And VP sadly
they need to start picking up some points again, though.
Knockdown shields now to avoid the gunfire from the forefront.
Yeah, JD Gaming. JD Gaming. Kino Trope just landed in front of them. However, they do have a team behind them. They have Dynas behind them. Dynas and GDD are currently playing the bottom left together. Wow, this is a crazy zone. It pulls onto the bridge.
When we're talking about zone, when you're talking about
No, it pulls like to the pills.
Ninjas in pajamas.
Ninjas in pajamas looking pretty strong. Looking pretty sturdy, honestly.
And we've had a few moments already this tournament where NIP have definitive moments in their tournament, and it is another one right here.
JDG is gonna have to make sure no one comes up behind them. Like this team on the choke that been playing where they initially were. They can't afford them to push it through.
Are going to move into zone, and again, it's thanks to a Wraith as well.
Well, GK is trying to bully them because they realize they have to go to the north. But Zipline Mafia and Kazak showing what Pathfinder can do. The rest of his teammates have joined him, but they're trying now to pinch GK Esports, and they're going to have to Wraith portal out themselves. A couple of EVE.EXE are going down, and with the two teams in front of them moving, it's time to take the disguise here for the Zipline Mafia, and they know how to do it better than anyone.
Yeah, this is going to be ugly now for these southern teams. I'm expecting about 4 to go down on this next rotation. There's just not enough room for all these teams to play.
Well, the thing is, this is a blind evac.
Oh, for fun versus SR. Nox 1 HP. They're getting shot at across.
From their POV that looks open. For fun, not having fun. They are getting nuked up on this high ground. Nades left, right, and center.
Getting cooked.
Trying to play behind the knockdown shield, but here comes Shopify. Zap cleans it up.
Wow, nice cleanup.
Put some points on the board. And maybe can capitalize on some of these teams that are arriving late, as well as For Fun Esports. With that elimination, they are just outside of the top 6. Genji losing players, as are VP. Dino's also struggling on their move in. And this is what I was talking about. It's all hell breaking loose on this approach.
Genji, VP, eliminated.
Oh my god.
Kazak trying to pop a battery behind this knockdown shield, but Shopify Rebellion is
picking up a lot of KP here.
Stinger Bolt is going to sting Kazak. He's got to pop the battery, but has he got the time to do so? Just about, I think. He's still there, and he gets that bat off, but it's the last member alive.
Sadly, there's going to be a team that comes in from the Reds. Shopify Rebellion say, look, maybe we can get in and pick off a few more, but then they know where to retreat. And Zipline Mafia, actually, with the attention turned towards Shopify Rebellion, will be eliminated. As Dino's down to 1, what can you do, KRC?
Pricey goes down.
Yay!
Yay!
JDG!
9 squads now remain. Half the lobby has been eliminated here. Can RRQ get a reset here?
VKG's currently playing on their head. There's also still another team behind them on the choke.
This is the building where everybody wants to pay the rent.
Bro,
VKG
VIP is looking pretty good on the other side,
inside
not
the
gonna
building,
lie.
JDG, and just outside the duo of RRQ.
And RRQ would love to try and create more of a gap between themselves and 7th place. Remember, they're in first right now. It's a 14-point gap between themselves and 7th. They want to extend that as much as they can going into the next, because they have been underperforming on World's Edge. But Easy Flash and Pricey still as a duo. Now, Shopify Rebellion have a difficult journey here because they're being pressured from the north of Wolves Esports.
One thing that certainly helps a difficult journey is having this weapon in your hands. And maybe even this weapon is
Kraber L-Star? Ew.
care package combo. It's one thing to have them,
Lewis.
you've got to put them to use.
It's where you go from here, though. If you try and head north, Wolves have got such good eyes. Now you've got to use those void passages just to stay alive. It's looking pretty dicey here for Shopify.
No, looking good
Only
for
probably
them.
desperately waiting for a smoke to come back. They get the smoke down. VKG have been eliminated in the meantime. Wolves down to just one. Crazy Kong, the last standing member. As Ninjas in Pajamas now make their play to play the
Wolves
roof
is out.
of that one building that might hold their success in its hands. Wolves are gone. RRQ also eliminated. 6 squads now remaining, and somehow Shopify reset here.
Yeah, Wolves going down was massive for Shopify Rebellion's chances, but it's NIP at the moment in the best spot you could possibly be in. Not only can they pick up potential KP, but also when it comes to zone, they're the only team on the north.
Shopify out.
Try to make a desperate play for somewhere safe in zone. Aren't able to do so because KNC were holding down this spot behind the Newcastle wall, behind the Rampart walls as well.
Oh, brother.
And you can say the same
Stinky.
about so many
P
teams in this
stinky.
lobby. But with the game slipping away, you have to make the most of this.
Well, 3 teams have the same composition. Wolves, they're eliminated from the lobby, but they also had that Wraith, that Newcastle, and Rampart available to them. That's the 3. And then for JDG, they're running the Sparrow, as are NIP. And there's one Caustic. JDG still running the Caustic. Just think about how much that gas could affect this final circle. And then NIP have the Catalyst.
They also have the Fuse.
Holy.
Fuse
Awful
ult on the
teams.
load in this endgame could go crazy.
Ooh, Miss Sheila.
Safest for the longest.
Miss Sheila's coming out.
Esports. They are center zone.
Now for NIP here, because they control the whole north and they have a cat, they can just Dark Veil, cut off the entire sight line, make all of the other teams fight, and then just mop things up. That's the simple terms.
F chance got down. JDG are making the play here to try and swing and clean this side of zone onto TIE, but the Newcastle wall, the Rampart walls make it so difficult to do. Damadao with the Kraber in his hands, but only 2 bullets to work with. He wants to peek and see if he can pick up a big shot. But KNC cannot connect quite now.
That's probably the one team you don't want to be looking at here.
Sheila!
NIP are not the focus if you are going to trope. You've got to worry about GK because Sheila is here reigning supreme.
NIP now make their move though. JDG, 2 of them will fall to Cole and Vayne.
Oh my god.
The piercing
No,
spikes go out.
JD is out. How much KP did they manage to grab
And
though?
the last team's remaining right below where NIP find themselves. The Dark Veil will cut off the zone as NIP wait for GK and TIE to do the heavy lifting.
It's just patience, but GK, there's a Wraith behind. It's a portal that could change things.
But Cole's aware, and with TIE falling, the piercing spikes go down again. It's a matter of time here, surely, for NIP to make the most of the zone, the most of the opportunity. As Shrub goes down, Ninjas in Pajamas.
Wow, NIP. I think that's their second win,
They
right?
so desperately needed here, and they pushed themselves up.
They needed that.
Into those qualification spots. 4th place NIP now hold.
Oh,
And ever
fuck,
since they
bro.
had that northern side, it was as simple as just being patient as always.
JD
with
had
Apex
4
Legends.
kills
The
in
Dark Veil
4th
came out
place.
at just the right time. I did like the attempt from GK to do something different.
Oh,
with
they're
the
currently
Wraith
in
ball.
dive.
Maybe you're able to bamboozle them a little bit. But NIP, they stay calm, they stay focused, and they get the points they needed. But there are still 3 matches remaining. It is not job done yet for any of these teams in the top 6.
Oh my god, I'm falling asleep.
So many teams in the last 4 or 5 matches
I
have
need
made
to take
the
a
most
nap.
of an opportunity when the zone has come their way.
I was falling asleep.
That's another great example. We saw it from Wolves
Too
on
fucking
Olympus.
early for my ass, bro.
Gifted a lot of
Too early.
zones. NIP get gifted one here, and everybody is making it count. That has been the difference maker for so many of these teams. But it's also sometimes that we see those opportunities slip through the fingers. They're not making those mistakes
Oh
at the
my
moment.
god,
That's the quality of the
Karev
lobby we're
was
seeing.
shooting at
When the
them
zone comes your
toes.
way, everyone's making the most of it.
And these are the reactions. That's what's different from one side to another. And even though GK would have known they were never the favorites in that fight, they will still be proud with the amount of points they've been able to put on.
One fist bump key on, please.
Don't leave him hanging for too long. As GK, even though they didn't win, they are still in 2nd place at 63 points. And we are starting to create a little bit of a gap from our lobby leaders to the rest of the chasing pack at the moment. I mentioned RRQ in 1st on 64.
Matches and then nap
Wolves
time.
are in 7th on 50. That is a 14-point difference. Now, sure, that can very much be caught up in one game. But if we still see RRQ putting up points,
I like
up
that,
6
guys.
every single time, they do start
I like
to get
their,
towards that 80
their
that we were
mouse pad.
suggesting may be
Pretty
a
mouse
rough cutoff point. But it's a 25-point game for NIP. Our incredible America's winners when we looked at how they dominated through the region. They struggled here in group
25-point
stages,
pickup,
but now in the
They
survival stage,
they literally
they're
just
coming to
throw
life.
themselves
GK
into
Esports 11 points for them.
what is it?
Not a huge amount
Fourth
of
for
KP
that.
alongside the placement.
Crazy.
As we look down at the bottom, there's a couple of teams there which we've talked about struggling a bit, and they're continuing to struggle. Now let's talk about the cutoff down. Let's talk about the overalls. Let's talk about the series, because that's what really matters here. Remember, top 6 will stay in the tournament, will qualify for match point finals tomorrow. Everyone else will go home. Talk to me about the cutoff.
So Team RRQ in 1st, GK in 2nd, Dinos 3rd, NIP 4th,
Chocolate
Enter
time,
Force 36 are 5th, and Zipline Mafia are in 6th. Now 52 points is where Zipline Mafia currently sit. We were guessing around 80 points. As Graceful was alluding to, it might drop down to somewhere in the 70s as well. It's always difficult because it depends on how many points are being gained by the top rather than the bottom. But somewhere in that region of 70 to 80 is what we're thinking that cutoff could be. So there is still plenty of points to be had, and 3 matches, a lot of time to gain said points as well. Those who are close to chasing it, Wolves Esports, For Fun Esports, and JD Gaming, as well as Shopify Rebellion, they close out 7th through 10th at the moment.
Ninjas in Pajamas making the most of the opportunity. Huge amount of damage, kills, and assists. And this is what we're talking about right now. Remember, Zipline Mafia, as it stands, the final qualification spot for match point finals belongs to them. But look at the total points. Look how close it is with not many games remaining
really
now.
close.
52 points is where we stand. Wolves just 2 behind, then 1 behind. It is so close here.
A little bit of a gap between 9 and 10, an 8-point gap between JD and Shopify Rebellion, but Shopify did put up some points to keep themselves in the conversation. The further you get down into this table, though, the more you get worried. When you look at PXX and Flat, you're starting to think the tournament may be over for you. You're going to have something huge in the next 3. Aurora are down there as well. Virtus Pro find themselves down there. TIE, the regional finals champions from their region, are also down in 33 points as well. And interestingly, for TIE, it's the placement point difference versus kill point difference as well.
We're going to have to see how the games progress. We are starting to get to the end of our survival stage. We'll find out what happens in the next game in just a few moments. We're going for a quick break. We'll be right back.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EVE.EXE, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
A week ago. Alright, 3 more games. Let's get it. 3 more games. Oh yeah, Split 2 is gonna be in Vegas. October 29th to November 1st.
All right, I found him. We were looking for Team Liquid fans. What better? We found Team Liquid. It's Panic. How you doing, man?
I'm amazing, man. Just vibing, watching.
Hi, Panic.
Yes, sir.
You know, one of the things I said, I love seeing your brother come to LAN and be in your family invested and involved in what you do. How cool is it now, them seeing you in Paris doing so well?
I mean, it's insane. Like, my dad came with me here.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah, he's here. He's here. And, like, it's amazing that they all support and show love. It's just awesome.
Yeah, man, you guys have something special cooking. I haven't seen Zero talk about a teammate like this since maybe forever. I mean, he was obviously
what the fuck? Pearl is coming to Fortnite?
With Hal, but you just seem to fit so well with what he's trying to do. Why does that fit work for you guys?
I think with Hal and Zero, it was like a lot of an ego battle. Yeah. And like, I kind of had one when I was with TSM, but like I knew joining Liquid, I would have to fully put it down and just like take it in. Better player, and I'm going to learn off of him.
That's a mature statement, man. I appreciate it. Well, you guys have been dominating. I know you're having your day off here. I won't keep you too long, but congratulations, and we're excited to see what you do tomorrow.
I appreciate that, man.
All right, Panic Apex here, man. Young gun. How old are you?
19.
19. Some more Apex Young Guns out here hanging out in Paris.
Welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at the Esports World Cup 2026. And now we head to World's Edge. The survival stage continues with just 3
You're going to split to LAN?
left, and
Enjoy.
they will all take
I don't know
place
if I'll
on
be able to go.
All
I'd like to be able
World's
to
Edge
go.
is the
We'll
battleground.
And interestingly, depending on how much you've been following ALGS throughout Split 1, we did not have World's Edge online, but we do have it here at LAN at EWC 2026.
Perlica mentioned, yeah, Perlica's getting added to Fortnite apparently.
They're well versed in it. They've practiced it and played it enough. But it certainly does change things for a lot of these teams, whether it be where they drafted on their POI draft, or just how comfortable they are with the way that the
PayPal
game plays.
me 3,000 V-Bucks.
I did mention
no,
in the
you PayPal me the V-Bucks.
2 of those being Dinos and Gen G. Dinos
I don't care. Perlica already had her $3,000 in Enfield.
And then Gen G
Mom says it's my turn. Mom says it's BB's turn to be PayPal 3,000 V-Bucks. Thank you.
Performing very well, staging as well, and big
don't actually give me V-Bucks. I will be mad. You can give me $3,000 though. I won't say no to that.
But there are plenty of teams who have prioritized World's Edge.
JD gave me a landslide, and then Furnace Pro's over at Countdown. Dinos is next in the staging.
There is a lot of teams here who really wanted to put a punctuation mark here on these final 3 maps.
Well, here we go then, everyone. We're going to see a lot of keys be crushed at some point very, very soon. Only 6 can make it through to tomorrow. And as we head over to World's Edge, how many tournament-defining moments over the years have we seen take place on this particular map? Match 8 is ready. The teams are moving. And one thing to highlight here, we're talking
3
about
more to go, guys. 3 more to go.
Throughout the tournament and other maps.
God, have you already been streaming 4 hours already? Holy.
Strange pullbacks. We've seen
it's too early for this shit.
A little bit. And I wonder if teams and coaches just had to refresh their brains when it comes to how these zones are going to play.
And thank goodness it evens it out, right? That we get a map. Actually, we get some deferring zones, but a team that's going to have a lot of eyes on them.
I can't believe Olympus zones have literally all been bottom right zones, like Sommers, Grow Tower.
Still 3 matches, still a lot of points to play. Now, zone-wise, we are heading over towards the Fragment area, maybe even a little bit further east than that as well. So this could be great for the likes of Enter Force 36, who are over at Overlook. They will have the quickest route down to No Name. Whereas Aurora and Kinatrope are going to be battling out on that
Dinos already starting to move in. TIE is starting to also rotate that way as well. Yeah, I think as soon as everyone saw where this is going, they're like, we need to get a building right now. Oh!
Already a fight going down. No surprise, a lot of teams already moving through Monument and Fragment. And Aurora sending this one.
Oh!
That's going to be 2 dead on the side of Kinatrope, and that's going to be Aurora picking up a couple of points. Now, boy, do
Aurora is currently 13th. They have 34 points, so they need to have a big game over here. They need to have a nuclear game if they want to be able to make it into the top 6. But VKG all of a sudden is now 30 now.
No! Effect goes down, and Hiaka, suddenly there's a lot of responsibility to finish off this fight.
It's going to be a 1v1. Hiaka trying to play behind the knockdown shields. Where's the last remaining member? There he is, it's QQ, and he's got an armor advantage as well. Now, do they have the time to finish this one off quickly? Hiaka's burning. Hiaka's struggling. Aurora
Aurora's out!
That is 2 1v1s for Hyaka now, where he just hasn't been able to come up clutch.
Wow!
What
a great thermite! What an incredible thermite! Oh my god, that flushed him out so easy.
How different would have that fight been if it was a controller player, perhaps one of your fraggers like Effect in the 1v1 instead? But Aurora are now going to have to turn to matches 9 and 10
it's either Effect ran out of bullets or he just didn't miss that. He missed his last shot.
Ninjas in Pajamas hold one of those
Unlucky.
qualification spots at the start of this
Yeah,
game.
they cannot afford to go down
But it
there.
can change very, very quickly if you go out early. There is no worse feeling than holding a spot, thinking you're going to match point finals, and then dying early and having to see the rest of the lobby eat those points up that you could have had. They made the most of the zone last time. We saw them on our
Aurora will
screens.
not be making it tomorrow. Mark my words, trying to reverse curse them.
Now we're on World's Edge. They've got a little bit further to go.
So 11 fuses in the lobby, which is what I was saying before all that commotion
Yeah,
started
just do the
happening
reverse
as well. So
curse. Reverse SC
a lot
curse.
of bombardments happening in terms of how many grenades can be popped out as well.
Where if you prey on their downfall, that's when they have their comeback story. Because Apex players, if anything, if they know anything about Apex players, it's that they're creatures made out of spite.
So they're just going to move down and probably claim one.
They're creatures
Doritos free, but it's
purely
not the
fueled
best
by
building. By the way,
spite.
Kinnetrope have just been eliminated as well. PXX.
Is that Apex Legend? It sure is! Oh my god, hi Dylan!
Involved in that early scuffle, or should I say, saw
Hi
Kinnetrope involved in that early
Dylan, how
scuffle.
are you?
The Dorito building isn't prime. Zap's taking a bit of damage on the cross. He has to be very, very careful. It looks like Shopify want to try and take this. A little bit of a risk considering how many teams are in and around Fragment probably having a look at this.
Well, and the fact there are buildings available they can play, but perhaps they just feel like VP are in a winning position, a winning building. And Shopify Rebellion do need points. They're in 10th place.
You bitch.
And perhaps
God
they feel
damn
like
it,
just
YouTube.
surviving until the late
There you
game isn't
go.
enough. They need to be
How
finding
is
a
your
win.
debut prep? I hope it's going well. Chimes!
Ninja in Pajamas is going to be safe.
Chimes! I'm gonna need you to wake up and log the fuck in and subscribe to all of the Aegis Link Coalesce girlies. They're gonna be debuting tomorrow night. I'm gonna be watching all of their debuts, but I'm gonna be specifically doing a watch along for the lovely Miss Valen at 10 p.m. But they all start at 8 p.m. They all need to get 1,000 subscribers in order to use the raid function. I believe Valen has the. Okay, nice. Oh, good. Everyone has 1,000. Guys, go subscribe to all of them on YouTube right now. Go subscribe to all of them on YouTube right the frick now, so that way they can use the raid function. Okay. Alright. Komisa is 986 out of the 1,000. She's very, very close.
Do they continue to hold, or do they wait for a little bit of information?
You're subbed and you're waiting for the streams. Good.
I think they're just going to wait for zone to
Good.
close. Everybody else is going to be stacked up on the Fragment side of where this
It's going
zone
well.
is. Shopify
Oh my
just trying to clear
gosh.
their
I'm
backs, essentially. They
tired.
will walk
Oh
in,
my
they can
god,
let
you
the
got
lobby take
it.
care of itself if it pulls anywhere
You got it,
near to
girl.
where they are.
You got it.
And even if it doesn't, they've got the walk in that they can look to third party all of these teams that will be coexisting. So Shopify in a really, really good spot for now. And if it goes to the north, they also have the option of just wrapping up to the epicenter high ground. So lots of options available for Shopify Rebellion. Away from the zone.
Hold on.
It's going to take a look at Neo heading into countdown through the skies. And a landslide is RRQ.
And Neo, another one of those teams who are almost in Hail Mary
Sorry about
territory.
I thought you were gonna
into
say they're all
map J
horrible
here.
people, especially that
If they
Bluebell
were to fall
person. What do
early,
you mean?
It's going to be very difficult going into 9 and 10. Well, that doesn't give
Cool,
us
let's
much more
girlies? No,
information.
they're great.
It is still going to be hovering
Sorry,
around both.
hold
and
on.
Shopify
I just
Rebellion
got a
are going to
message
head back up
from
to the eastern
my
side
brother.
right now. Like you were saying, just waiting for that zone to close, spreading themselves out, making sure they're looted and booted at the same time.
Interesting to see Wolves and Gen G. Obviously, they don't have the next zone information from where they've been positioned, playing both of the chokes, both the Geyser choke and the Siphon choke. Well, at some point, they're going to have to engage. They're going to have to move up towards that zone. So keep your eyes on that. Ninjas in Pajamas actually rotating back towards Wolves and that choke. And you've also got Zipline Mafia coming through the tunnel from Harvester. So we're about to see a few bullets fired for sure as teams start to engage and get squeezed together on that choke.
A very important fight if it does happen as well. Zipline Mafia in 6th place, that cut-off position right now. NIP, they are in 4th place at 59 points. So if either of these go down, it would be great for the rest of the lobby.
Watching you since you all play Apex? Yeah, we're playing Apex after you debut, right?
Well, let's jump into the comms with Ninjas in Pajamas and see what the plan is to try and get through this choke.
Good luck. Good luck to you. Good luck to everyone on Coalesce. I wish you guys the best. And have fun. Have fun more than anything. Have fun more than anything.
I'm gonna try and take high brain.
Blinks rapidly? Why the hell are you blinking, Rantha? Are you good, huh? Why are you blinking rapidly for? You good?
I might die.
BB don't corrupt themselves. Hey, I'm just saying. Valen's the one saying that she wants to play Apex. Who am I to say no?
They're going for the wrap.
They need a third.
Fuck, man, that bang and caustic were low. Fuck. Fuck. I'm gonna go grab him. Crack the first guy. I mean, should we not just mirror them, bro? Are they not gonna fight? There's a team here, also. Okay. There's 2 teams here. We just fight this team. We just fight this team, okay? There's 2 more teams at Geyser. There's a team in this building and a team.
You can see some of the conversations that are being had between Vayne, Kurev, and Cole about what the plan is. I think it's, shall we mirror them?
Oh, no. Sorry.
Of course, we saw it on screen. This is a replay of the fight we saw take place a little bit earlier on between VP and SR. You can see how clean it was.
Lights going out.
The Ninjas in Pajamas, it's a pretty tough rotate for them to have to make here. Wolves still holding the choke in front of them, and the longer they take, they've got more teams looking to squeeze them, potentially from behind here. And now they know it.
I think that's the main problem, is the chokes that are being held by Wolves and Gen G makes it very difficult for these teams arriving from the south right now. And NIP are soon going to be aware of PXX. And the trouble is, if you engage in this, it does open up the door for Wolves Esports to join into the fight. And we've already seen Wolves throughout this tournament take some questionable fights themselves. But perhaps this one is one they might want to take, because you clear the entirety of the south if you win it. And the ring closing certainly will affect this fight as well. It's going to force it a little bit as it begins to close now.
A little bit of a double take there as I saw a R301 in the hands of one of our pro players for the first time in quite some time. I guess the fact we're on World's Edge, it kind of makes it feel somewhat comfortable. Ninja Pajamas, they've got to hold here. And then they have to work their way forward. They've got 20 seconds on zone. Everybody who is involved in this area has to squeeze themselves in towards zone. And there's only room for certain teams to survive. Kurev having to pop the battery here, does have the mother low, but you don't want to waste it knowing that you've got potentially another fight in front of you with Wolves.
And just to make it more interesting, a Mythic bin is spawning up by Wolves as well, so there are plenty of things to be considering here for all these teams. But NIP, it is focusing on PXX right now as the Dark Veil goes down, and it's a lot of damage coming out of PXX here.
A lot of damage coming on either side. But Ninjas in Pajamas off the back of the mother load aren't looking healthy at all. Cole's down. Vayne might be down soon as well. He gets the armor swap off of Cole's
I'm
box.
sorry, I'm currently coordinating stuff with my
Desperately
family.
just spams some thermite to try and buy time. PXX now being wrapped by RRQ. This might save the day here for NIP.
Wolves are looking at it as well. We may see both of these teams go down here. NIP and PXX are going to struggle. Vayne's going to try and get out of dodge, see if he can maybe rescue the rest of the team.
PXX resin down there.
Resin, do you see him?
Vayne had to jump back in the port because he's only got 1 health. He would have died to zone immediately there. This is a mess. The grenades flooding towards him. Somehow Kurev and Vayne is still holding on. He gets the medkit popped. They might get the shield bat popped, and now do you take the portal? Do you try and risk going back into zone here?
Easy Flash is staying here. The rest of RRQ have left. And Easy Flash says, no, maybe I can do a little bit of damage. Now he'll get enough of a warning sign to say, I need to retreat to the rest of the team. And he's going to wrap back round thanks to being a Wraith with the rest of the squad.
Takes the Void Nexus. Wolves still holding, still waiting to see what's going on. I'm wondering why we haven't got any KP out of all of this. We've got a Kraber in the hands of No Name. There's a 150.
Cute fun things, I hope. Yeah. Yeah.
Difficult lessons to be taught.
Be fun for me. Won't be fun for you guys. Or maybe it will. I don't know. Depending.
Teams left because Wolves are just
oh, infinite crabber. Infinite Kraber shots. Hopefully their Krabby Patty will be better than mine. Oh.
Out of nowhere, now put the pressure onto Wolves.
And now Wolves have to get out of dodge as well. The Altar and the Wraith have been saving people's bacon right now.
Both Wolves inside of the phase dome. And they go towards No Name. Can they get a reset here?
Yeah, I wonder if Vayne can actually get ahead of this zone as well.
Oh,
Kurev's been able to get out, but then just gets spotted. Vayne's going to be the last remaining. And it is going to be Gen G who start to focus.
RRQ and Wolves continue.
But yeah, Mama and Papa Bill want to go to the... They want to go traveling. They want to go traveling, so I might be gone end of August to September.
A nightmare situation now to have to watch the rest of the lobby. No name still with his Kraber in his hand, by the way.
It allows so many teams to start catching up, doesn't it? But that Kraber
Might go back to the Philippines.
Does RRQ get eliminated?
It's been a while since we went back to the Philippines.
That's a second place team eliminated. So that's second and fourth now out of the lobby early. And again, everyone licking their lips.
Christmas without BB? Christmas without BB. Oh my god, Genji's going crazy.
GK trying to sweep behind as well.
GK, got a knock on.
Somehow Wolves
Crazy
are still
calm.
alive. No idea how.
What you're saying is that you're gonna get milk and you're never coming back? No.
We've not really been able to talk about where the zone's going.
I'm getting milk. I might take like a 2-week sabbatical for it. You know, I might go on an adventure for 2 weeks, but I'll come back.
Sorry, from the server,
I'll
not the
come
competition
back.
just yet. Careful. I won't want to eliminate anyone too early. But it's not looking good for them at 12 points as JDG on 49 points. One of the chasing teams. And they'll take
Let's go floating.
Floating by name,
I'll come back with the good milk. I'll come back with the good milk, and we'll also have like chocolate too, and then I'll also have lechon. I have lechon kawali straight from Cebu, from the Cebuano region, and like the Corona, and then also like the specific Filipino beer that always gets me messed up. That's why I don't bother remembering it. It's like a monkey something. I'll bring back a Tarsier too. I'll bring back a tiny little monkey for everyone too. And bring everyone new brother, you know, like yeah.
And it's so important you get some of these extra placement points on the board, especially when you see some of those falling around you. Because if teams at the top
Wolves
are
is
not
in
getting
here
the
somehow.
points, those chasing you are definitely going to be picking them up.
No name is.
It won't be spoiled at all. What do you mean? It's fine. It'll be fine. Everything will be daijobu so long as it stays refrigerated.
You know what? We trust you. Just take us anywhere. You're bang center of zone.
She's making a lot of promises about to hurt it so that she returns the year of 40k. 40k.
Somehow stays alive here.
Like Warhammer type shit?
Genji are fighting them, but Wolves are just going crazy, trying to find a corner.
Holy shit! I can't believe Wolves is surviving this long.
Genji get eliminated elsewhere. TIE are going to be on the other side of this.
Nope.
And Nade
TI does not want them to come in though. You're not allowed.
Get bullied away because Wolves, they just need somewhere to call home. Finally, they break the door down. And they're going to take this fight to TIE.
Oh!
No name, more damage. Still has that Kraber in the back pocket, by the way. Don't forget about that thing. And they take control of the door as well. So now, with Catalyst in the composition, at least they know they control that door.
Ooh.
That's a big moment. That's somewhere at least for them to play their backs against.
I think they're just a little bit worried about from height. Are they going to get shot? At the moment, they are going unseen.
Oh!
Trying to put on a show for us. We might see a few of those attempts.
If first it doesn't work, try again. Maybe
is it big?
Will create the opening here.
Is it big?
TIE on that high ground. No name.
He's
no fear.
Pushing them around. Yeah, no fucking fear, bro.
There's only so many levels here in this building.
That wall's going to need a replaster. And you can do this due to the infinite ammo.
Oh!
Still not connecting with the no scopes.
All it takes is one.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
When the Wolves fans pray,
you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Maybe the next one. Infinite
oh, they're going at the they're going at TIE up top!
Zipline Mafia are trapped to the moment. Kazak has to swing past to try and create a path for Excuse to stay alive. He's not going to be able to. That's VK Gaming eliminated in those moments
Excuse.
As well. Shopify Rebellion
on the
ground. On that
ground.
northern side still.
Kazak is a solo.
Gaming joining them. Kazak as a solo on the Pathfinder, still alive. Wolves, by the way, has been.
Whoa!
Here. I don't know how
it's looking a little crowded. It's looking a little crowded here.
Well,
oh my god, where's Kazak playing?
Either with GK arriving. By the way, second, third, and fourth, all out of the lobby
no!
right now.
No, JDG is going down right now.
As you can see
danger, 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 danger.
JDG who lost the player.
Oh no, no, the fuse is gonna be such a problem.
You were the bad luck charm. That's what it was.
Well, Zainu, he's bullying.
Holy shit, Zainu, enough! Stop! Leave him alone!
But they haven't managed to finish him off quite yet. JDG still alive. I think it's Floating who's the last man there.
Shopify Rebellion, if they can take out JDG in a very winnable position.
Holy shit, this is a zone. Oh my god. Everyone's gonna get pulled out.
A fragment on this southern side right now. That is 7 teams within these buildings, whether they're on top, down below, or sandwiched in between. And this is where you need a game plan. This is where the legend composition is going to be a big factor.
Okay, where are they going?
Catalyst might go crazy in this endgame as well. If you can wall off a side of this zone, and buy a little bit of time just to isolate a fight.
Oh no! I hate that they have such good shots on them.
Then you might have a pretty good time.
This is the power position though for Shopify Rebellion. The only worry is if everyone starts, this, Wraith portaling into the middle, you have to make sure you bully them away as quickly as possible. TIE now, they go out of the frying pan into the fire and they have to send themselves back. But Zone's going to force them in once
early. Yeah, very early.
As well. This Rock won't be in for long. TIE have been eliminated.
Oh, this is such a strong ass place for them to be. JD is out in eighth.
Hits one onto Zainu.
Oh!
And that opens things up. There's the catwall, but GK in
Catwall!
front of them. Knocks in front of them. Knock gets down.
And now No Name can use this to his advantage as the rest of the team pushes through.
You just need one!
GK going to try and utilize Newcastle to get back up.
Really good catwall.
Actually, Wolves, they benefit from this heavily as GK-esports.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Shopify go down.
It's gonna go down soon though. They're gonna have to figure out where they're gonna play.
DCG jump out in the zone, trying to hit late EVE,
Oh!
trying to do a little bit of lamppost dancing. No Name, waiting for the opportunity to strike everyone. He's going up into the skies, but if you go up, you've got to come back down. Zipline Mafia eliminated, 4 squads remaining, and this is the No Name show.
Oh my
Absolute
god,
carnage,
DCG
no
taking
defensive
the
legends,
height!
no walls to work with, really.
He's on his own.
It's all down to No Name. Last 3 teams.
Oh!
I'd say there's no chance, but I've thought that about 3 or 4 times in this game.
Ah!
Caustic Gas a problem. Synap tries to pull behind him, has to jump into the void. Gets second place.
Top 2!
Oh, but with 3 alive, there's no chance for No Name.
No! That shit was crazy, bro. Bro, if he managed to hit those shots, oh my god, that would have been the fucking clip. That would have been the fucking clip for the series, bro.
Put up a win. And again, every single win matters, every single point matters. It puts DCG back into the conversation of qualification. They're not quite in those top 6 points, but they do put themselves within 5.
I am absolutely flabbergasted by what I saw from No Name in that game. If you don't know who he is, the man goes without a name. It's No Name.
The man who shall not be named, but boy, can he hit a shot when he's needed.
And think of the reset. Think of the survivability. Think of the portals. Think of them taking control of that door outside the building. It just felt like they had no right.
Oh my god,
to be
the
in that
Nessie!
endgame.
It puts
Hi,
Wolves to
Nessie.
67 points in 2nd place. They are now in touching distance of those match point finals. And the team from APAC South who dominated their own region, but then struggled on day 1, lackluster in day 2, but then suddenly came to life once more. And if you think of what they went through throughout that entire game, somehow found a building to play in the end, bullied TIE away.
Oh!
Look at this final circle. Look at how many players alive. The singles, in the end, it was the Axel that came out on top. I thought for sure.
Nice Axel
was win in a
kill.
zone like that.
Don't be mad, No Name. Be happy.
That's
It's the perfect reaction. It's like, we're not anywhere near the end of that game if it's not for you. Don't be disappointed.
I mean, Wolves, they still put up 17 points in that game. Only 2 points less than DCG. Sure, neither team able to have one of those mammoth games where you put 25 plus up.
I'm nervous
But again, it's just about
about
staying in the race at the moment for those top 6 positions.
I'm nervous
And boy,
about
is it getting close.
Dare you? Dare you start talking points? Dare you start talking about who's in the right places and who's in the wrong ones?
I think
I really want to see floating in finals, bro.
A few more points for GK, they should be good for match point finals. The same could be said for Wolves, maybe another 7 or 8 for them. RRQ are edging closer, Entos 436 as well, but then Dinos and NIP, they are still in that danger zone. Zipline Mafia and For Fun are on the chase. It's certainly going to be an incredible last two here to see who gets through our survival stage and into those match point finals.
Well, this is the results of the game that we just saw. Relove DCG, first place, the 1v1 clutch.
Oh no, they only picked up 6 points.
They get the 7 KP
They only
alongside
picked
it.
up 6
Wolves
points.
have no right to be in second place, but they are due to the sheer will of No Name.
And just thinking back to that last circle as well, DCG jumping up onto the lamppost, 2 of them got up there. And at first you think you're just such an obvious target, but actually when everyone's panicking, a lot of it's eye level. Not many people look up because everyone's in portals, everyone's in queues, everyone's just trying to stay alive.
And at the bottom there, flat, 0 points for them. Wow. I mean, that was, I think, the most fun I've had so far here. And the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC, that was an incredible game. And now we still have 2 more to go. World's Edge awaits.
This is going to be close.
And the last 2 games remaining in the survival stage.
Damn, they had your ass in the gals for the longest time. Hi, Meadows. All right, now it's my turn to be back because I'm going to run ads so that way they don't happen during the game. Also because frick that Meadows guy, he smells like cheese. I mean, well, who said that? Who said that? Anyways, thanks for the Bezos bucks.
Relove DCG with the win, and in dramatic fashion, we've got my main man, coach of TLN Pirates, but a pro that you've known well before, Nasky, here in the building, ready to give his insight on what he's been seeing so far, and of course his experience in the tournament. Nasky, welcome, my man.
I mean, you can barely call me a coach, right? My legacy is as a player. My legacy is a player.
Okay, he doesn't want to change it up, man. Talk to me quickly about that Relove win. That was like lamppost flashbacks from back in the day.
Dude, that gave me flashback. What was it? It was Team Liquid way back in the days.
Dragon Quest collaboration.
I love it.
Jumps
Horizon,
on last
right?
second and wins the game.
What the hell?
Beautiful win.
So many fun things, and also the top teams too kind of caught your eye. What are some of those stories about the top performers? Wolves just jumped into first place, but RRQ have been doing phenomenally as well.
RRQ is a team that I have close to my heart because it's funny too seeing Strafe and Flame together with Easy Flash again, right?
Yeah, they're reunited.
We saw them back in the day. What was it? Was it Birmingham champs?
Yes.
They were popping off.
Yeah.
They split off. They had some sort of melancholic ending to it, but now they're back and they're doing amazing.
It's amazing, man. And a team that's back, they didn't mean to be back though. Shopify Rebellion, Phony's playing with Zainu again, and now with Zap. Talk about them.
Oh, Shopify Rebellion. I mean, where to start, right? Zainu is back with Phony again. He jumped in as an emergency sub.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not what they were looking for, but it looks like they're doing pretty good, right? I mean,
10.
obviously, they don't have to jump that far from what they're used to because Phony and Zainu go way back.
JDG
Dawn
currently
also
has
have
53
coached,
points.
Phony before, so
That
the
is
stats are probably similar to what
a
he's been experiencing,
13-point
and,
deficit
yeah, I'm sure.
from
I mean, it
the
looks fine,
current
right?
They got the
6th
chemistry
place
there, man. I know you're
team.
dropping your earpiece and everything.
So,
Listen, Nasky,
technically,
he is one of our great
it's still
personalities. And to me,
comebackable,
that
but
means
they're
you're seeing
really,
interesting things. So for
they're really going to
surprises,
have to
who
lock it the fuck
surprises you
in
the most? Who are the teams that have
for
kind
the
of caught your
next
eye
2 games.
for good or for bad reasons?
This is also
I mean,
assuming
for bad reasons might
that
be
the
Aurora,
top
because
6
Aurora
teams
was EU
currently
champions coming
also
into this.
don't
I
end
mean,
up
this is a strong
dropping
team. Haruka has
crazy
proven himself as
games
the
or
many
absolute
times
goose eggs.
in a row.
Right. He's a
Obviously,
world champion.
He is a world champion, and
So
in
we'll
fact,
see.
also a world champion, previous EWC winner.
That's right.
And OJ, obviously, EU staple.
Yes.
You know, it's a strong roster. You would imagine them already being called to the finals, already been doing something crazy. But you know, they're in survivors, and they're actually not doing too good right now.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll turn.
All right, man. Well, I know Dino's another team you caught your eye on. We have to get back into these games, though. Nasky, thank you so much for joining us on stage. We hope to see you around. He'll be in the stands if you're here at EWC watching, so say hello to Nasky as well. It's time to get back to our casters because we got a couple more games to go before we see our final team set for Sunday. Saturday, actually.
That's right,
I
Rain
can't
Day.
wait
We
to take
still
a
have 2 more
fat
games to go.
fucking
Which
nap
of
after these
remaining
games.
teams will
It is
go
too early.
is the question. And listen, if you're gonna give me
Too
another
early
POV
to be
of
up at
Wolves,
this
no game
time.
going crazy
Thank you
like
guys
that,
so much
straight to
for
get the dub.
hanging out, by
But
the way.
oh my goodness.
And
what a
watch us
classic
Apex to be
performance.
10 a.m.
18 people,
Apex.
it was
Gonna be doing it
DCG
again
who ended up
tomorrow
taking the
for
win
the
with
finale.
7 KP, and we still got 2 more games on World's Edge.
And as we go through and look at our teams, Vicky, it's really starting to feel like the beginning of the end. As after these 2 matches, 14 teams will go home. And they will do everything that they can to prevent that and advance on to the match point finals just tomorrow. Here, Ev, on your screen, 16 kills.
9,600 damage.
Of their 38 total, currently situated in 6th place. Knowing that the benchmark is 60 points and trying to break through that, every team behind them just a handful of points keeping them in there. Even 11th place, Shopify Rebellion with 50 points. Just a win. Like, I'm talking like a 15, 20 point win and something happening in the teams just above them. You're in that top 6, Vicky.
It's just crazy to see how tight it's looking for a lot of these teams, Tiff. You know that these players are feeling the pressure. You talk about the cutoff. You talk about NIP reeling with 60 points. I mean,
welcome back from ads, everyone. Welcome back.
On the other side of the team, Shopify with those 50 points.
Yeah, Tito. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. What's up? Hope you've been well.
Match pace with the rest
of the Final Fantasy has been kicking it.
We were able to find that aggression. We got game.
All right. Game 9 out of 10.
We've lost Sparrow, Watson. I mean,
game 9 out of 10. The ban going into this game was Sparrow, Fuse, Sparrow. So our current bans are
it's quite interesting that Newcastle lives to see
Crypto, Seer, Maggie, Gibby, Valkyrie, Watson, Sparrow, and Fuse.
To be able to give them access to the ring consoles. Thanks for the good look at the circle and where we're headed towards.
Next ban
from staging. We'll be able to have a quick rotation. You can see JD Gaming already dropping the E back.
Next ban, who's next ban gonna be?
For Virtus Pro and PXX that are over in Lava Fissure and
Alter?
Countdown. That ring console that Countdown
Newcastle.
has, you're going to want access to that, which is exactly what PXX is poised to do.
Really good call out when it comes to getting the information, especially looking at how this zone is pulling.
Or Bang?
A little bit of a difference maker here.
It looked a little Alter.
Lava Fissure instead of going over to the
it's looking like an Alter. Alter ban. They'll ban Bloodhound because he's OP. They can't ban them yet. They can't ban Bloodhound yet. They've yet to nerf them first. And then they're going to ban the shit out of them.
It's crazy too to see as you already see feeling some of that pressure.
Oh, you're so healthy.
Shimmy his way inside this building, having to cover his back with the nade. Needs some help here. Hopefully gets it.
Oh, they won't him.
It's NIP who tried to
they won't him.
And PXX, who have late
PXX
VP here, have pushed them out.
Got a knock on VP. Oh, VP is out. What was VP going into this?
With 2 matches to go, and if you're in like 19th place like PXX are, the rookies from APAC North,
VP's in 18th, bro. Yeah.
You set fire to the lobby.
Time to cause chaos. This is literally the perfect time right now. This is what I love when it comes to our ALGS lands. We get a little bit of a mix-up on the rule set where these teams are playing so desperate when you have 2 more games
I just got the Bloodhound rework early. Yeah, there's scans uninstalled the game for hit players. What? That's even stronger than Seer.
Not even having an opportunity. It's going to be literally a
Seer literally prevents you from playing the game. The Bloodhound just completely uninstalls it for you? Like, wow, that's some levels, bro.
Ziplining around is going to be Zipline Mafia, Kazak being on that path, playing off.
And then once they realize Bloodhound is super OP, they're just going to go ahead and nerf Pathfinder again, bro.
They're isolated in the lava siphon, but there will be Flat who are trailing right behind them eventually. NIP, by the way, do manage to trail behind Wolves after trying to harass that player up on the low ground. You see the side-by-side. We did see this fight just earlier from this replay. It's going to be PXX harassing VP while Aurora on the bottom left.
Oh, that's what happened earlier. They got Axel ulted.
Over by Monument.
You got pushed Axel ulted. Wow.
Teams are trying to collapse on one another because honestly, the Aurora versus VK Gaming isn't the only one. It's also E36 and Shopify with a 3P of Genji.
The fact that you have Aurora and VK Gaming fighting, it's like your 2025 champions of EWC and your 26 champions, or your 2024 and 2025. I forget what year it is sometimes, but you're right. Shopify Rebellion up in the north. Genji Esports
Shopify,
seek to disengage here.
Shopify
And
also
honestly,
needs to have a big
sometimes
game,
you do
right?
just have to kind of focus on
Yeah,
getting
Shopify is in
information
11th
and
right now at
prioritizing
50
that
points.
before you get to that end game. For the majority of our teams, they've already gone
So they have
out
to go
west,
massive.
And collapsing out here near Monument and Fragment will be
You hit
difficult.
Diamond yesterday. I officially have no reason to play. I'm not trolling this game.
DJ, unfortunately with the Sheila.
Yeah, honestly, I've been meaning to try it out solo queue while it's still available, but I've just been so Final Fantasy 14 build.
Console information isolated before they move up E36.
Team Pop-Tarts,
If
holy
they take on
honk.
Neo, could easily split their
Alright,
attention
man, it's
on
time to
into
take your meds and
harassing
take your ass
Shopify
to
unless
bed.
Shopify
That's
hear the shots
crazy.
and probably want to go in for the 3P. But having to be careful knowing Genji right behind them. This is the fight we're
I mean, solo queue's gonna be over next week anyway. If you want to get back on. I haven't played it all. I'm still D4.
Jumping around the corner isn't going to be enough. Neo, who needs this KP, find the double knock instead. They eliminate Oobly, and now you could see the solo who's trying to run for their life. Can Shopify be the saving grace to involve themselves in this fight?
And this is where the game can
No,
make or break
JDG.
you. You're in 4th place
Naughty is down to
inside the top
someone.
6 by just 4 points. Down to a solo, a regain needed. But what options do you have to make that happen? For now, the Wraith as the solo. Synap will do his best to get the dynamic duo back. We turn our attention deep into zone with Tai up here on the Mirage de Trois. Umi-chan cut down from amped cover in the distance.
Out of the poke pressure, right? And Chaos feeling that pressure. Playing off this low ground, we've seen zones like
Floating,
this end up
nice, got a
pulling
knock on
the outskirts
TIE.
of Mirage de Trois, while TIE are down to a duel. F-Chan looking to heal up.
They should be able to get Umi-chan back in for now, but they do have JD Gaming. That is the team that is staring down them from that height on the zip. The issue is here, you're going to be looking at a couple of different teams as people look through. Dino's out in the distance by Tai, for fun, and GK that have been so
GK's on the
consistent
height?
in acquiring points across all of our maps that we've seen. But to the north we go again for WRG Neo. Jen with a survey beacon.
Oh yeah, getting that scan too, because now they know E36 are right around the corner. You see Neo
I have a
on
kind
the
of
other
comp for
side
this,
here,
yeah.
as they are gonna be able to TP
There's
through.
been a handful of ramparts.
That Void Nexus activated. You could hear the
There's
shots
been a handful of
off the
ramparts,
but
yeah.
being able to find
Oh,
Alpha on this fight, he
That's
says,
some
take
shots.
me back. He doesn't get the crack, doesn't want to overextend everybody. Playing a bit scared, the Kickstarter. Juksu does have that Axel. Trying to miss out on the Nitro Game
the
before Juksu
Cree
comes from
Prowler.
behind. Some revenge from Genji as Juksu sends out his own. And now they're looking to try to take this Void Nexus before canceling it, because you have Aqua being able to find that knock onto Asia. Needs some help from Jukso, who's trying to pump his shoot back behind him.
Oh, he gets shot in the back.
Coming in is going to be E36 re-involving themselves. They see the opportunity. They hear the fights. This is going to be that 3-team pileup over by Epi.
You tell me that you immediately focus on resetting and diving back into the fight on the reset.
When it's solo queue over, should be over next
A
week
moment of reprieve
by
as Asia
Tuesday.
gets the med kit and focuses on that path that we have. I see that we have a couple of options, right? You can go Skyhook and come in through the north. You could drop down, carve through Monument, but this is what awaits you out of the south. Kazakh there with the zip line to the high ground. Can they lay siege to GK? Keon, 1 HP.
This is important for Zipline Mafia, being one of those teams outside the cuffs at 58 points, at 7th place overall, underneath NIP, who are at 61. It takes the high ground here.
Synap is still a solo, huh?
KP with GK leading the path with 71 points. This is big. Playing ring around the Rosie, around the amp shields. Keon holding up for dear life.
Oh, no,
Keon get eliminated. This is great for Zipline Mafia. Looking on the other side and trying to stay alive on Pride Rock. They've now
got
cleared
the
southern
rock.
side of the zone. They're feeling the pressure from the teams trying to poke at them from afar. Wolves, TIE.
Oh, Ziki got a fin,
an
an aqua.
outside of staging, but it's the pile up over on the outskirts of Lava and Countdown.
What is happening
And Dinos,
here?
another team, NIP, the 6th place. 1 point is keeping them inside the top 6. And for now, we remain inside. Dinos and Flat. Another story as we see Chaos go down.
Went down.
DJ immediately investing the portal. J Future only surviving by the mobile shield. and trying to escape, but where do you go?
Well, looking to get the res, actually really smart to do it right next to the start of the portal. Oh no, but they still get the re-knock. QQ just looking at him said, you know what, never mind, let's just take this portal instead. Where can I go? But it's still risky no matter what because Flat are now looking at this.
Moving in now.
Now they fully send it. They're looking to get some KP, but I mean, they're in dead last. This is just a grief them at the end of the day. Dino now losing out on 2, trying to stay alive with Nano chasing down against the lone warrior DJ, who is running for his life. Dino's currently at 64 points in 5th place. Not
That's
big
a
of
big nade.
Nice little chicken nade landing at the feet of Nano after he yeeted it up to the sky. Nano says, all right, we're going to still try to follow up with this here. Do we try to fully extend it? He's forced us to be stuck by the tunnel side before rotating, perhaps through landslide, because E36 now are also going into the other side of Dinos. They hear this fight, and they're going to be the sandwich to the other side of the solo, forcing Dinos to back away towards Harvester.
But what he does here, the Wraith baits him as he goes out into the circle. Enter Force 36 is lurking throughout the tunnels. They don't peek, but keep your eyes, because we have 1 med kit, 6 syringes.
I mean, dude, what? They're still chasing.
They're still chasing?
Flat is griefing that solo Dinos.
Why do they care? They're in 20th place.
I mean, what? The fact that DJ's, yeah, it's true. I mean, DJ's literally
feeling
this right now. We've all been here within our own games. We're trying to stay alive as the last one for your squad.
And we time it. We pop the syringe. We can go into the void after this, but Flat call off the chase.
Holy actual fucking grief, yeah.
It doesn't get easier, DJ.
It doesn't. He's forced to heal up. I mean, at least
and now it's a contended Neo on the other side.
It is ring 3 countdown next here, but he'll have some respite before coming in behind WGR. Neo calls on the evac in front of Neo, so they definitely hear this. Let's see how they react when they come out of the choke that leads into landslide. Dinos now with that 1 solo is trying to keep the dream up for the rest of his team. He's going to fly over Neo for now while we take a look at Zipline Mafia after they were able to
Dana doesn't believe that if this house, I'm not shocked he chases solo.
That's 1 solo. He's going to wrap completely around Monument.
But he lands on the replicator. We are going for a reset. Not too many heals to go. Back to Zipline.
No comment, no comment. If I speak, big trouble.
Came back into the ring
no comment. No comment. If I speak, big trouble.
If we got this Hemlock, we got the breach charge.
If I speak, I'll be in trouble. No comment.
But there's going to be a couple of teams in our way as we make our move in through the southern side of things. Ty and VK Gaming still.
I mean, if we could look at what's happening on that side too, because Neo were actually down to 1 member. That 1 solo of Dinos actually
Flats
around them
now
underneath getting the res, and now is alive
Zip
right next
and
to
VKG.
So much happening on each end of the outskirts of the
VKG is
zone,
coming up on TIE here.
This one's gonna hurt. While Zip
the 3 peak on Spinotter.
For this team to overtake NIP, a 1-point difference in this game 9. Remember, after this, there's only 1 more to go, and Zipline want to be able to secure themselves in the raid.
How are you?
They're currently tied with 6
What up, everyone? My name is Bluebell. Listen as BB. We're currently watching LGS. There's currently knockout stages for LGS LAN over at Paris. Hello, as the kids. If you guys haven't hired you today to sub yet, please go to do so. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to hang out. Oh my god, he actually got the reset. Dinos down.
Solo cannot stay alive.
Flat, dead.
Dire situations here with 64 points, but it really depends on how Zipline, for fun, and even NIP.
We're currently watching Knockout. We're gonna see which top 6 teams go on to match point finals tomorrow.
On their rotate, NIP looking on to harass these teams on the edge of zone, while the likes of Wolves, TIE, Zipline, for fun. Still powered up as
Zipline dead.
Or eliminated. They got to 61 points.
15 squads left, round 4 ring.
The difference is NIP are still alive.
Ooh, that's a good thermite.
Wolves with the thermite. TPing back up,
Ty is now eliminated.
14 squads left, and Wolves playing this safe with 69 total points. They know they lead the way.
And Ty fall also. But falling in 7th is Zipline Mafia, Vicky, like you said.
VKG going down to Neo.
Left to get them into the top 6. And 1 game
Ooh,
to further
the RE is going crazy. Ooh.
But it's just LQ, last standing. He knocks another.
Oh my god, Newcastle value.
Controlling not only that, but the mobile shield. And back to the fight we go.
Oh my god. No, they got thirded. They got thirded.
Of this lobby in 3rd 14th. This is tough. I mean, they're literally only at 40 total points, sitting in 14th. No matter what, though, now
Jen's moving in.
Rising up. Have an opportunity to slide in. They get that knock originally. You can see the portal happening right in front of E36. They're trying to keep it up here too because round 4 is closing behind their backs and they have to start moving. And For Fun are waiting for them on the other side of the edge of zone.
Just know you're getting griefed at this point. It's going to be open. It's going to be scary.
Oh.
And JD Gaming are center zone in the building holding. But all these teams fighting for positioning there.
NIP.
If you have a Newcastle, you're feeling better.
Oh, Jen is going for it.
A fight for the life.
Oh, trades. 2v2.
Gets the blast with the EVE.EXE double tap in hand. Oh my goodness.
2v1 actually.
Genji do get eliminated though.
But the E36 for the third party.
Face right behind them. And now
Oh my god, the shield though.
Pressure, but right behind them, having to be careful. It's gonna be Synetic. That may be the insurance that they need.
I see me cheering on JDG because floating is there, but they're struggling. It's been really close. It's been really close. It's been very close. The point differences. We haven't started seeing the top 6 teams lead until like the last couple of games.
And you even have the caustic ult for Fun. Focusing on what they need. Enter Force 36, get amped covers up. Their wall still being poked and prodded. Amped covers going down.
Being shot in the back too.
And we're turtled.
Stop harassing us, please. We're trying to stay alive. They break down the barrier. DCG also try to scoop that up because it's all about this KP.
One mobile shield from a Newcastle holding them, and they're sending it full fire.
They got the port back in time!
He keeps them alive for right now. They do get the knock temporarily, but this portal play, Synap, could be the saving. A horror movie for Synap as he tries to keep E36 up. He gets the TP, he gets Hoobly, and they're looking to get the
Team Fun is still there!
So much pressure that they're feeling, and For Fun are not letting loose.
Because E36
you have to hold themselves here, yeah?
moment to reset. For Fun is just sending it back to the portals. They go straight into the hands of Deep Cross Gaming. And Synap tries.
Dude.
Holy fuck. No rest for the wicked, bro. E36 cannot get fined to catch it. Like they cannot catch a fucking break, bro. They cannot catch a break. Floating on a knock on Aurora. Aurora's gone to GDG and Wolves.
Getting some KP, same thing for Wolves.
Oh my god, Shopify's also dead.
And with Wolves holding the other side,
of For Fun Gaming. Someone's holding the height too.
You see the catwall.
The catwall, they're gonna send this other team then. They're gonna send Fun. They're gonna send For Fun. They're gonna send For Fun.
Piercing spikes to prevent the climb up. Piercing spikes to on the low ground. And For Fun have a moment to breathe. You see
no
Synap
way they
flying
actually
in the
go for
distance
this. Are
yet
they
again
going
in
for
the
this?
void. And for now, we hit the back of the arc. So
And leave me. Oh my gosh, he's right in front of the
Hey, you didn't see Panic. He never saw Panic.
Synap is still alive for E36. He's seeing the action. He knows
oh my god!
Wolves now closing the gap. He's trying to coexist. I mean, No Name is going to definitely see him. The fact that he hasn't seen him. Oh my gosh, he's hiding behind the bottom lip of the building is insane.
That's our raid. That's our raid.
Holy!
Let me tell you. Synap right there, but the breach charge from No Name. Does he know that Synap is there, or are we just sending to the building? No, because he's looking at
They have no idea! They have no idea! Hiding in plain sight. Hiding in plain sight.
Is creating this space for the rest of his team. Okay, KNC. They built a house behind the amp barriers, behind the Newcastle wall, and floating. Has been finding himself catching
my god, yes!
Naughty to follow up to find Chappie. With 8 squads left, they're not giving up this house. Final zone, and a lot of these teams have congregated over to the north side. While that Solo still stays alive for now.
Nice.
A lot of these split up teams.
JDD has to go crazy here. They have to go crazy and win here.
And a lot of these teams, NIP too,
Bro's actually out here playing Mecha Chameleon in ALGS. That's just crazy.
To the truck. For Fun at their backs. Ninjas in pajamas
oh my
on the
god!
low ground.
Yo, he's actually playing Mecha Chameleon. That's crazy.
Here. And they hold steady behind the wall.
Oh, the caustic!
Here comes Canada for the third party.
Welcome to the Dutch oven. Cole putting down the barrels, dancing around the Newcastle wall. Vayne looking behind him on the right. Has DCG fall. 7 squads left. Cole has had one heck of a performance.
NIP eliminated! I think they're winning now. I think pretty sure the top. Oh!
Right now, but Wolves,
When's dying?
They're hungry. 6 squads left. Looking down at 4 Fun.
And JD Gaming, you saw Naughty there disappear back into the building for a reset. And as Wolves cover the piercing spikes to prevent.
Oh my god, he's so cozy. No!
It's EVE.EXE who finds him.
No! Oh, he found him. He found him, bro. He found him.
So close for our top 6 right now. RRQ.
Oh.
No one to look at them. Wolves get eliminated. 4 Fun really only have to worry about RRQ as they face off against each other on the south side. And Kinotrope trying to dive it on to JD Gaming.
And it's all about who gets sent first. And this infinite ammo behind the amped cover of EVE.EXE. He's on path. He's going for this.
He's going for it.
He's going for JDG.
Oh, what an aggressive play
No.
by EVE.EXE. It cost his life.
Yes.
Was it going to be
Kinotrope out.
Flame taking the portal here. The rest coming in from Nags. Fun now. Trying to stay in this fight in the
JD is out top 3.
JD Gaming go out, and so does 4 Fun now as they are your game 9 winners. They moved up.
4 Fun Esports. Okay. But how many points is that? How many points is that? How many points is that for GGG? GGG is in 7th. GGG is in 7th. They're at 65. Enter Force 36 is the current 6th place at 69 points.
When they needed it most.
4 points. 4-point differential. 4-point differential before we actually get to see JDG in finals tomorrow.
JD Gaming from the outside looking in, trying
What do
to
they
get into
get?
the top 6. Was it enough?
3rd place with 5 kills. 3rd place with 5 kills.
Getting that dub with 9
Yeah.
KP, they played that so safe.
And then for 4 Fun, that puts them in 2nd place.
To try to play ring around the rosy around that rock, man. The ring closing in right behind their backs.
That was insane.
Allows 4 Fun
That was
to walk up
insane.
and take another dub. Let's not forget that they won game number 1.
So the top
on
6
E-District
currently,
with 10 KP to kickstart
top 6
this
currently
entire
is
10-game
Team
series.
RRQ
And this
in
is on the
1st with
other
79. 4 Fun
Roy on the
Esports 2nd with
screen.
77.
Deep Cross
Wolves
Gaming,
in 3rd with
a top 10 finish
75.
there.
GK Esports at
still
4th
doing
with 71.
everything we can to
Ninjas
get
in
into the
Pajamas
top
5th
6.
with 70. And then E36 and 6 with 69. So it's very, very close. It's still very much whoever's game.
Points out of the top 6.
Dinos
But now you have to look
is
at the
64
teams that are in the
points,
later
1 point
half
behind
of this
GD.
entire
Zipline
lobby.
61, 3 points behind
And
EVE.
understand that.
Relove
literally
DCG
wipe out
60.
every single person. It would just be
60,
impossible
so
to
a
find
whole
yourself in this top
9
6. That's why
points
we saw
away
the
from 6.
desperation from our solo
So it is
player
very-
on
it is
E36.
very
The Wraith
close.
trying to cling on for dear life. With
This
how
is so
tight it is in the top
close.
6, literally 69 for E36, surviving alone, gave them that placement for fun.
E36, oh my god, he actually got to rat them to keep them for finals tomorrow. Insane.
And 7th place for
All these
JD
fucking
Gaming were
high
getting that
elo
KP.
mecha chameleon players, bro.
It's
What
like
the hell?
a few points, like what, 3-4 points?
Somebody,
It's
Scarlett, how
crazy
are
to
you?
see How tight it is. This last game is going to mean everything.
That
Will we see
doesn't
teams
look off,
grief
I
each
get
other?
lost in the
We saw
woods.
the attempt from Flat. They have nothing to lose. I mean, Aurora
Yeah,
going out right
Dinos
there.
and
Aurora
JD
sitting
are
in
currently
16th
fighting
with
it out
38
in
points.
7th
It's
and
a
8th.
tough day to be an Aurora fan. But this is what happens.
He said
at
this
LAN.
was gonna
is what
pan out this year. I would have
happens
said
when
no.
you
This is
see
wild.
what these
Apparently,
teams
a
are
lot
playing
of
for
I've been
when their backs are
seeing.
against the
I haven't
wall.
watched
And
all
then
the
you
group
look at the team
stages,
that
but I watched a
shot by, what,
handful of them. It's been
52
kind of
total points
interesting
in
seeing
11th?
who's been showing up and who
They take this
hasn't
lobby by a
been. You know,
storm.
like all throughout
all
group
depends
stages, it's all
on
been
this
pretty
final
close. There's
game
been a lot
on
of people
World's
like
Edge. It's crazy to see how this
there's
Survivor
been a
stage has
handful
played
of
out. Don't go anywhere,
teams
'cause we'll find out what the results are looking like
not
after this
waking up,
final
not
game
really
and
showing
after this
up, and there's a
final
lot
break.
of teams that have been like really blazing past people. Like it's been really close all around, I think. I'm very curious to see how finals will go tomorrow. Why are they feeling this crash out? Give this man a break? Because it's esports and they need something to look at. Naturally. But this is still very much anyone's game. Anyone could go crazy here. Anyone could win and end up pushing the other teams out of contention for tomorrow. Damn. Really close though. Konberu Harleen, how are you? Crazy.
This is the result of a loss at EWC 2026. And this was the fate of TLN Pirates and Apex Legends alongside 5 other squads in our group stage. Then 14 teams face the same fate in our survival stage, while 6 continue on to match point finals. 20 teams with their hopes and dreams still alive. The opportunity to place their team's key at the top of the totem. This is what it's all about. This is what all of our teams are competing for the chance to do, to etch their names in the history books of EWC.
Great.
It doesn't
I love
get
her
any
hair.
better than this.
This is cute.
That's right, Glitter. It doesn't get any better than this because we're going into the final game of survival stage, and boy, the stakes high.
It's bathroom. Also want to
say
add
how close everything is. We'll take a look at
back.
the overall in a little bit, but we're gonna talk about an outstanding performance in No Name from Wolves. He was almost able to clutch it 2 games ago, by the way, but still, insane performance when they needed somebody to step up.
I mean, for every MNK user in the entire world, he is probably one of the 2, him and Asia probably, but he is probably the player you're looking at currently right now after that phenomenal game right there. It could have probably been the clip of the year had his teammates knockdown shield not stopped 2 of the bullets and he finished up that game. It would have been the clip, I think. Phenomenal.
There was just no stopping him. From the Kraber to the Kraber to the Kraber, from the Wraith, the phase right behind the team, and then I thought he had it. I thought it was it. I got you guys were sitting near me. I got out of my chair, almost spilt like my food all over me. But it was such an immaculate start to finish. And even though he didn't get the win, and you could see actually No Name, just sitting there in his chair, shaking his head like he just lost, but did all of this. So it was kind of like, man, you need to congratulate yourself, obviously, for that entire play. But yeah, it's still kind of a crazy feeling just to miss out so small on that win.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, I thought he was going to be a little bit excited. But honestly, Snipe, I want to know, you as an ex-pro player, what was going through his mind after such a performance and just coming short of clutching it?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what we watched. He's only thinking about those one mistake that he might have made in his head and how he could have gotten his team that win and what those points differential would have meant to them heading into this final game, because it still is that close. We've seen some teams jump up 15 spots in 2 games. We have 1 game left, and it's going to be a masterclass. Honestly, as a controller player, watching him in the actions per minute, I was just like, yeah, would have died there. Would have died there. Would have died there. But at the same time, I was like, hey, put myself in his shoes. It was very impressive.
I mean, when you're talking about how close everything is, E36 right now with 69 points. If it would have ended just now, they would have been able to make it to the match point finals. But JD Gaming is currently on their tail with 65 points. Even DCG, who has been able to get a win today, could make a push towards those top 6. That leaderboard is going to be shuffling in a big way, Graceful.
I mean, even seeing when we get to the second page as well, probably another 5 teams could potentially still make it, because when you get a win and you get to add all the kills as well, and depending on which team soaks the points as well, as we can see right here, even from 40, I would say, you can even do it. Copium, even Aurora could make it if they drop a huge win, but realistically, that's probably not going to happen. The teams in the probably 5th to 10th are going to make it happen, but it's going to be really, really tight.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing
all right,
No
guys.
being able to step up.
Very close.
Aurora, I know it's a little bit of Copium, but
so once again, our current top 6 after 9 games is RRQ, For Fun Esports, Wolves, GK, and then Ninjas in Pajamas, and Enderforce 36. JD Gaming is currently in 7th place. They are currently trailing behind by 4 points.
A lot of teams don't show up in this
so
game.
It's still very
really
close.
I think they're one of the bigger underdogs heading into this. A lot of that roster has
still very close. And right behind them is Dinos in 64.
Not making any grand finals in the past few events. So for them to come out firing in the most important tournament with the stakes only at the top 6 moving on is very impressive.
I mean, even then, I've teamed with Tyler. I've known Nags for a long time. In Cinetic, we had him pop off already in Pro League. And him saying himself that, hey, all I had to do was believe and play the way I wanted to play, which was actually a fragger, he said, and that's why he went full on roller. He's far from MK to roller, very common in this competitive esport, and he just made it happen, and they're here right now, pretty much stamped their tickets to the finals. What better way is it to make that happen?
Yeah, I called them the consistency kings, didn't I? And you can see it now coming to fruition because, you know, they're slow and steady. Yeah, they got the wins under their belts, but honestly, like, that is what you need to play. And then, you know, you look at RRQ and Easy Flash going in there, doing something crazy with the Pathfinder and failing from there. So, like, they've been playing their game the whole time.
It is the altar band. It is the altar band coming out.
The final game.
Yes.
What's currently popping out
Okay.
The biggest thing is Alter got banned so late. Actually.
Yeah, this is a really late ban for Alter. I was shocked.
As well, I played it for quite a bit, so I think that some of these teams is ahead on a strategic level. The only thing is that sure, the final state tomorrow could be longer, could be a little bit shorter, but seeing that you have to like being able to pull that off in that moment, not just following what everybody else is playing, but saying, hey guys, why is Alter, she's not banned, let's just roll with her for as long as we can, and it really paid off huge.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the biggest things about that is the game Dinos won, the Stormpoint game out by Northpad. They were the only Alter in the lobby, and they won the game. And I'm thinking to myself, how is this character this underused at this
I
stage?
specifically remember Snipes saying, why are they not using this broken character?
Yeah, literally. I was like, it took till game 9. We kept talking about the legend bans, and for that to move on, we used to see that character banned first or second back, you know, not even 1 or 2 events ago, and now we're at this point. So we talk about the, you know, it'd be really interesting to see the comps coming out into this game 10 because of so many.
At this point, the bottom 5 teams are
low-key
king maybe they're almost mathematically out of contention. Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what we come up
Yeah,
with.
the only teams like what they mentioned just now on the broadcast, the only teams that actually still have a shot at it is anywhere between 7th and let me double check again.
More chaos going into this last match and maybe stop some of those top teams that are trying to be in there in the top 6, just a couple points away.
Shopify is 11th at 52.
I mean, honestly, I'm obviously I'm rooting for Aurora, but
I would say 7th through 11th probably have some sort of chance still to make something happen.
This game is going to be absolutely
Genji is then following from 11th place to 12th place. It's 52 to 46 points. So that's already a 6-point differential between 11th and 12th. So 12th and below, you can probably safely say that they're probably not in the running. But if you look through 7th through 11th right now, the point differentials is 65, 64, 61, 60, and 52.
Desperate, it died early. Yeah, it was a lot of the middle of the pack and the top.
So
yeah,
typically I would say any team currently within 30 points still have a chance, but because it's literally been so close, you're gonna need it's people who are more like the 20 point, I think.
Go into zone, just play it easy, make sure to hold space properly to get those points on the board, and at that point you're kind of playing into hoping that.
So like GD Gaming, Dino, Zipline Mafia, DCG, and Shopify kind of contentiously like on the outer edge of it. They still have a chance to pull this back.
Like just do something, because like you need a 20 bomb.
The final game,
and then everyone else after them is literally just gonna have to like drop an absolute nuke on the server or the lobby in order to
Ladies
get through.
and gentlemen, we are fast approaching, dropping into our 10th and final game of the survival stage. It is now or never. It is do or die.
All right, here we
let's set the
go.
scene, okay? Between 10th place and
Game
6th place right now is just 9 points. So everything can change in this match.
That is not possible.
That's from 5th to 10th, where everything can move. So if you hear your team name, make some
God, I
noise.
really hope I could sleep better tonight so that way I'll be more awake for tomorrow, because it'll be match point. We have 2 exciting things to watch tomorrow. We'll have 10 a.m. match point finals for ALGS, and then 10 p.m. you get to watch Valen debut at EVE.EXE. It'll be very exciting. Which, by the way, guys, if you guys haven't been subscribed to all the EVE.EXE Coalesce girls, make sure you do it. I believe the blue one, Kubisa, is the one that needs to get 1,000 subs in order to use the raid function. So go ahead and support the girlies. Okay? Dinos are either gonna make my day or ruin it. Yeah.
It's do or die. JD
do or die. Do or die. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Game 10.
Being in the top 6.
Game 10. Game 10. Let's see. JDG is currently in landslide. Where is this ring going?
From his years of competitive
Good morning,
experience,
Azim. How are you? What's up?
Both boys were 10th in the Americas Split 1 Pro League, and now they're fighting for a chance to get into the Split 1 Match Point Finals here at the playoffs.
Who's gonna grief who? This is what I always look out for. Who is going to grief who? Because Aurora now are already chasing right behind KNC currently. As it's gonna be the little trade-off here in Monument, but then you highlight the teams that desperately really want to stay
wow.
I mean, Kino Cho being at 13th with 44 points, I mean, it would literally be a miracle, right? So then when you have this face-off right here, it could just be an open season for the teams who want to get some easy KP.
Whoa.
Who's going to be able to now try to send it over to the other side of the wall. But Aurora, man, this has just been a different story for a team that led the way within their EMEA region of Pro League.
It's no Rev Octane, but breaking out the Mirage, the Axel, the Bangalore, the only thing on their mind right now is run it down. And as we look at the ring, we're pulling up to that top right-hand side. Deep Cross Gaming, your 10th place team already.
I wonder if it drops the VKG's head over in the little hut that they're playing in. If not further back on like the little silo area.
I'm looking at Wolves, your 3rd place team. 75 points, by the way, which should, in theory,
is JDG going to play that back end early? Are they going to play the back end early?
You know,
oh, wow.
Too,
okay.
Right? When you see some teams rocking out.
Neo is going to be coming up behind them.
It's tough. You see that one Mirage, right, from Aurora. This is what you can expect in our final game for the teams that know
JDG dead ass. They only need 4 points. So this is actually pretty smart from them. Synetic is down.
Aurora are upset, and if they can't have it, nobody can. Effect now moving up. Getting slowed down by the Cossack Barrels. They lose out on Yarka, though, and being able to follow up next. Goes out next. For fun.
For fun is out. For fun is out.
What was going on with Kino Choke? They deviate their attention. They take
Oh, Seven's in chat. Wait, hold on. No, For Fun was second place. Second place with 77 points. There's a chance that they still make it to tomorrow. There's a chance they still make it.
And Zipline Mafia in 9th. Find one of them.
Getting a little bit of revenge for the Dino boys, I ain't gonna lie, because Flat was trying to grief them, and it actually set Dinos back a little bit because they're sitting in 8th place overall.
Pausing.
Points.
Pause?
While we do have a quick pause, it's important to highlight why Zipline Mafia wanted to get the KP, the mid-climb right there too.
Bro, Spider-Manning.
But the mid-climb and
why?
also highlighting the fact that Flat now are down to a solo with Zipline Mafia knowing what they need to do to find themselves in the top 6. Anything. Any KP with 63 points, 1 point difference between themselves and Dinos. 2 points between Zipline and JD Gaming. That is just how tight it's been as we take a look at the audience. But man, this zone is pulling all the way up to the north on World's Edge. The cheers from the Zipline Mafia fans, man. We saw them try to take that fight over by Pride Rock on the outskirts of Mirage 12. They knew what was at stake here.
All the way from Kazakhstan to support the boys at Zipline Mafia. They just need 6 points to get into that 6th place slot. But honestly, Vicky, the fact that you have to kind of prey on the downfall of other teams in this lobby to fall so that you can take their place is one of the craziest things. But hearts are gonna break today.
Yeah.
Happens to every single LAN, and it always saddens me, but this is what happens when you want to climb your way to the top. This is the level of competition that we have on our hands.
It's what you scrim for. It's what you wake up early for, or 20 minutes before scrims if you're some people, it happens, right? But you lock it in. You give up everything in order to be your best, to get into those match point finals, to hoist that trophy, and back into the game we go.
Oh, here we go.
What a place to come back out, by the way.
Drop said not today. They're going to avoid taking any damage as they take the portal, avoid the nade. Heard that arc star drop now moves up together with the rest of GK.
GK is currently at 71, so they're currently in the top 6.
That want to try to trail up from behind you, may not have anything to lose, want to be able to scoop you up, try to diminish your chances on making it within the top 6, but they do get away because BACKSEATING
For funny towards out. Oh, this is what happened earlier.
On the double that they saw and take out onto flat earlier.
Louis Chance gets some shots on someone on that. What is it, Pride Rock?
Able to get the reset, and it does look like they did.
This is 3 teams in the vicinity? 2 teams in the vicinity.
VTuber. No chance for them, honestly. I mean, sitting second to last right on top of flat. Same thing for TIE. It's going to be really difficult, nearly impossible. But for Zipline Mafia,
you know how pauses are used tactically to sometimes break the other team's momentum? And I wonder how jarring that is for EVE.EXE pros, if they're just used to it already. Yeah, honestly, I think EVE.EXE pros are more surprised at all if you can just get... Oh! I think they'd just be surprised at all for it to work. Gen Z and Flat. 07's in chat. That is it for Gen Z and Flat.
And if we're looking for
07's in chat. Aurora still here though.
Outside of that number, but team by team as they fall, they're channeling the Aurora spirit of old, the Aurora that shakes things up and causes chaos. But they're just getting started.
What was this? Hello?
Imagine doing that in game 2.
I mean, maybe when they feel like they want some revenge, they want to grieve other teams, this is the different look of Aurora. I mean, they literally have to completely wipe out this lobby. Oh my goodness, the Cyberpunk. Remember I talked about the Vantage? We have 2 Vantages in this lobby. And Neo running for their life as a solo. It's another one of these teams where really difficult last 9 games.
Should be gonna knock on VKG
in the Survivor stage, and they are literally trying to survive. Dino 2, being one of the teams on that cusp, they still need to show face. You see Zyno on the other side,
no!
Shopify Rebellion on the
Cole
other
got
end
it
with
off on
52
floating.
total points, but the way that they're bunkering down from the other side, while Cole from NIP do find floating, that's going to be a really important fight to look at between JD Gaming.
For Dino now, in 9th place. You just kind of have to amped cover it out, hold on to your building, and do what you can. They had a 26-point win in map number 6.
Chafing got a fin
and it still wasn't
on
enough
Neo.
to keep them in the top 6. For Zipline Mafia, currently
NIP knocking VKG.
6, Aurora meets them on the outside of Geyser. At least you do have Kazakh on the path.
So many people are dying to ring right now.
For some extra mobility, but choices are going to have to be made, and choices will be costly.
I mean, Aurora knows with the survey beacon, they know who's waiting for them at Geyser, and Zipline Mafia have way more to lose, obviously, than Aurora. That's going to be scary. RRQ, I'll be real here, are pretty safe. They have 80 points. They're literally in first place.
Our RRQ is looking pretty good.
Look at the POI draft that goes into that final lobby. But that same pressure that applies to Zipline Mafia,
BACKSEATING is running them down.
Doesn't really apply there. While BACKSEATING know that, are trailing behind them, trying to harass them when you got nothing to lose, headlock in hand. See, by the way, in the feed, Cole still finding heads, still finding Zynu without giving up their position over to the north side.
To be expected. And you're 100% right with RRQ as you see Strafing Flame out into the distance, PXX hunting them down. It would take, what, 6 teams to leapfrog above 80? That's not happening. Statistically, they're good. But PXX still out for blood.
They're going to find Strafing while they're at it, too,
right?
It can't be for them, but they just know at this point. Moving on to the next one. TIE being another one. Let's see how they're going to be trying to reset on the outskirts. It's against WGR Neo. Another one of those teams here.
A little ballistic. I love the variety we're getting here into game number 10. The only issue with some of these teams down in that the bottom 15, right? If they point sponge the kills, the teams trying to get in top 6 will find it difficult. F-Chan, 1 HP. Dives to the inside. Ults come through.
Not the Axel ult, bro.
You're chasing down
Not the Axel ult, bro.
Pinotter now staying alive here and gonna be able to get this reset as well as this finishing blow. It's just kind of those
Aurora and Wolves
over by countdown, but honestly, those two teams.
Wolves is another team that's currently in top 6, but Aurora just running this shit down. Ooh, nice early knock on Alright.
Who have been in the top 3 this whole time, putting on a masterclass.
Vex put on damage though. Does he trade? Do they get the trade? No. 2v1. No, they're getting griefed by another team now.
It's gonna be Zipline Mafia scooping that up for themselves.
Aurora is out. Aurora is out. We will not be seeing Aurora in match point. Ty is also gone. Ty is also going home.
Should seal the deal for them to advance on to match point finals.
Wow.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
For GK, NIP, Enter Force 36.
Oh, Seven's in chat.
Are what people are looking to take, and it's Zipline Mafia trying to get the kills to do so.
This is so crazy from Zipline Mafia. This is such a good plan from them.
Wow.
They're claiming names, they're finishing these knocks.
Zipline Mafia is, I think, one of those other teams still in contention and trying to get to tomorrow. Yeah, Zipline Mafia is currently in 7th. Will they have enough to actually breach into the top 6? We will have to see. There's still 15 squads left. RRQ is getting the respawn on Chafing Flame and Pricey.
In the game, VP lose out on
VP, oh no, VP is out.
Pro right now. Being in the 18th spot once again, another one of those teams, man, that came out swinging in Pro League now, falling short alongside Aurora that we said goodbye to earlier, but looking side by side at what's at stake.
Getting a knock on PXX.
Oh! This KP.
Virtus Pro. The Virtus Pro are gone.
Virtus
right
Pro
into the
dead.
WGR Neo.
VP was
getting all of the loot here on the western
VP was
side.
18th. Yeah, VP was 18th going into that. 07's in chat. Neo, where's Neo currently?
BKG did get a care package. They do have a Kraber, and they are in the center of zone. But that team
Neo is in
17th,
17th, so it's still very unlikely for them, but we'll see.
Dinos on that eastern side have
Oh my god, it is pulling to VK Gaming. It is pulling back here.
Coming from Fragment. And
yeah, it's pulling back to the house. JDG, they're gonna have to contend with everyone on the north side with them.
To make some of these moves. That's why we've seen them absolutely bully some of the teams rotating around that area.
And it's good because when you have to highlight just how many points you need, this is what this final game's all about. This is why you're seeing these teams kind of going out of their way outside of zone, while Wolves trying to keep themselves alive because Zipline Mafia are on the hunt. A team that needs this way more. Neo do get eliminated.
Neo is out.
Feeds, but
Neo also goes home.
It's insane to talk about that. VP will not be in this final lobby. Top header here when it comes to Pro League. Same thing for Aurora. It's hasta la vista, but it's making way for these other teams to now create their own path. The Zipline.
Wolves.
Their name on the table.
Wolves is out, but Wolves is 78 points. They're currently top 2. So they might actually be okay. Wolves still might have a chance at this.
To be in top 6. It's because the benchmark keeps moving. Enter Force 36 is finding kills inside the top 6.
It's been so crazy. There hasn't been any literally one standout team. Like, it's been new teams winning over and over again. Like, it's still anyone's game.
On the next team.
Who's going to be the next victim is the question.
Neo's been kind of a menace to this, so I feel like they've been 2 dead, twice into 2
Round 3 closing behind their
already.
backs, and if they time this well, EK are going to be on the other side of Kinotrope. Zipline could sandwich them. They could also take a roundabout rotation through the southern side of Epi. Team RRQ would also be on the other side of those icy
So the cutoff is
rocks
looking
here.
like 70-ish.
Inside that next zone on the outskirts of Survey Camp as well as BK Gaming.
And GK on your screen holding the 4th place slot by just 2
GK have to
points.
survive.
Knocked down, dropped, healing. And at their back, they seem to have stabilized, but Kinotrope has damages.
Zipline is moving up.
Mafia are definitely looking to capitalize on that. Does that save GK for now? Definitely.
This isn't safe for Zipline Mafia right now. They just need one more KP and they overtake it against NIP. And now KNC, noting that they're right behind them. Zipline Mafia, they see it inside
Zipline wants this.
On joining the likes of Falcons, of Liquid. It's here, and now Chappie may be the next victim. Royashi taking a different off angle. He's up on the high ground. Zipline Mafia fully healed.
Zip gets a knock,
the next knock.
but they traded.
Gas, though, does answer back and is able to get the knock into EVE.EXE, but it's fine. They have the number advantage. Zipline, Kazak playing this safe. Same Chappie, they need to finish him off. GK now show up, though. Has Kino Chop is gone. This is very risky right now because now GK can move up.
Zip is at 72.
We're in fifth, and here comes GK. GK, who want to solidify their spot in that top 6. Do not let it go here. Everything rides as 2 players. It's just Kazak last alive. It's the Pathfinder.
Resable?
Do we get a res? Do we go back to a duo?
He pulled it off. He pulled it off. He pulled it off. Let's see.
Wow.
If
Okay.
get closer to that. Oh,
No, there's
another
another
team in the
team.
vicinity. That's Team RRQ, who are now actually moving away from the edge of zone. It's one member of RRQ. I believe they may have scanned the survey, they get over by the middle of Epi. They see them and they're griefing them. This is scary for Zipline Mafia, who are now overtaking NIP. Top 6, they have 70 points.
Kazak is out!
Depends on what NIP have instead.
Zipline Mafia, 72
Find
points.
themselves above, man. They had to stay alive. Their RRQ stopped their
I don't think that's
chances.
it.
And with NIP,
I don't think that's
still alive,
enough. I
feeling
don't think
pressure
that's
from VK
enough.
Gaming. I mean, placement alone, this sets up NIP to feel a little
enough.
bit more secure.
VK Gaming is
And
now
this
also
is the
out
next
too.
fight. Your 4th and 6th place teams could
VK is for sure
on this
going home. They were
rotation.
15th going into
GK
this.
Trying
GK has to hold on
to not make a lot
desperately
of
to their
noise. You see
current
NIP, you see some dinos, they're down
current
below.
placement.
And Vayne with a Kraber in hand.
Honestly, with NIP winning Game 7 earlier, that's it, because they would have won anyways if there was a tiebreaker in this top 6. So NIP overtaking Zipline. It's hasta la vista to Zipline too. Good try here at that final zone now as the Ninjas of Pajamas have bunkered down.
Not safe,
GDG,
though. Not
DCG.
safe. JDG, Dinos.
Oh,
Deep Cross Gaming still in it.
I'm so scared.
And as we say that, JDG under fire, the mobile shield, the nades being slung to them.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. They just needed 4 points.
DCG eliminated next, while JDG keep their dreams alive. 68 points. They're looking to overtake NIP, but the question is, can they stay alive in this pileup?
Enterforce 36 getting more and more
This
kills.
is so
is
scary,
leading
bro.
them
They're in such a
just inside
scary
the top 6.
place.
GK needs more. NIP needs more. And JDG is going to need a lot to break into it.
No!
But I see JDG going down in the kill feed. And
No!
GK trying to take down RRQ. JDG
No!
out!
They do not get the chance.
I don't think they go. I don't think they make it.
They're E36 helping them out too to secure the second place spot for themselves, or maybe even overtake RRQ. They lose out on drop here. They slide in, wingman shots in hand, and GK. Last 6 squads, RRQ.
GK eliminated. However, they were 5th place going into this. Will they make it? Will it be enough?
Dinos could be the next story is the question.
Dinos need 10 points. 10 points.
Oh my god.
Snap, last alive, marked by a
Dinos is
at
knocked.
79 points. Should theoretically be
Newcastle comes out though.
Dinos on the other hand need a miracle.
Prune on the other side of this portal. The fact that they get the reset, they're looking above Shopify.
Oh my god, they actually got the reset.
The meteor that could keep them extinct. NIP now playing up the low ground. The fact that they're still alive is so good for them. Not trying to get aggressive, playing defensively. They've been peppering the damage as E36 are the next to go.
NIP is 6th place with 75
RRQ
points.
out.
And as we approach the end of our final game in the survival
Whoa!
series, Vayne lays siege, puts the portal at their feet.
The threat right now for NIP being Dinos, I mean, they're stuck with their backs against the wall, but NIP trying to make a play for this. They look up at Shopify, and now they know that their attention is split between 2 teams, but NIP are feeling pressure. Shopify could help them if only looks at this direction, but Dinos are also harassing them with Vayne, having the Kraber in their hand. Oh my god, the Kraber! Are you kidding me? Oh, DJ's out, and so is Dinos.
Dinos is out! Dinos is
out! Round.
Do they have enough? No, they needed 10 points.
Shopify, they drop down. down. 64
No.
points. I'm holding.
64 points of difference. Is 6th place, is 77 with EK. Benny now moves up. Alternator, Creeper in hand. He goes out, Shopify now. Down to 1. Zaino's one shot. Last 3 squads. BACKSEATING move up. They're looking to take the jump. Shopify get eliminated. No chance here.
Shopify out.
That's it.
This is the last fight at PXX.
BACKSEATING!
But unfortunately,
BACKSEATING is your champion, but they're not in.
What a survival stage here in Paris.
Wow.
The 10-game gauntlet is over.
Wow.
And as you look around and you see the scoreline,
Wow.
some celebrating, others hearts breaking, but for
All
fun
right.
on your screen right
So the final scores. Our top 6 going into match point tomorrow is
they support you in your losses and they carry you through those hard times.
Team RRQ with 89 points. Ninjas in Pajamas with 82, second. Third, Enter Force 36, 79. Fourth, Wolves Esports, 78. Fifth place, For Fun Esports, 77. And your 6th place team is GK Esports from Americas, also at 77, tied 5th and 6th. 5th and 6th.
Final lobby, RRQ, NIP,
E37, Zipline Mafia 72, 8th, Dino 69, 9th, GD Gaming 68, 10th, Shopify 64. Holy. 77, the final cutoff for 6th place. Top 6 was 77 points. Yeah.
Zipline Mafia. So many kills in that game.
Wow. 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 Crazy.
We're double-digit kills. We are doing our best.
Loggy, thanks so much for the gifted to my Dazzler. Thank you. Oh my god. BB, you want to get lost in the woods with me? No, unfortunately, I cannot get lost in the woods.
Very emotional here.
Unfortunately, I cannot get lost in the woods because I have to stream Match Point Finals tomorrow, where I get to cheer on my Pookies, the Sentinels. Would have been really nice to have 2 Pookie teams going into tomorrow, but all good. All fucking good. It happens. Oh my god. Alright guys, that was incredible. What an incredible performance today. That was so close. Oh my god. I feel like it's been so close throughout the entire thing here. Yeah. Wow. Alright guys, that's it for me. I'm tired as hell, bro. I need to take a fat fucking nap. Thank you guys so much for watching with me. Thank you so much for joining me in the co-stream. God willing, I'll be more awake later or tomorrow when we watch Match Point Finals. So, the teams that will be going into Match Point Finals tomorrow is... Give me a second. Alright. So all the teams that we'll be seeing tomorrow, the top 20 teams going into Match Point tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST my time will be EVE.EXE, Team Liquid, Seoul, Team Vision, Gaming Gladiators, Zeta Division, AG Global, Reject, ZI-Esports, Team Falcons, Team Nemesis, Sentinels, our Pookies, Alliance, Unlimit, the top 14 from groups. Joining those 14 teams will be Team RRQ, Ninjas in Pajamas, Enter Force 36, Wolves Esports, For Fun Esports, and GK Esports. Yeah. So those will be our top 20 that we get to see going into tomorrow. Yeah. And how match point finals go, essentially. So match point finals, the way how match point finals works is that all teams have to play a certain amount of games that get them to like a specific threshold. Once they actually hit a specific threshold, typically that threshold is 50. As soon as a team gets to 50 points, they are considered match point eligible. As soon as you are match point eligible, in order to take the crown home, okay, they need to win. So it's no longer enough for them to gain the biggest amount of points, even though it's really important that they get points because all of the rankings afterwards will be based off of those points. But basically, in order to take home the nice big crown from LAN, they have to not only get to match point eligibility, but also win. We've had match point games be decided in 3 games. We've had them being decided in 13. It really kind of just depends on who decides to show up tomorrow. So, yeah, it'll be kind of crazy to keep up with that. Yeah. And then for tiebreakers, I'm just gonna read this off of the page. But in the event of 2 or more teams being tied in the round score, the tie will be resolved by the following in descending order of priority. Number 1 will be single match scores. Team with the highest match score from a single match wins a tiebreaker. So the highest single match score may have been the same or different matches in the round for each tied team. Second tiebreaker will be single match best placement. So basically, whichever team placed better, if single match cannot decide it. And then after that, tiebreaker C will be single match total kills. So in the case there's any tiebreakers at all when it comes down from like match point winning teams, it will be decided by how many scores they get per match versus placement versus total kills. So that's how it's going to go. So yeah. Praying for 8 games tomorrow and a Falcons win. I'm gonna have to cheer against you. Even I have grown. Sir Imperial Halal has grown on me. But at the end of the day, I have to cheer on the boys at Sentinels. Gonna have to cheer them on. Gonna have to cheer on our Blorbos. We're gonna see if the champs can do the back-to-back. We have to see if the champs can hit the back-to-back. It'd be very, very exciting if they could hit the back-to-back. But yeah, be great.
Last little question, bro. Like if you have to
Didn't have to zoom in on bro like that. Yeah. If you have one team you want to shut out for them, this is just the passion, you know. This is the passion. This is people who are really playing their hearts out. So big round of applause. Big round of applause to everyone that came out today. Even though we're sending the first 20 teams home, they're still a lot better than a lot of you. So, you know. They're still doing better than majority of you, Johns. Let's be honest. So, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. We actually get to see them rip it up. Hold on. I want to see them rip it up.
You're scaring me, bro. Do you want to happen it? Okay. You press that button. And press that button. Here we go. And the iris is now open.
Whoa!
It's all popping off. Here we go. Flame in 3, 2, 1. Send them home.
Oh, wow.
You know what? It's okay. Things can
That's
be
so
fixed,
cool.
but
I love the
the
production going into that.
The 14 keys are now indeed crushed. And so, with that being said, our survival stage is now coming to a close. But before we let you go, we're going to send you over to Rain Day, because I believe he's got some interviews for you guys.
Well, 20 teams.
That's so extra. I love that.
Knowing
All right, y'all. I thought they were sacrificing the players. Basically, they're basically sacrificing them because they're no longer in the running. All right, guys. That'll be it for me. I'm very, very tired. I need to take a nap. I also need to go ahead and take care of something. So thank you guys again. Longy, thanks so much for the gifted. Waku, thank you for the raid. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you guys so much for all the resubs and for the remembers, okay? Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. God willing, I'll actually get some sleep tonight, and then I'll actually be awake for tomorrow. So, yeah. So, tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. EST, 7 a.m. PST for the Western folks. West Coast folks. We are going to be watching Match Point Finals, where we will see who is crowned the ALGS Split 1 LAN champions. Okay? We might be in here for 3 games. We might be in here for 13. Who knows? Ideally, Sentinels close this shit out in 8 games or less. It would be really nice if they did that. So we'll see what happens. 3 would be insane. Yeah, people would honestly just have to like come and just lock the fuck in. So yeah, we'll see. It's happened before. It hasn't happened at LAN, but it's definitely happened in regional qualifiers. So if someone comes out like an absolute monster and they can knock it out in 3, they knock it out in 3. But we'll see. We'll see, because there's a lot of teams that have been woken up, and there's a lot of teams that have still been sleeping, and there's a lot of teams that have been probably losing their ones with dehydration. So yeah, if you guys are currently at the venue, if you guys are anywhere in EU right now with the heat wave, make sure you stay hydrated, okay? Make sure hydrate or dehydrate, but ideally don't dehydrate, so hydrate, okay? That's the more preferable thing, and make sure you stay cool. I believe match point is 50, unless they changed it while I wasn't looking. I'm pretty sure match point eligibility is 50 points. So yeah, make sure you consume all the liquid. Basically. Thank you guys so much for all the hype train too. Thank you guys so much for that, for the level 1 hype train. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. But yeah. Instructions are clear. I'm under the water. Oh my god, you're under the water. Please help Siren. Please. BB selling? I don't want to hear that from you. Make. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Man, I was gonna watch the World Cup, but honestly, I'm so EP, bro. I'm so EP. Yeah, my dad's here. Okay. Supporting. Yeah. How does that feel? Oh, you know who is watching World Cup though? You know who is watching World Cup? Juno. Juno's gonna be watching us. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Juno on YouTube side. Twitch, I'm gonna send you guys over to Nia Boca. To Miss Bia Boca. Yeah, no, it means everything. I'm gonna try to go live earlier at like 9ish or so. I'll honestly see if I could get up in time. But yeah, we're gonna get on a little earlier. Maybe get some pubs in. Wake up a little more, you know, stay fresh. All that fun stuff. But yeah. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm gonna take a fat nap. In case we end up playing in the tournament later, like a $400 tournament or something. Or scrims, I guess. It's scrims. And with Kuref, because Vayne, you've been here before. You've actually been a champion. But there's been a little bit of a conversation about that championship because it was online. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna see how I feel. If we end up doing tournament, I'll send you guys over to Nia's channel. If I wake up and I feel like playing more Dawn Trail, then we'll play more Dawn Trail. Okay? But yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap. Thank you guys so much for showing up and showing out today. If I don't see you guys later tonight, I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Oh, also, sorry I had to cancel the Squirrel stream yesterday. Squirrel with the gun. I wanted to play Chaos Agent Simulator, but something came up really quickly. So, again, my apologies. We'll probably have that, if not next week, probably the week after, okay?
just like
I'm
you
gonna
guys
go
are
ahead
all the same
and
guy,
stop
all
this
the same vibe, all the
co-streaming.
same brothers. How important is that going
But
into
yeah, lots of hype, lots of stuff going on. Because we have that tournament next week and I haven't been playing a lot of EVE.EXE, I might be doing a lot more EVE.EXE in the next week at least, just so I'm not completely rusty and not completely fucking cooked, because we do for sure have the women's tourney next week, if not the scrim/tourney tonight. So yeah, wait until Tuesday so we can queue. Yeah, I'm down. I do want to give solo queue a little bit of a try. I didn't expect to be dragged into Final Fantasy this hard, but it's been fun. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, we'll have Squirrel with a Gun some other time. You're 100 off at Masters? Oh, nice. I'm still at D4. I haven't had a chance to play at all. It's just, I'm having too much fun grinding MMOs.
When it comes to grand finals, obviously we're rooting for ourselves. You know, anybody would answer that. I'm not. I don't know. I think anything that's won a LAN, that's who I'm worried about. I want those guys to not win another. You know what I mean? I'm ready for a new champion to rise up.
All right.
And then like the only other thing, crypto, bro, get that guy out.
Yeah, crypto's actually a problem.
Because obviously this is a good team. They just went through your journey, but it can only be one of you.
All right, y'all.
We've said it before we even
Thank you very much for coming to stream.
That's all I'm gonna say.
That's gonna be it for me today. I'm gonna send you guys over to Nia. Send her all the love, okay? Send her all the love. We love GDG in this household. But they did their best. They really did their best. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you're new here and you like the vibes, my name is Bluebell, also known as BB. I primarily play Apex and Final Fantasy. And I love watching LGS. I love supporting the boys. But yeah. Alright, take care of yourselves.
Yeah, thanks to GK for supporting.
Send everyone some love. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 p.m. Okay? Yeah, sorry, not 10 p.m. 10 a.m. Maybe even earlier if I can get up earlier to do some pubs. Okay? Yeah. Love you guys. Otsuberu. Take care. Be safe. Make sure you stay hydrated. You eat. You sleep if you haven't already, because I'm gonna be sleeping. I love you all very, very, very much, and I'll see you guys next stream. Okay? But yeah. Bye bye. Otsu. Bye bye.
That's right, Rain. I mean, you said it best. $2 million.